chat? We are back with day number 2 of the TePe Sigeman Tournament and मेरे साथ है मेरे प्रिय दोस्त और ग्रैंडमास्टर सहज ग्रोवर जी। सहज भाई, न्यू रिफ्रेश कलर्स के साथ आपका वेलकम होता है आज।
अरे 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 थैंक यू सो मच भाई, थैंक यू सो मच भाई। मतलब आज आई फील इज़ अ वेरी वेरी इम्पॉर्टेंट डे, बिकॉज आज लगता है कि टर्की नंबर वन और इंडिया नंबर वन की लड़ाई जो
या
बहुत बहुत टाइम से एंटिसिपेटेड है। आई नो 2026 में एक बार पहले भी हुआ था ये, विच डिड नॉट गो आवर वे, बट डू यू थिंक दैट अ रिवेंज इज पॉसिबल टुडे टिकू भाई?
भाई, रिवेंज इज अ मस्ट भाई। पार्ट वन में हमने बहुत इन्वेस्टमेंट कर लिया है पैसे का, पार्ट टू तो रिलीज करनी ही है, तो पार्ट वन इट जस्ट बेटर बी गुड। एंड ऑल्सो लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट कि डॉगमस is now 2708.4. In a hypothetical world, if he defeats Arjun, he literally enters, I think, the world top 26. Like, he would literally be behind his own coach, Mamid Yarov, by 2 points.
Wow.
So
And
that is
Mamed Yarov used to be 2800, yeah, in the past. Like world
exactly.
number two at
नो
some
साउंड
point.
चैट
That
करिए,
is,
चैट आवाज आ रही है ना भाई, मजे मत लो यार। वेंजेंस यार, अभी वेंजेंस तो अर्जुन को लेना है, आपको नहीं। दैट्स द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट
म-
डिटेल।
लग रहा है आपको साउंड वो वॉल्यूम, बट एक्चुअली उनको ये भी सुनाई थोड़ी ना देगा अगर अगर साउंड ही बंद है तो।
हाँ, बट एनीवेज आई थिंक ओवरऑल चैट, इफ यू कैन हियर अस सी अस, जल्दी से एक बार भाई अर्जुन ओपी इन द चैट हो जाए चैट, बिकॉज बहुत मजा आने वाला है भाई। डे नंबर 2, इट्स गोना बी द मोस्ट टैलेंटेड यंगस्टर चेस हैज एवर सीन। शर्मा जी का लड़का का कोई रियल एम्बॉडीमेंट होता अगर सहज भाई, तो वो ये होते। सो आज से शर्मा जी का लड़का क्रॉस डॉगमस जी टिक।
अरे 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 भाई, बट स्टिल अर्जुन इज स्टिल अर्जुन। आई फील लाइक अर्जुन के टाइप का प्लेयर, अर्जुन के स्टाइल का प्लेयर इज, I cannot think of anybody else, who is. So I think from that angle, Arjun on any day can beat anyone. But by मजा तो आएगा. And in how much time do we, begin the matches, Tiku bhai?
आई थिंक 3 मिनट्स टू गो चैट, 3 मिनट में ही फास्ट फॉरवर्ड के। अभी तो लग रहा है वहां पे लाइट ऑफ है लेफ्ट साइड पे। सहज भाई, ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है? लाइट ऐसा लेफ्ट साइड पे लाइट ही ऑफ चल रही है ना। अभी कोई आया ही नहीं है, अभी ऑन ही नहीं किया, लाइटें वाइटें ऑन करेंगे, ये क्या चल रहा है सहज भाई? काफी डिलेड स्टार्ट।
Actually ऐसा लग रहा है कि मतलब कुछ, oh there it is, there it is. Erdogmus is like, okay, I'll bring the light, let's go.
ओह,
Let's
लेट
go.
देयर बी लाइट इंडीड। एंड वाइट पीसेस से आते हैं डॉगमस। आज भाई इंडिया वर्सेस टर्की, दिस कुड बी even a world championship match of 2028, 2030, not 2028, 2030 maybe. Yes, Sahaj bhai, totally possible. Going to be
Why
very interesting.
2028 also possible? Why not?
How? मुकेश, उसमें से एक तो जीतेगा ना भाई अर्जुन, एक
I
ही आ
mean, I
सकता है
meant
ना।
India number one, yeah. I meant India number
हाँ,
one, like in that in that
इंडिया
sense.
नंबर
But
वन।
yes, yes, for
यार भाई,
sure. Please
इंडिया नंबर
continue.
वन। या नहीं, मैं तो गाना गा रहा था, बट या इट्स गोना बी अमेजिंग। एंड विद न्यू रिफ्रेश कलर्स हम लोग आ रहे हैं आपके सामने। चैट स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दो। एंड चैट, आपकी प्रिडिक्शन, व्हाट डू यू थिंक हैपेंस टुडे? डू यू थिंक अर्जुन विंस? डू यू थिंक डॉगमस विंस? डू यू थिंक ड्रॉ होगा? इट्स गोना बी अ एक्साइटिंग क्लैश सहज भाई।
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And also, I mean, I feel like Erdogan, apne perspective say, last time I believe he defeated him with the black pieces, and this time he's playing with the white pieces against Arjun. I mean, you are thinking कि भाई 2-3 महीने पहले I just defeated this guy, so I'm expecting him to go completely guns blazing. But we know Arjun himself can create some havoc as well. पिछले game में against Magnus, he played the Petrov defense, which it's still a bit of a surprise for me. But Vishy sir, yesterday said that it is not really as big of a surprise because he does play it, which is true. He does play it, but it still goes against his style. But now it will be interesting to see because Erdogmus, I'm not sure if he switches his usual stuff. But I feel like
या
Arjun का जो style है, does he go for something solid? Does he go for something dynamic? That is what I'm wondering. Because against someone like Erdogan, I feel like you have to go for something dynamic, right, Tikubai?
Agreed, because Adogmas Khud, has a lot of strengths. I don't know what his weaknesses are. We've not seen enough of him so far at the top level, but we did see him play fantastic chess at the Tata Steel tournament. But एक weakness मुझे याद आ रही है सहज भाई in chat from that event, and that was his time usage. Basically, starting में he would play very very quickly in the opening as long as he's prepared. उसके बाद he would take a lot of time from the middle game to the starting of the end game. He would use up a lot of time and then he would play fantastic chess in the end game. In fact, Gukesh के साथ he was worse. Then he was winning for a move, but he didn't have time to figure it all out. In fact, he could have defeated Gukesh in that match. So I think super important clash today. वो मुझे अभी टर्किश टीम का रिएक्शन याद है सहज भाई जब उन्होंने मिस किया था वो विन. So I think बहुत important for Arjun to win today and really gain rating, because if he wins today, he enters the world top 10 again. In fact, world top 8. Let's go.
Oh, that is a a very interesting point you bring up about the time usage of Yagiz. But I feel in the first match he did not have as much time issues. But okay, in an event like this, I feel fatigue starts to kick in, and you go back to your usual habits more often. जितना जितना ज़्यादा थकते हो, at least that's my feel. And Arjun is known to be quite fast in the opening, because he has some crazy idea. He is usually booked up until like move 15, 20. And there it is. There is Arjun. Handshakes. Let's go. India number one, Turkey number one incoming. Tiku bhai, one result, if you could say. What is it going to be?
I think Arjun wins. I think Arjun wins.
Let's
Arjun ka
go.
comeback बहुत time से pending, as we just said yesterday as well. Like he had that great run in 2024, great run in 2025, but कहीं ना कहीं पे थोड़ा सा अटक गए हैं in the second half of 2025. Although he did win a medal at the World Rapid Blitz Classical Chess में वो 2800 वाला अर्जुन मिसिंग लग रहा है थोड़ा सा. And I think this is the comeback he needs. And उनको थोड़ा pause rest भी मिला था सहज भाई. We were talking about chat. याद है कि Indian players को थोड़ा rest लेना चाहिए. They should take a pause, go back, take some rest, work on the chess, come back. Arjun did get that rest सहज भाई, because he was not playing the candidates. So पूरा महीना तो पूरा फ्री ही था उनका. उनके tournaments, March में भी I don't remember him playing anything. I think यहाँ पे उनको 2 महीने का रेस्ट मिला है. He has good opportunity to show his preparation. I mean, क्या ही opening prep करके आए होंगे सहज भाई वो already. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, for sure. I think, of course, अगर आप अर्जुन की आप रेटिंग हटा दो, 3 इवेंट्स उसके हटा दो टाटा स्टील के, अर्जुन इज मे बी लाइक वर्ल्ड नंबर 2 और could even argue for being world number 1 है. वो टाटा स्टील ही एक एक वो इवेंट है. And there it is, by the way, the inaugural move is being made between Nils Grandelius and, of course, the goat of chess, Magnus Carlsen. First move E4, I'm seeing on the board.
Yeah.
By the
E4,
way, in
by
the
the way.
Yagiz board as well, I see E4, being played. There it
Ooh,
is. Yeah.
bhai. Ready for a battle is Yagiz, Kaan. And also, let's not forget कि Magnus Carlsen, of course, आज win के लिए definitely खेलेंगे. He is playing Nils Grandelius, जिससे वो लगभग 200 पॉइंट आगे है सहज भाई. So I'm expecting, so I mean, four intense games, a Dogmas versus Arjun. Result, I would say, very likely. Nodirbek Andy Woodward, clear favorite Nodirbek, result likely, who could go to 2-on-2. Nils Magnus, result very likely. And Jorden Zhu Jiner, आज चारों result आने की probability is very, very high.
That's a great point. Very, very great point. But let's not forget, Nils is extremely solid player, especially, I mean, I think with either color, and he's more than capable, I think, of even pulling an upset. The real question is, Tiku bhai, does he go for Petrov? Because I see E4, E5 already board पे आ चुका है. तो वो जो एक महीना अर्जुन चिल कर रहा था, was he looking at Petrov?
नहीं,
Answer is
नहीं,
no.
नहीं, अर्जुन, वो होता है मैग्नस इफेक्ट चैट. पेट्रोफ डिफेंस खेला गया था बिकॉज यू आर प्लेइंग मैग्नस, एंड ऑल्सो बिकॉज you want to surprise Magnus. You don't want to let him get into his comfortable territory. You're happy with the draw, as we saw yesterday. Aaj Arjun is playing for all three results. He's not really worried about a draw. He's like, okay, I want to play a normal game of chess. If I get opportunities, I want to push. Although सहज भाई, अगर आप उस नाइट ऑन C6 को देखें, अर्जुन ने ना एक वियर्ड तरीके से चला उसको, लाइक मतलब ही पुट इट ऐसे थोड़ा सा हड़बड़ी से, एंड वो नाइट बिल्कुल स्क्वायर के राइट साइड पे है. इफ यू कैन लुक एट इट केयरफुली, आई स्टिल फील अर्जुन मे बी बिकॉज ही इज नॉट प्लेड चेस फॉर द लास्ट कपल ऑफ मंथ्स, स्लाइट नर्व्स देयर फॉर मी.
Could be, could be, but I think okay, he has still been playing. He has been pretty active, overall in the past couple of months. But considering this whole Petrov stuff, I feel it's not just only ke you want to play solid. I feel like it's just a choice, yeah, because also Petrov is a type of opening which surprises your opponent very, very early on. So the chances of Magnus, pulling some weird sideline was much, much less. And okay, it's possible that he just chose. And also, let's not forget कि अर्जुन ने Petrov Gukesh के साथ ही खेला था in the Tata Steel itself. So, but yeah, now he has something else. We have Spanish on the board. Bishop E7. That's the main line. Generally speaking, you want to go Bishop to C5. That's Mauler. But Bishop E7 is the main line here. inside this, Tikubai, I'm sure there's like, hundreds of thousands of games. I'm not even kidding. This is the
Yeah.
most popular line. We still don't know what is that prep from
Hmm.
Arjun yet.
Agreed. And Erdogmus is trying to figure exactly that out. By the way, look at him right now, trying to figure out Bishop E7 के बाद क्या idea अर्जुन का हो सकता है. How can I make sure not to fall into Arjun's prep? Because अगर अर्जुन की prep में फंस गए Erdogmus, I mean, it's not even going to be like a close battle. Arjun 25 move literally theory के खेल डालेंगे, and then you're fighting against an engine. But of course, the reverse is also true. Arjun also has to be careful. Yagiz Khan working out on very, very hard on his chess, working Namidarov, who's an ambitious attacking player. So अगर Erdogmus की prep आ गई सहज भाई, it could be a full-on attack for white.
Oh yes, for sure. I think that is exactly what we want to be mindful for. But I think right now, Yagiz, it is pretty clear that Yagiz maybe did not anticipate this, at least this specific line, because he's taking his time. And यहाँ पर आप दो तरह की lines खेल सकते हो. One is rookie one, which is to defend this pawn. That's the most, let's say, typical way of playing. There is also D3. एंड इसमें डिफरेंस ये भी पॉन को बचा रहा है, रुक ई वन भी पॉन को बचा रहा है, बट रुक ई वन लाने का पॉइंट ये है कि देन दिस पॉन इज अ बिट लूज एंड देन यू कैन प्ले C3 एंड देन
Sahaj
D4
bhai,
डायरेक्टली.
I am so sorry to interrupt you, but we need to go to two games quickly. First of all, why has the Jordan Zhu Jiner game not begun yet? That's the first question. Oh, I don't see it, the moves only, I think. Okay, the game has begun. That's one, stress off my back. Second is, look at the opening Magnus has played, chat.
Oof,
Bhai,
oof, oof, oof. Chad, does anyone know the name of this opening? It's a difficult question, I would say, if you
you know,
have not seen, of course.
एक प्लेयर जाने जाते हैं चैट, उनका नाम आपने जरूर सुना होगा. ताल से ताल मिला से अगर आपको कोई प्लेयर का नाम याद आता है, उनकी फेवरेट ओपनिंग थी ये सहज भाई. एंड मैग्नस कार्लसन लगता है आज मूड में है कुछ क्रेजी खेलने के.
Oh, yes, for sure. It is known as the Benoni defense. I see some people guessing London, Cram,
हाँ.
okay, Kaan variation, but no, this is Benoni defense, and this is basically known as one of the sharpest lines you can play as black. And I think this is very obvious that Magnus is trying to play for a win abhi. By
Yeah.
Bishop D6 खेल दिया, that is called the snake Benoni. I think it's one of the coolest names. Chad, I mean, I don't know if you agree with this, but think of this name, yeah, snake Benoni. I mean, that sounds such a cool line.
वाओ, आई डिडंट
Um,
नो कि मेरे एक्स के नाम पे एक ओपनिंग थी. बट एनीवे सहज भाई आल्सो लाइक वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग कि मैग्नस डज प्ले D6. आई जोक्स चैट जोक्स जस्ट जोक्स.
hmm.
आल्सो टू मी इट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग कि भाई Magnus lost 1.2 rating points. So he's 2838.8 already. If he wins this game, I think he just gains that rating back. So it's so hard to be Magnus, man. Like draw cover up करने के लिए आपको जीतना है भाई. And if you draw this game, you already lose like 3 points or something. Yeah, insane.
But I mean, okay, like Magnus' के perspective से, I'm okay. Let's. I mean, firstly, I don't think वो 2-8 और वो 2-9-0-0 वाला गोल मैग्नस क्लासिकल में एटलीस्ट चेस कर रहा है अभी.
हाँ.
ही इज ऑलरेडी हिट दैट सीलिंग, एंड जो वर्ल्ड नंबर 2 है वो 2800 भी नहीं है. तो आई एम नॉट रियली श्योर कि ही केयर्स के 2840 है, 2835 है, वट एवर. आई थिंक इज मोर अबाउट के besides Norway chess, Magnus hasn't played any classical. You must be
Hmm.
hungry to play classical chess. I'm sure,
हाँ.
at that level, अगर आपने इतना time आपने chess नहीं खेला, तो you'd be like, okay, यार, let's play this because just haven't played it in such a long time, and I think that's what it is.
Love it actually because Magnus ने बहुत सारी opening prep करी होगी because he is a chess fan, of course, one of the best chess fans, and वो opening ideas test करने का मौका उनको finally मिल रहा है. So would expect something crazy. So Magnus getting up from his seat as Nils thinks. Let's go back to Arjun game Sahaj bhai and let's go over the moves क्या हुआ because Bishop E7 के बाद we have a couple of more moves on the board.
Yep. So he did indeed choose one of those variations with D3 or Rook E1. He chose D3, so a relatively a closed structure is incoming. क्योंकि अब D4 उसने basically deny कर दिया. Now B5 happens, Bishop B3, and now Black plays D6. And now whenever in Spanish structures, whenever Black plays D6, you are defending the E5 pawn, and then your plan is knight to A5 and to take away the Spanish bishop. And इसको challenge करने के लिए White के पास दो options है. Technically, okay, तीन options भी कह सकते हो. But realistically, okay, you have A3 and then you have C3, and okay, you can also say you have A4 as well, which is kind of the same. Basically, इस bishop के लिए एक घर बनाओ, and that's what Yagiz is thinking. कि how should he proceed? I'm sure he knows the different ways to play here, but he also doesn't want to fall into Arjun's prep because look at Arjun's time, Tikku bhai. That looks
Yeah.
dangerous.
या दैट्स अ साइन कि फिलहाल के लिए उनको सोचना पड़ा ही नहीं, उनकी बॉडी लैंग्वेज से आपको पता लग रहा है. एंड सहज भाई, आई थिंक मेरे को ब्रश करने का बड़ा मन कर रहा है फॉर सम रीजन. कैन यू टेल मी द रीजन व्हाई?
ब्रश करने का?
पता नहीं, आई डोंट नो व्हाई. विद लाइक अ न्यू रिफ्रेश्ड कलर ब्रश.
ओ अच्छा। आई सी इट भाई, कल वाले उससे तो बेटर ही है। कल
नहीं,
वाला
आई
तो
लाइक द
मतलब बस,
आई
कल
लाइक द
वाले में तो
यस्टरडे वन
मतलब डिफरेंट
बिकॉज
कलर्स ही थे भाई।
हाँ. But okay, meanwhile, Erdogmus and Arjun, focused on the board. क्या रहेगा चार्ट यहाँ पे उनकी चॉइस है? आपने बोला A4 is a choice, C3 is a choice. Would you say this is the kind of opening which is strategic? And यहाँ पे it gives the opportunity for the stronger player to show his skill.
Yes, and pretty much yes, but at the same time, I think it's also about prep, because this is, I think we're right now, we're in modern chess territory, because look at this, he did choose c3, and look at the speed at which Arjun is playing. Yeah, because he's probably booked until the next like 10 moves or something like this. So until that is finished, we cannot really say कि वो, whether it's a close position or not, because Arjun, you can see how fast he's playing actually right now.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure when it ends.
एंड चैट स्ट्रीम लाइक करो भाई. लेट्स गेट टू 500 लाइक्स. पहली डायमंड मेंबरशिप आज 500 लाइक्स पे हम लोग देंगे. सो लेट्स डू इट. मीनवाइल अर्जुन ऑफ कोर्स, who has a diamond membership, is thinking कि कहाँ तक उनकी प्रभु याद है. Dogmas, by the way, is very interesting. Sahaj bhai, he recently defeated, as we discussed, a former world champion 5-1 Veselin Topolov, जो एक टाइम पे खुद एक कैंडिडेट्स में 6.5 आउट ऑफ 7 करके बैठे थे. ही पुल्ड ऑफ अ सिंदारोव वे बैक 2 decades बैक. उनको उन्होंने 5-1 हराया. ऑफ कोर्स ही इज नॉट इन द प्राइम ऑफ हिज फॉर्म राइट नाउ, बट स्टिल अ कमेंडेबल परफॉर्मेंस. या दैट शोज
Of
कि
course,
डॉगमस
bhai.
एटलीस्ट इज इन ग्रेट शेप.
Topalov is a world champion, bhai. I mean, Vishy sir played a world championship match against
या
Topalov. Like, it's like defeating him. I think in any, I know कि like there were things being said कि like वो उसका वो strength नहीं है वो सब,
फार्म कर रहा
but
है. या
2800 का rating है उनका. Like, are you kidding me? And
या
did you see the games? Like it didn't feel okay one-sided to me whatsoever. It was a very big fight, but I think Yagiz was just prevailed at the end. But yeah,
या
he's definitely quite scary right now.
अग्रीड.
Yagiz,
एंड
and
चैट
we
इफ यू
don't
लुक
know
एट
भाई
द
कि उसका
गेम्स.
cap क्या है, because हर player कहीं ना कहीं पे stabilize करता है
हाँ.
at some point. Yagiz hasn't stabilized anywhere. If you look at his
अग्रीड.
graph now, like he hasn't stabilized even like in one place, which is the scary part. But let's see. Knight B2 played, by the way. The
या
simple idea is rook e1, knight f1, and knight g3, and you want to play on the king side.
very typical of this structure. And also, of course, Topolov, maybe not in the prime of his life, he also fell below 2700. But Yagiz, of course, I mean, basically the difference for me was in that match that a crazy position on the board. So Yagiz preferred these positions with crazy tactics. Dono king, literally in one game the king got mated, in the center of the board or something. So crazy positions, and then Topolov in time pressure in that crazy position make a game losing blunder in one move. So tactics, bilkul on point, sharp hair dogma square, typical of any youngster. So it's not going to be easy for Arjun, of course. By the way, 92 ke baad Sahaj by Arjun maybe having his first slight thing, so to speak.
Yeah, and by the way, I was looking at the name of this variation. Tikubai, can you guess what is this variation called?
Uh,
I think there is no chance you will guess the name of this variation. And I think it is named after a player who is active right now. I think. I'm not sure, but I think. Chat, feel free to take any guesses.
समय रहना के ऊपर. पॉसिबल तो
It's a
है.
chess player. It's a chess player.
हाँ.
So it's actually called Martinez variation,
Oh, interesting,
which I did
interesting.
not know. But yeah, I'm guessing named after Jospem. Um, but yeah. So ideas, I mean, जैसा आप कह रहे थे पहले कि it's closed. The idea is rook e1, knight f1, knight g3, and Arjun is thinking because there are different ways for black to basically play here.
Hmm.
There is firstly this idea of knight a5 and c5, which is popularized by Chigorin. This is all like kind of known as Chigorin's idea. And then there is this bishop b7, bishop d7. This is kind of a bit modern. उसके साथ आप a5, a4 फेंकते हो. It's like because the position is so closed, there are uh, quite a number of options that Arjun also has. Now, Arjun thinking Tikubai, I think maybe doesn't mean that he's out of prep. It could also mean
Yeah.
that he knows like a bunch of setups and he's
Yes.
thinking कि भाई which one should I employ here?
अग्रीड इट्स लाइक यू आप यहाँ से मान लो आप यहाँ से कहीं दूर 2 घंटे आपको ट्रैवल करना है, आप मुंबई से लेट्स से खंडाला जा रहे हो, आपके पास गूगल मैप्स पे दो पाथ है, यू वांट टू चूज वेदर आई वांट टू चूज द फास्टर पाथ, डू आई वांट टू चूज द मोर सीनिक पाथ जहाँ पे व्यू व्यू मुझे मिले. सो अर्जुन इज टेकिंग दैट कॉल राइट नाउ कि कौन से प्लान की तरफ वो बढ़ना चाहेंगे. ही इज अंडरस्टूड मल्टीपल वंस क्लियरली कैसल्स के बाद तो उनकी प्रेप एंड नहीं होगी. अर्जुन की प्रेप कैसल्स पे खत्म नहीं होती सहज भाई, लाइक कई लोग की होती है बट नॉट अर्जुन.
Exactly, exactly. I see a question from the chat. Predict Magnus Elo loss. What would it be after event finishes? I think I was wondering about this, but I somehow feel when this classical segment is this month is over, I feel like Magnus is either gonna be like stable or maybe he's gonna lose like 1 or 2 points. I don't think it's gonna be like anything major. टिकू भाई आपको क्या लगता है?
सो इट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग बिकॉज दोनों टूर्नामेंट की साथ में रेटिंग अपडेट होगी. सो नॉर्वे चेस में मैग्नस तो कुछ तो हो जाता है भाई. ही जस्ट प्लेस लाइक फैसिनेटिंग चेस इवन दो ही लॉस्ट टू वुकेश लाइक एंड प्रग आल्सो वंस लाइक ही डोमिनेटेड बोथ इवेंट्स ओवरऑल. Um, so I would say maybe he gains rating out of this Sahaj. Why I feel like he Magnus combined both events में यहाँ पे तो क्या है, he's playing a bunch of low rated players. Okay, everybody's low rated for Magnus, but यहाँ पे 2600 से भी खेल रहे हैं. अगर एक ड्रॉ हो गया 4 पॉइंट चले गए फॉर एग्जाम्पल, like it's a bit harsh. But overall, combining both events, I think he's gonna probably gain rating. Is my guess. What's your take, chat? Net gain or loss for Magnus in rating? Sahaj, your call.
I yeah, I think more or less I agree, but it remains to be seen because okay, like I think we haven't seen that wo form wala Magnus, because yesterday also like that difference between D5 and pawn takes pawn. I mean, like I think someone like Magnus never ever misses in a situation like that. So I think दो तीन round लगते हैं I think to get back into shape and perhaps that's exactly what it is. But yeah, let's see. Arjun is thinking for, I think, quite like almost 5 minutes, which in
Yeah.
Arjun time, it's a lot, yeah.
Yeah, agreed. And I think it's because knight d2 in that position was the third most common move. Very popular. It's not a sideline, but maybe not the main move he expected. Rook e1 and h3 were more popular, but might just transpose in one move or the other. So he's just trying to work out the specifics of the move order. Thanks for super chat, Sushmita. Really appreciate that. Glad to have you on the channel. Let's go full screen. And maybe first, let's go to the bird's eye view, Sahaj. I want to check out all the 4 games together. Just take a call because we predict 4 results today. Do you think that's potentially going to happen, or do you see a game here or there जहां पे भाई अरे ये तो ड्रॉ हो गया भाई?
Actually, like, I think no game is progressing towards a draw. Definitely not the one on the bottom right corner of the screen because that's gonna be like proper fireworks on the board. कुछ ना कुछ एक sack होने वाला भाई. I'm ready to bet Maggie's on it. कुछ ना कुछ sack होगा इस game में. या तो
Hmm.
black करे कोई या तो black या white. We don't know, but something bad is gonna happen here. But on the top left corner of the screen, it feels like Andy Woodward has had some pretty nice prep on the board against Nodirbek because I see the time he has
Hmm.
around an hour and 30 minutes and uske opponent ke paas an hour and 25 minutes and he's offering that trade of bishops which simplifies the position a bit more. So I'm not sure if wahan par Andy is fine or not, but
Hmm.
it looks pretty pleasant to me for now.
Yeah.
I think apart from that, very very long games. Of course, Jordan has played the London system, Tikuvai. So I think he's already in a much better position, if I'm not mistaken, because he has the extra
Yeah.
pawn on c5.
Yep, I can expect h4 even as a possibility. Of course, the c5 pawn, d5. If you defend with e6, you block your bishop on c8. So tough choices for Zhu Jiner. And also, like she had a horrific blunder yesterday, so she has to kind of, trust her calculation there, which is always hard when you lose the game in one move. So we can see her calculate. So yeah, 4 results possible. Definitely on the cards today, chat. So we do have a few moves in the Arjun game. Let's jump back to that one side by full screen. Knight d2 के बाद finally after a 6.5 minute think, Arjun plays knight to a5, the move you discussed. Bishop drops back, of course. Bishop pair nahi denge Erdogmus, and now pawn to c5, gaining space in the center, and of course d4 को थोड़ा सा रोकते हुए.
I think Basically, he's following that Chigorin wala plan, and just based on the fact that Arjun thought for about 6 minutes and then proceeded to play pretty quickly, I'm still a bit unsure ke whether this is his prep or not, Tiku bhai, because it
Hmm.
could just be a play. It could just be him trying to recall कि मुझे कौन सी variation सबसे ज़्यादा मतलब याद है. I'm guessing it could be that, but I
Possible.
feel like he's not out of prep. Yeah, I. What are your thoughts on it?
I think maybe 92 move out of Simco itna, maybe he's not seen that and he's just trying to see whether it transposes after rook e1 or h3, which it likely will. So he's just trying to maneuver into what he knows. Maybe he has seen this at some point as well, but not recently. So I think that kind of the deep thing there was warranted. And now 6 minutes is also not that much. Yeah, it's not the kind of thing jहाँ पे he's trying to figure out what just happened. It's the kind of thing जहाँ पे you're trying to recall कि भाई मैंने क्या देखा हुआ है यहाँ पे, क्या subtle differences हैं in the move order. And by the Sushmita, again, thanks a lot for super chat. कोई कह रहा है सुष्मिता
Oh.
ऑन स्ट्रीक. नहीं यहाँ पे ट्विच ट्रेन तो नहीं है. So really appreciate the super chat by the way. Sahil bhai, did you attend UT Dallas from ये क्या है भाई? ये क्या सवाल है सहज भाई?
Oh,
Sushmita is
UT
asking.
Dallas. Yes, yes, I did actually for
Oh wow.
like a year and a half or so. I was there. And oh, that's so cool that you're from Austin. That's very, very cool. Are you still there? But Dallas is and UTD is, I think, one of my, let's say, most favorable moments of my life were there. So,
Oh nice.
um, very, very nice place.
Is it the same university जिसने chess program बंद कर दिया? I heard like some
No, no, no. That
university
was
close.
Webster. That's
Webster. Okay.
Webster. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. That's the. I think that's the
Lilium.
which is a very surprising because Webster is one of the biggest
Hmm.
sort of programs in the US. But UTD का अभी भी चल रहा है. And I think there is a grandmaster. I'm guessing it's Kostub, um, who's there.
Hmm.
He's also doing the program there. But yeah,
Yeah. So Chad, if you become a GM, US universities में भी opportunities होती है भाई. So chess gives you wings, so to speak, to fly to the other side of the world. And meanwhile, um, you know,
and
uh,
Harshit also did this, right? Harshit was in
yeah,
Mizu for 4 years, and yeah, it's one of the nice perks, I would say. But भाई Yagiz इतना सोच रहा है इस position में is a bit surprising to me.
agreed. I think Rookie one looks automatic, so to speak. I mean, you can't really move the bishop on c1. A knight on d2 is begging for the rook to come to e1, right? ताकि उसका अगला square free हो जाए. So Rookie one kind of feels automatic, but he's thinking maybe it's just the pressure of the game, Sahaj bhai. I think maybe आज strategy बनी है भाई अर्जुन को हराना है, like kind of defeat the India number one, make a claim, make a statement today.
Could be, but I have to say that from the first 10 moves, I feel like Arjun should be really happy
Hmm.
with this outcome because I feel like he has more time on the clock. The position is relatively close, and yeah, he's बहुत सोच रहा है. But at the same time, while having said all of this, this kept happening in Tata Steel as well. I'm not sure if people in the chat will remember, but I know Tikobai, you will remember that each game, he had less time on the clock, and suddenly, he was playing all the best moves. Sometimes even, having a near perfect game as well. So it could just be one of those patterns being repeated.
Hmm. True, true. Agreed. And Arjun, of course, will be more cautious this time, though. I think he knows what can go wrong. Sometimes first time किसी से खेल रहे हो तब कहते हैं noob. But next time you're very cautious once you lose once. The वो traumatic memory याद आती है आपको. So he's not going to make that mistake again. And by the way, Sushmita is saying, oh, she does go to UT Austin. Heard about your Dallas days during Olympia 24 stream. Watching those old gold days. Really love your commentary. Hey, thanks a lot, Sushmita. Really appreciate you having you on the in the chat. And I'm sure the chess players also appreciate having so many fans. By the way, I think ये पहला सवाल पूछते हैं पता है players से सहज भाई during any big event जो भी on-site होता है. Do you have a message for your fans, following you in these events? Yeah, the candidates 2024, like जहाँ पे whenever we would get a player for in an interview after the games, they would say really appreciate the fans for watching even during midnight hours, right? कितना watching था भाई for that event when Gukesh won. So I think सबसे ज़्यादा क्रेडिट तो फैंस को आता है भाई for the growth of chess in the last few years.
100%, 100%. So that's very, very important. But Yagiz is thinking so much. I feel like this does not feel comfortable to me at all.
Why Yagiz also looks fitter. I think maybe I don't know, Saj, I think we've all
Yeah, yeah,
heard
for
this.
sure. For
है ना
sure,
कि
for sure,
top
yes.
level chess पे chat, like you might think fitness is not important, but it is very important because top five पहले 5 hours में especially, like you 4 hours maybe you are okay, but in the final hour of play, you're always tired. And even Magnus mentioned this recently, like I'm trying to drag my opponents, drag the game as long as possible taki when the critical moment arrives, like we are both low on the clock, both are tired, and that's where I trust myself. So I think physical fitness matters a lot, and I think Dogma's clearly working on that as well, apart from his chess. And by is Sal, I think we already gonna see a Dogma starting to win these big events, Sahaj, by not just these one-on-one matches, but also like events like I don't know which event he's playing, but I would not be shocked if he wins a major event this year.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I mean, if we think about Magnus in this sense, I mean, Magnus is, I mean, I think a prime example, yeah, because how, I mean, we call it the Magnus effect, but in some extent, to some extent, उसने train तो किया है ना, like
Hmm.
there is 6 घंटे if he can sit at the board and he can continuously put pressure. I mean, that requires endurance both mentally and physically. So to do something like that, that's the standard. That's what you have to do. So um, yeah, nice to see this.
Yep. And Arjun getting up from his seat, by the way. And
Oh,
D. Oh,
wait,
wow.
what?
Bhai, he
Um,
plays D4 instantly. And I'm
if
looking at
you
the X. Haan,
By
Sahaj, bolo,
if
bolo.
you gave me like I don't know, like 1,000 guesses in this, okay, that's not physically possible, but you get the the sentiment that I would not have guessed the move d4 at all, because simply because this is just wasting a tempo. आप d4 डायरेक्टली खेल सकते थे, रिमेंबर इन दैट पोजिशन where we were saying that rookie 1 के साथ
Hmm.
आप d4 खेल सकते हो, that was possible. So he on
Hmm.
purpose lost a tempo to do this.
So my next question is it like a way to get Arjun out of prep, or is it just an objective strategic error, Sahaj bhai?
No, it's not, definitely not an error,
Hmm.
because position is highly, positional. So it's very difficult to simplify it in such terms. In fact, Magnus has played this himself against
Ooh.
Kramnik in
Oof.
2007, I believe it. भाई वो तब भी 2700 ही था मैग्नस, इमेजिन 2007 में भी वो 2700 था भाई.
Oof. Oof. Oof.
But
And
so it has happened. I mean, strong players have played it in the past, but I'm guessing because Arjun has committed this Chigorin setup with knight f5 and c5, and उसने बोला ठीक है, I'll go into this position while being a tempo down because I feel a bit more comfortable in it. Usually वो tempo या तो h3 होता है या फिर rook e1 होता है, which okay, not really a major difference.
yeah, chat, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. So I have a variation, okay? After d4, let's say takes with the c pawn, takes with the c pawn. Tikua Sundarov second really should have competed here. सीरियसली चैलेंज भाई, चैलेंज की स्पेलिंग गलत है मंदिर भाई, पहले सही स्पेलिंग लिखो तब पढ़ूंगा मैं. एंड इज सुप्रीमेसी. लूडो में यस, लूडो में आई थिंक इट्स पॉसिबल, चेस में इट्स टफ मंदिर भाई. ऑल्दो थैंक्स अ लॉट फॉर सुपर चैट भाई. And just looking at the variation stage by c takes d4, c takes d4, and
Yeah.
now knight c6 is the best move. The
Oops.
other equally good move is queen c7, which to me, okay, looks less natural, so I'm going to stick to knight c6 for now. After knight c6, if you play d5, attack that knight, knight b4 only move, attacking the bishop, bishop drops back. Now a5 only move. By the way, this is happening on the board.
Yeah, it's
a3,
happening. Yeah.
a3,
I mean,
knight
yes,
a6, and
but
now b4.
right, and still the position remains highly complex, even though this knight on a6 is kind of out of place. But okay, it's really not. Usually, na ye knight b7 pe hota hai, which is a horrible, horrible piece because it has no access points. But at least on a6, it's looking at the b4 pawn, so it can be a bit useful. But in this position, by the way, it's pawn takes pawn has happened. And you
Hmm.
mentioned the move knight c6 here, right? And if you had kept the pawns on c5 and c3, then knight c6 would not have worked. Because तब
Hmm.
अगर मैं d5 खेलता तो knight b4 possible ही नहीं था position में. So
Hmm.
this idea, although kind of typical in this position, I think 100% actually Arjun plays it.
Why? I hope so he does, because
100%, I
it
think.
it will give Arjun also winning chances actually, because objectively it's the best way to play. And by the way, एक सवाल है हमने कल भी डिस्कस किया था. If a player performing well matters for growth of chess in a country, then Norway should have the biggest chess nation so far. By the way, I just checked this today. Apparently under 10 में, so under 2016 और उसके बाद के जो born players हैं, the world number 2 is actually from Norway. The world number 1 is from India. The world number 2 is actually from Norway. So there is a clear impact of Magnus, but kind of becoming the world champ. You've just not seen it yet. So you might see in the next couple of years, chat. So it
But I
is.
mean, at the same time, like I feel you cannot compare Magnus to Norway in that sense, because Magnus is not just the number one player of the current world. He's
Hmm.
the number one player like for like ever. So in that sense, he's more of a global thing. Like because of him, a lot of players will pick up chess from other nations simply
For
because
sure.
they will
For
see
sure.
Magnus, not
For sure.
necessarily Norway in that sense.
But Norway as well, right? I mean, it's also part of the, I think,
In Norway, I think will have maybe the biggest
huh.
impact from it. But I think at this point, like everyone knows, Magnus.
you know, uh, we're talking about Norway, maybe like a 30-second look at the game played by the guy from Norway. It looks like objectively, Nils is better, but if we go through the moves, I mean, Magnus is behind on the clock. What do you make of that situation, Sahaj? By Bishop exchange ho chuke hain, and White has a comfortable space advantage. A4, F4, like what's the problem?
We were looking at this Bishop G4. Basically, I this is a pretty typical plan in Benoni. You want to capture this bishop with this knight, ताकि ये जो white का जो bishop रह जाता है, it is not necessarily the best piece. But Nils said no and takes के बाद ये knight बच गया यहाँ पे. And it's still you still removed the let's say so to speak the bad bishop from the position, and now he goes knight e8 with the idea of knight c7 b5. This is very typical stuff in Benoni. Like what Magnus is essentially saying is कि जैसे आप वो rectangles बनाते थे ना board पे like this. So black has majority on the queen side, white has majority on the king side because you have more pawns. So white will try to attack with f4, e5, f5, something like this. Black will try to attack with knight c7, b5, and you know and so on and so on.
I was half laughing because Sushmita in chat said कि मेरे को ये प्लेइंग हॉल थोड़ा सा देख के डॉक्टर का रिसेप्शन ज्यादा लग रहा है. क्या सैड मोमेंट है. Actually,
Oh,
I think
actually,
it's
yes. Actually, yes.
वो कुर्सियों की प्रॉब्लम है. आई थिंक इट काइंड ऑफ रिजेंबल्स दैट ब्लू कलर यू सी आउटसाइड इनसाइड हॉस्पिटल्स, बट ऑल्सो आई थिंक इट्स द कैमरा टू सम एक्सटेंट, बिकॉज जब भी हम कैमरा में देख रहे हैं, नोटिस राइट और लेफ्ट में अंधेरा लग रहा है इन एवरी कैमरा. दैट्स नॉट पॉसिबल, राइट? बिकॉज सेंटर वाले बोर्ड में तो लाइट होगी. सो आई थिंक इट्स ऑल्सो द कैमरा में भी सेटिंग में भी इज अ बिट नॉट लाइक शुड हैव बीन बेटर. आई थिंक वो लाइटिंग परफेक्टली कैप्चर नहीं कर रहा, बट येस इट डज लुक रिजेंबल लाइक ऐसे वो डॉक्टर के बाहर वाला एनवायरनमेंट. या वो कुर्सियां कलर का ऐसा ही है.
Could be, could be.
और इट्स
ये
लाइक
तो
टूथब्रश है.
डेफिनेटली भाई, स्पेशली वो जो पोस्टर है उसके साथ तो पक्का ही 100%.
हाँ हाँ,
तो
डेंटिस्ट क्लिनिक. ट्रू 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 भाई, ट्रू.
तो अगर हमें करना होता कि लाइक कौन कौन से बोर्ड पे लाइक बेस्ट पोस्टर है, तो टिकू भाई लाइक दिस वन यू सीन ऑलरेडी.
हाँ
लेट्स गो टू अर्जुन. लाइक
हाँ.
आउट ऑफ 10 व्हाट वुड यू रैंक दिस?
आई लाइक द प्रीवियस वन मोर. एटलीस्ट आई
तो
नो कि
पहले वाले को
कौन.
ज्यादा चैट, डू यू एग्री विद
हाँ
दैट? I feel
हाँ
like I think पहले वाला is slightly better as well.
हाँ.
And then this
उसकी
is the Nodirbek one.
this is too much text for me. Nah, don't like this at all. The rank third, I think. This is the
Rank
worst
3.
one so far. हाँ.
And let's go to the fourth one. Oh, that's actually nice, yeah. That
That's
looks like
decent.
that's number one for me 100%. That
हाँ.
says it's a
Maybe
chess tournament.
maybe I will choose number two. Maybe it's like, faces सामने हो तो it might be distracting for me as a chess player. Like I might just get distracted by the face. So I will choose number two.
Ah,
But first
okay.
one, toothbrush is best by. I love the toothbrushes by.
Agreed, bhai, agreed.
Maybe
Oh, by
Magnus
the way,
अपने
Arjun
doctor.
has also played. अब
हाँ.
yeah, मैं जाना पड़ेगा poster number 3 पे. Black goes queen to c7. He doesn't play knight c6, bhai. Wow, that's a bit of a surprise for me.
Yeah, but that was also the second move we talked about, right? So, nonetheless, a great move from Arjun, bringing the queen out. And now, what does white do? For example, if you were to push the pawn to d5 now, there is no knight on c6, and black can actually play knight b7, usually a questionable move, but it's now coming to c5, and that's a great square at some point, and black should be
So
fine. And हाँ सच में.
basically, like what after like in this scenario, firstly, we must try to understand कि why did Arjun take on d4? तो पहले let's say इस position में आप queen c7 सीधा भी खेल सकते थे, right? But
Hmm.
what Arjun didn't like is that white can play d5, black can play c4, and now in some scenario, maybe not right now because abhi c3 mar raha hai. Like if you played b4, for example, there's pawn takes, and queen takes pawn. But this is a very proper issue in this setup. And if the pawn is not hanging, so let's say in this position, white can actually. Tiku bhai, can you guess what the best move for white here is? Chat question for you. Can you guess what the best move for? I mean, you
अब
will never believe it.
इतना बोल दिया तो नाइट बी वन.
Exactly. Yeah, that's just insane. Like knight b, like to play b4, you have to go knight b1. Like घर पे वापस. What is this? Knight f1 जाना था
हाँ.
भाई, ये क्या हो गया? But yeah, knight b1, and what happens is black plays whatever. You go b4, black goes knight b7, and white goes a4. And इसके बाद ये जो knight b7 का हो जाता है, this becomes a horrible horrible piece. So looking at this, Arjun said, "के you know what? Let's go into this exact same position with takes queen c7. Now अब अगर knight b7 पे भी जाएगा तो वो c5 पे आ सकता है. आप बी फोर
हम्म.
पुश करोगे तो नाइट सी फोर पे आ सकता है जहां मेरा पहले पॉन था. तो इट्स लाइक
हम्म.
a nice strategic decision from Arjun, and I think now both of them are in okay, maybe they will know the structure very well, but like I think opening wise they're both out, I feel.
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग पोजीशन एक्चुअली, एंड टाइम वाइज भी दोनों ने इनफ टाइम लिया है, दैट सिग्निफाइज कि कोई भी प्रेप में नहीं है. एंड ऑल्सो मे बी सहज भाई, वाइल डॉगमस इज थिंकिंग, जस्ट अ ब्रीफ लुक एट द नोदिर बे गेम, बिकॉज यहाँ पे क्या चल रहा है भाई? व्हाट इज दिस पोजीशन? हाउ डिड वी इवन गेट हियर? लाइक दिस इज अ यूनिक, आई हैव नेवर सीन समथिंग लाइक दिस. व्हाट इज दिस?
It's queen on b1, knight on g5, pawns ऐसे pushed एकदम h5. It looks like Nodirbek is just out for blood. Just want to run quickly through. Let's go after queen b1. So basically, this is Ragozin, and white को castle कर लेना चाहिए था. That's what mainstream theory is. But Nodirbek came up with this. Oh, look at this, bhai. This position, Nodirbek plays bishop to e2. You
वाओ.
take, knight takes, knight d5, and again, short castle is the most logic. Like okay, the normal way to play. You are equalizing and everything. But he says no, no short castle, goes e4, e5, and knight g5 and h4. It's like this is a conscious decision from Nodirbek कि भाई I want mess on the board. I want to attack. Let's go.
Bhai, once you play e4 and e5, that itself looks very committal, right? Because आपने d5 square forever दे दिया है मुझे. You don't even have a light square to control it. So that really signifies कितना confidence है नोदरबेग को अपने attack के ऊपर. And after f4, castling is for noobs, brother. A king even में बैठा हुआ है रुक के opposite, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. And already like only move for black, by the way, just taking the knight and opening my h file, which is not easy to do.
Bhai, are we sure after bishop g5? Like I see in the bar that Nodirbek should play h takes g5, but
Mhm.
are we sure he's not gonna go f takes g5? I mean, it's like a much worse position, but not really by a lot. With some h5, h6, like बहुत scary लग रहा है मुझे black के लिए.
Agreed, but I think वो e5 point weak ना हो जाए is my problem. Like at some
Like
point c5.
c5, right?
हाँ.
h5.
हाँ.
What do you play?
Knight somewhere f8 or e7. Maybe e7 because I have the
Knight
f5
e7
square.
only move, by the way. h6.
हाँ. Can I just take, or can I play
Bhai, only
g6?
move to take on it. You will really chat. Like, let me
No, I
ask
would
you
play g6.
in this position, chat. Like, you see this queen, this rook hitting the h7 pawn like this, and you're saying by pawn takes pawn, not g6. Yeah, g6 is so
No,
automatic
I
for
would
me.
either take on d4, I would play g6. Like g takes h6 is not a choice, I think.
G takes it, and that's the only move in the position. G h6.
Wow.
And do you see the follow up? There's knight g3. Bhai, what is this? एंड
This is
इसके
fun,
बाद
bhai.
वाइट की जो चाल है ना वो शॉर्ट कासल ही है तो वो आ रही है भाई बट वो लाइक 10 चाल बाद. So this is some
Okay.
ridiculous follow up from Nodirbek.
I am guessing this is not prep. So over the board निकालना is even more impressive. So by the way एक बंदा लिख रहा है RIT लिख रहा है did Magnus win भाई मतलब क्लासिकल चेस आई नो मतलब मैग्नस भगवान मानते हैं हम लोग चेस में बट इतना भी फास्ट नहीं जीत सकता यार मतलब थोड़ा टाइम तो लगेगा बेचारे को एंड बाय द वे slight error from a dogma Sahaj bhai. He just played d5. The move we discussed is a minor mistake, and now knight b7 with the idea of knight c5, even knight b7 a5, just stopping b4 first. And I feel like this is a slight mistake from a dogmas.
100%. And also, this is working right now because after knight b7, we were looking at the idea of b4, right?
Yeah.
But if black, just gave white one move here, black is almost strategically lost. Almost, like basically it's dead lost. Like because of this knight, ये long term आपको बहुत affect करता है. And that's why you have to play the move a5 here. And if you played a3 just to keep this, the only reason this is working, this entire sequence, is black can take this pawn. And you cannot capture back because his rook is undefended. ये rook b1 पे होता, bishop b2 पे होता, or any of this, none of this would have worked. You should not have gone knight b7. This is, by the way, yesterday we were talking about, learning the exceptions and all of that. You learn basically, and everywhere that the knight on b7 in Spanish is not the best piece. Like it's basically a horrible piece. Avoid it. But in this case, it's the exception.
Wow, and it's only exception because वो वहां से निकलेगा बहुत जल्दी and I think crucial moment for Arjun because Sahaj by default you can sometimes ignore a move like knight b7 because आपने भी वहां पे इतनी हजारों games देखी होती हैं जहां पे that knight on b7 gets destroyed so becomes the reason that black loses the game. So would he consider that move? That's the main question, right? Or we just kind of ignore it, play something like bishop d7, just develop. By the way, he just shows up at the board. Like if he just played bishop d7 in 5 seconds, I would not be shocked.
I think bishop d7 is difficult, but definitely possible. It's either bishop d7 or knight b7. दोनों ही काम कर रही हैं यहाँ पे. Both of them are working. But I think he has to think. And chat again, like the games will be a bit slow. That's how the opening generally goes when you play e4, e5. But the good thing about it is that it becomes really exciting like midway and towards the end because that's when everything opens up. That's when you have a bunch of sacrifices or pawn breaks or something that opens up the position. So yeah, for now it's a slow game, but I think it also means it's a good thing because it's going to be a long battle and the better player is going to win.
Exactly, and the better player clearly being Arjun here. That's the most important point. So yeah, जितना लंबा गेम चलेगा उतने chances we get to prove our superior chess skills. By the way, Arjun is still thinking. We saw knight b7, we saw bishop d7. Any other move that comes to mind? Like, of course, bishop b7 makes no sense now, right? Because of knight ka rasta rok rahe ho. The bishop is looking at a pawn on d5. So bishop is perfectly placed. Luckily, we did not already put it on b7. Now we can aram se put it on d7. Any other move that comes to mind, Sahaj, apart from these two?
Yeah, this is like one of those moves, that I feel in classical chess, especially in Spanish, it was recommended everywhere. But I think with modern engines, we realize that even though हमें, हमेशा से हमको ये fianchetto bishop is always the best is what we learned. But then we realize bishop on d7 is like way better because it controls f5, it defends b5 when you play a5, a4, and all of this. But yeah, it's an interesting point here to mention. But yeah, bishop b7 would be a horrible move here because then your knight cannot go back. Arjun is still thinking. I'm sure he knows this idea, and I'm sure he's gonna go bishop d7 here or knight b7. But I think it looks promising for him. Or do you think it's too, or it's still early days, Tikubai?
नहीं नहीं भाई the fact that Erdogmus first played d4 पहले d4 खेला which was not ideal then d5 खेला which was not ideal feels like maybe जो structure है it's not something he's super comfortable with at least for a player like who's 2700 plus so maybe there are chances for Arjun to utilize those mistakes and by the कोई कह रहा है कि अर्जुन के दो ब्लैक क्यों आए basically chat 7 राउंड है so it's an odd number that means आपको 3.5 white 3.5 black तो मिल नहीं सकते so 4 black या 4 white and थ्री ऑफ द ऑपोजिट कलर मिलेंगे. अर्जुन के ऑफ कोर्स ब्लैक कलर आए होंगे इन द ड्राइंग ऑफ लॉट्स, एंड ही गॉट द फर्स्ट टू ब्लैक, एंड नाउ इट विल ऑल्टरनेट. सो व्हाइट ब्लैक व्हाइट ब्लैक व्हाइट ब्लैक. मे बी किसी और के लास्ट दो ब्लैक होंगे, किसी और के बीच में दो ब्लैक होंगे. आई थिंक इट्स टोटली अंडरस्टैंडेबल. ऑफ कोर्स इट्स अनलकी कि मैग्नस और डॉगमस जो दो खतरनाक खिलाड़ी है उनके साथ ही ब्लैक मिले, बट ऑल्सो काइंड ऑफ एन अपॉर्चुनिटी, राइट? बिकॉज अगर आपने इन दोनों से ड्रॉ भी कर लिया सहज भाई, स्पेशली मैग्नस से ड्रॉ कर लिया आपने, यू नो यू हेल्ड द मेन हर्डल देयर, आपने मेन चैलेंज अपना रोक दिया है. नाउ यू गेट टू प्ले वाइट अगेंस्ट द वीकर प्लेयर्स, यू कैन विन द इवेंट.
For sure, but I think this is how it is normally in any round. Chat, this is a round robin event basically. So, like, everyone plays everyone, and whenever an event like this happens, one player is gonna get double white in round one and two, and one player is gonna get double black. I if memory serves me correctly, I think Tata Steel में Arjun got double white in the first two rounds. If I think he
Yeah.
defeated Prague, I believe it was, or I can't remember exactly, but I know it was Arjun who got double bet. So it's like it happens. You are chosen randomly, whether it's good or bad, you never know. At this level, आपके white और black को क्या फर्क पड़ता है round one and two में? Everyone is gonna play for a win, and very famously someone said that black से prepare करना is much easier.
या या बहुत फेमसली लेटते हुए कहा था उन्होंने. सो वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. ये फॉरेनर हिंदी क्यों बोल रहा है? व्हाई यू स्पीक हिंदी माय फ्रेंड? यू डोंट नो हिंदी, यू फ्रॉम रसिया, व्हाई यू स्पीक हिंदी? आई एम कंफ्यूजिंग.
भाई आपने मेरे को रशियन क्यों मतलब डू यू थिंक दैट्स द अदर नेशनैलिटी लाइक दैट वुड बी बिलीवेबल
हाँ नहीं चैट
और
लाइक.
दैट्स द ओनली एक्सेंट यू कुड डू लाइक
No,
व्हिच
no,
वन
no.
इज
I
इट
feel like if Sahaj Bhai, was not born in India and had the same looks,
क्या
like
बात कर रहे हो
he
भाई
could be from Russia.
ridiculous
What
it
do you think,
can't be
Chad?
Russia भाई ridiculous
It
no
could be, it
ways
could be, it could be.
I mean I've heard that but no ways like that's not what I hear the most no ways show Magnus game 2 I think यहाँ पे काफी वो I mean he's thinking for a while do you want to take a quick look at Magnus as well because very
Sure.
very exciting moves here with both players pushing the golden pawn at the same time Tikku bhai
Yeah, and I thought maybe F4 would have been very committal. He could have started with A4, but nahi. And Nils is like, why I'm going to go all guns blazing F4. And Magnus just after, by the way, 12 मिनट लिए Nils ने F4 खेलने के लिए, और 2 मिनट में Magnus ने वहां से खेल दिया F5. And now it's a crucial decision. If you take on F5, for example, आपने E file खोल दी, G takes F5, and ये कल को bishop on E3 looks a bit weird. And it's exactly what Magnus wants, a clear imbalance जहां पे वो दिखा पाएंगे कि he's the GOAT.
Yeah, for sure. Looks very promising for. I mean, it's difficult to say because one of the best moves for white here is to play g4, and if that happens, then you don't know who's gonna win because this is not a Magnus type position. Let's be real. This is not where
Yeah.
Magnus is gonna grind like for 6 hours. Because ye game, it's looking super dynamic. I think the last time I remember Magnus doing something like this was probably against Prague, yeah, when he played Sicilian Taimanov, which is I think like it's not something that Magnus usually does because I
Yeah.
think him playing Sicilian Taimanov was ke mujhe game chahiye board pe, and since that moment I don't think I've seen Magnus play that was in 2024 Norway chess, I think. And since then, I
Yes.
don't think I've seen Magnus play something this sharp with black in a classical event ever.
And
So
that too, he regretted, yeah? He lost,
that
I
game he
think.
lost, yes. So, bhai,
So,
Nils could, Swedish number one, Norwegian number one, it's यहाँ पर भी है, rivalry तो है ना. Like this is
yep.
something you can have forever. And someone is saying, why don't you read my question? It's not easy to get Magnus to play classical. What is the history behind this tournament? Is it some prestigious tournament? It is a prestigious event, but I'm not, we're not, I'm a bit unclear on why this event specifically, but I'm guessing it's close to him, yeah. And it's comfortable to play this event. Maybe that could be the reason. But it came as a surprise to us as well,
Yep.
right,
Agreed.
Tikku bhai?
Yeah, agreed. And I think मेरे हिसाब से तो मैग्नस के पोस्टर से लग रहा है कि ही इज लाइक भाई अच्छा खासा घर पे बैठा था, नो चिल कर रहा था. मेरे को भी कीड़ा था भाई क्लासिकल चेस खेलने का, आ गया
No,
हूँ.
no, no, no. You must be hungry,
नहीं.
bhai. You must be hungry. Like I'm sure you must want to play at some point. And I think this is like this Magnus doing this on purpose. I think he's just trying to enjoy chess as much as he can.
Yep. बाय द वे चैट करिए, अर्जुन हैज मेड अ स्लाइट एरर, सो लेट्स गो आफ्टर D5। उन्होंने नहीं खेला कोई भी जो मूव जो हम देख रहे थे, उन्होंने खेला बिशप G4। सो दैट्स अ लॉजिकल मूव, आपने नाइट को पिन किया है। बट आफ्टर H3, एम आई रियली गोना गो टू H5 सहज भाई? आई रादर नॉट।
भाई h3 के बाद bishop h5 is, like this is a nice move, but in Spanish this is not considered to be very good, because then you can always play g4 and this bishop kind of becomes bad. But either g4 में कुछ knight g4 मर रहा है, actually not really, or maybe the fact that there is the c file is open here, it's a bit different, but I'm not so sure I like this move, Tiku bhai.
Yeah, I agree. This doesn't look like a nice move, to be honest, because after H3, अगर आप वापस आने वाले हो Bishop D7, then of course this is a free move for white. And if you're going to go to H5, then you might also have some weak lights because on the queen side, right? कल को Rook C1, Rook C6 literally आके बैठ सकता है. And the bishop on H5 and G6 will be completely useless against that
Hmm.
plan. And endgame में जाके मैं G4 खेल दूंगा. I'll just keep it blockaded. एंड होता ना एक पार्टी चल रही है, टेरेस पे आप बेसमेंट में बैठे हुए हो, चिल कर रहे हो, लुकिंग फॉर एवरीबॉडी। सो आई थिंक रियली होपिंग कि अर्जुन हैज अ क्लियर प्लान बिहाइंड दिस।
कहाँ पार्किंग क्या?
मतलब होता है ना, लाइक आप पार्टी टेरेस पे चल रही है, आप पार्किंग में हो, आपको मिल नहीं रहा है टेरेस कहाँ है पार्टी, सो इट्स लाइक यू नीड टू फाइंड द लोकेशन ऑफ द पार्टी।
परफेक्ट, 3:51 PM।
या एंड बाय द वे
क्रेजी।
चैट,
मिस कर रहा था भाई आपकी एनालॉजी, कल एक ही एनालॉजी मैंने नोट डाउन करी। आई एम स्लैकिंग।
ऑल्सो the reason why I don't like this wala background and the ad pictures, because उसने गर्दन tilt करी है, इतनी देर गर्दन tilt देख के भी थोड़ा सा trauma हो रहा है मुझे। If her neck was straight, maybe this would have been okay, but ज़्यादा ही tilted है। By the way, oh my God, the cameras! We have entered the fifth dimension, chat.
क्रेजी, लेट्स गो।
अर्जुन छोटा हो गया काफी यार।
भाई कहीं और जाते हैं भाई एक बार। लेट्स गो टू, भाई नॉर्दर, लेट्स गो टू नॉर्दरबेक, बिकॉज कोई सवाल कर रहा था कि इस लेवल पे शॉर्ट का लॉन्ग कास्टलिंग क्यों नहीं होती है भाई। आपको क्या लगता है किंग किधर कास्टल करेगा? लाइक
भाई
थिंक
किंग
अबाउट
जाएगा
इट।
पेरिस घूमने, मुझे लगता है
लाइक
ऐसा कैसल
जाएगा
करने
भाई
का।
इधर ही, एच फाइल पे यही अटैक होगा, देखना आप। उसने खेल देना
भाई
C5 एक्चुअली, फिर वो लॉन्ग कासल फिर भी नहीं करेगा, एंड दिस पर्सन इज गोना से देखो लॉन्ग कासल नहीं हुआ। भाई आई मीन होता है, फॉर श्योर होता है, बट आई थिंक इट्स जस्ट like the more strategic you play, I mean, I think the higher level you play in chess, the more elite chess you play, I think the more strategic you have to be. Because जितना आप स्लो रखोगे गेम को, उतनी आप गलतियां एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हो अपने ओपोनेंट से, एंड शॉर्ट कासल इज जस्ट मोर स्लोअर।
agreed. And Chad, by the way, no, if we can have a look at the game of Arjun again, वापस, I'm really interested in this game now, सहज भाई। दोनों players बहुत time ले रहे हैं। मुझे लग रहा है time pressure could be a real deal in this match. We have a super chat by Donald J. Trump, fake वाले। I like this Arjun guy very much. Free H1B for him.
Oh, I just got it. I just got it. Oh.
भाई डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प जी फेक वाले, मतलब आई डोंट नो, लेकिन क्या करेगा H1B का? आई डोंट सी अ टूर्नामेंट इन द यूएस दैट ही इज प्लेइंग दिस ईयर। डू यू सी अ टूर्नामेंट सहज भाई? लाइक आई डोंट नो इफ एनी इवेंट्स दैट अर्जुन इज प्लेइंग दिस ईयर, सो क्या करेंगे वो वीजा का? दैट्स द ओनली इशू आई हैव।
By US में there are some crazy events happening. Speaking of this, the US में there are some crazy events. I was looking in June, July, like first prizes, like open events, first prize are like 10-20K, which is crazy.
या
I
आई थिंक
think I
वर्ल्ड
think if I remember correctly, some I think it was Rohit Krishna who won it last year. Was it him?
आई थिंक सो, आई एम नॉट श्योर दो, आई एम नॉट श्योर दो,
Someone
माइट
from India, like 2500 Grandmaster won in that event last year.
Very interesting. But okay, I know of many players who won like in even below categories and won like a huge prize fund there. So there are some strong events, but of course the entry fee is high, the travel costs are high, so not easy to do while you're in India. But if you live in the US, a great opportunity. In fact, I look
Yeah,
जानबूझ के
for
साइड भाई
sure.
खेलते ही नहीं है tournaments. Like they just wait for those events.
Yeah.
ताकि
Just either
it's very
go big
interesting. Go home.
or just no, just don't. Yeah, just don't go big. That's it. Just go home.
Mm, yeah, very nice.
By the way,
Um,
C5 was played in Nodirbek versus Andy Woodward here, and now the likelihood of Nodirbek castling on the long side is basically zero, Tikubai, because now the C file is open. So I'm guessing he's gonna castle on the short side. So I think that guy was right, or maybe he chooses to play just King F2 and just try to connect something on the H file. But looks very dynamic. But Bar says it's 0-0. Looks unbelievable, no? Like a position like this being 0-0.
This is the kind of position जहाँ पे you could be like plus zero point 0.5 and then one mistake you are minus 1.5. Like it just takes one move for the
Hmm.
game to completely tilt. So I think Nodirbek also has to be very careful here. For example, agar c takes d4, knight takes d4, rook c8, just normal chess by black. Now I was thinking, let me transfer the queen somehow. I don't know how I'm going to transfer it. Queen e4 was my plan. Queen f3, queen h5, but that's already much worse. Now knight c5, and you really are struggling as white here because
Hmm.
king आपका center में है. So I think
Right.
you have to be careful as Nodirbek, but of course he will be. He is world number 4 right now, and मजा आएगा game में basically. बहुत crazy game है.
Yeah, 100%. I think maza to aayega. And I think with his, attacking with F4, H4, I think it's very, very refreshing. Also, I mean, both of these guys are on perfect score. So the likelihood is whoever wins this match is going to have sole lead for the first time in this event. So for the event, this is a very, very important event. Of course, एक ही round हुआ है. I do understand that, but yeah, still relevant.
By the way, I also feel like okay, by the way, Rook C8 played. So I think he changes the move order. I think not much is gonna change. I mean, you can play Queen E4 now because there is no Knight C5. But I think your move castles might be the best move here. So Nodirbek is
No,
thinking,
no castles, but I think he goes King F2.
ooh,
Bhai, you
really?
remember that game of Rapport, yeah? That Rapport versus Starry. I think I've told you about this before. In that game, basically what happens is White goes Rook takes H7 or something like this, and Queen goes to H1, and then you play Queen H5, and then you bring the other Rook to H1, something like this. And I feel King F2 के बाद आप कुछ normal चाल खेलते हो A5. Is it at all possible for me to capture here, or some
What?
distant possibility?
Rook H7 directly?
Not directly, because I feel like after capturing back, you can play knight df8, and okay,
Huh.
knights are covering both squares.
Yeah.
So I would not look at this. So ideally you want to remove this knight before you take on h7, but I could see it working in some scenario. It could, yeah.
Oof, by if these ideas can work, फिर तो यहाँ पे literally you could see a one move mistake just like we saw in Nodirbek's game yesterday भाई. So कल की तरह
Hmm.
आज भी एक ही चाल में वो जीत सकते हैं, and time pressure already building up on Andy Woodward. He's a very strong player, by the way. I think Tata Steel challenges वो जीते थे like with an
Yes.
insane score. Like he played so well. So it's not
Why
going to be easy.
he was one win away from being in the candidates, Andy Woodward. He
Yes,
was
Grand
one of
Swiss,
the
right?
finalists in the Grand Swiss, and
Yeah.
he had, I think, he defeated Levon, if I'm not mistaken, in classical. So, and of course he's super young as well. So definitely have to watch out for him. I think he's going to be an elite player.
Absolutely. So jumping back to the Arjun game, Sahaj bhai, if we can go there quickly. Bishop G4 के बाद Erdogmus is still thinking. A 5 minute पीछे. Oh, we zoomed in the cameras. I love this so much. Can we zoom in even more, Sahaj bhai, थोड़ा सा? Because I feel like right में वो Tom and Jerry के लिए दो छेद तो हैं, but I don't just see Jerry, Sahaj bhai. If I could see Jerry, that would be entertainment. But I don't see any mouses there, so might as well zoom in. What do you think?
I'm still thinking.
बट लग रहा है जेरी के लिए लग रहा है वहां से
It's tough. I have to say it's very tough. It's tough decision.
वो फीलिंग लग रही है मुझे भाई वहां पे.
I'm still thinking what to say.
बट ओके नाउ इट फील्स
So
मोर नाइस पर्सनल ऐसे थोड़ा सा पास लग रहा है
And
वो.
just like us, Yaz is also thinking whether to play h3 or not, because this is, I think, automatic in a position like this. जब भी bishop g, या तो white का bishop g5 पे आए, white का bishop b5 पे आए. Like think about, Spanish for example. Third move पे आप bishop b5 खेलते हो, right? Your first instinct is let's play a6, which is the most popular move in this position. ऐसे ही bishop g5 पे आता है, you want to play h6. Black का bishop b4 पे आता है, of course you want to play a3, and so on and so on and so on. So I feel like in a position like this, the fact that he hasn't played h3, which is I think it's a automatic move here, is a bit surprising to me. I'm not sure what's going through his head. Maybe he doesn't want to play h3 is the point. On Tikubai, it is
Hmm.
also possible that after a move like h3, I don't even play bishop h5. I can play bishop to d7 back. And all I'm saying is कि h3 मैंने provoke करा दिया. Maybe बाद में जाके कभी bishop h3 आ सकता है, कभी knight ऐसे f4 पे आके h3 मर
Hmm.
सकता है, f5 आ सकता है, something like this could be possible.
I think I like that more. I love the bishop on d7. For me, I think it's a flexible piece. बोलते हैं ना, like I've decided to go on a holiday, but I've not planned my trip yet because the flights are very expensive. कुछ पता नहीं कौन सी cancel हो जाए. I'm keeping it flexible. I might go to Maldives. I might go to Ballabgarh. It's not clear yet. That's why I like bishop
But
d7 रखा है. दोनों तो जा
ये
सकते हैं हम.
analogy तो मैं note down भी नहीं कर सकता because this is literally reality right now. Like the flights are just crazy right now, भाई.
But yeah, by the way, Dogmas, by the way, deep think right now. Look at him. He's focused right now, calculating. I think उनको sense हो रहा है, maybe bishop g4 is something he also did not expect, just like us. So सोच रहे हैं यहाँ पे क्या करना चाहिए. This shows Arjun weakness. How can he not play knight b7? So logical. यार, Sahaj bhai, of course, will have his thoughts, but again, I think we discussed this. Knight b7 usually is a very bad move. अगर नाइट वहां आता है, इट्स अ बैड मूव यार. It's not something you consider automatically, Sahaj, by your thoughts.
Bhai, also, like, it's if you can justify the move without saying, like, इसमें eval ये था, वो था. Because अगर आप knight b7 और bishop d7 में फर्क आप देखते हो, तो it's like 0.1. I mean, do you
Hmm.
really think the engines are that strong के 0.1 का फर्क बाद में जाके change नहीं होगा? Of course होगा. So, मतलब, it hardly makes a difference where whether he went for knight b7 or not, and definitely that's not showing any weaknesses in Arjun's camp. That's my
Yeah.
take.
And also, for example, sometimes, let's say he could find knight b7, but it might require like a 15-20 minute think. So Arjun could possibly
Mm.
also say, okay, I mean, it's a weird move. The ROI, the return is not that high. Minus point 0.1 के बदले minus point 0.2 मिल रहा है. Might as well not spend those 15-20 minutes and save it for later, जहां पे ज़्यादा ज़रूरी हो. So it's a practical decision that he's taken. Bishop g4, however, is a suspicious move. Could be very good, could be not so great. वो समय ही बताएगा, by the way, कि क्या होगा. And by the way, did you see समय story? I think कुछ private jet पे घूम रहे थे भाई, and he was like scared. उसकी वो
Oh,
story देख के I
yes.
was like, I reduced my ambitions by, from life goals, कि private jet जाना ही नहीं भाई. वो किसी ने फर्स्ट क्लास ट्रैवल करेंगे, दैट इज गुड इनफ फॉर मी भाई.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll only know once it has happened, right?
या ट्रू.
Exactly. So you should still do it. Like, then make this
यस,
decision.
ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू.
Sehaj bhai, do you think Ardamash will be youngest 2750 beating Gukesh's record? So I don't know when Gukesh's record was. But judging by how it's going, like I think it's possible. It's possible for sure. Gukesh
At
was 15,
17
16,
years, 17 years
17
and
तो
1 month,
मतलब is
21 days. So
but
that's
that's
the
very far,
record.
no? That's
Yeah,
very far.
so Douglas has like,
For
I
sure,
would
I
say
think he
two and a
can.
half years at least. Actually more, sorry, 3.5 years.
But I
So I
think
think
ये
he's been.
question, I think every player when they rise to any level, एक वो stabilizing period सबका आता है.
Hmm.
बट अर्धोमश का अभी तक आया नहीं है, बट 2700 के ऊपर सीलिंग नहीं है भाई. सो आई फील लाइक दिस इज वेयर एग्जैक्टली वो स्टेबलाइजिंग वाला पीरियड आएगा. हम कब तक वो यहाँ पे रहता है, बिकॉज वे ही वॉज नॉट वेरी फार ऑफ. या ही वॉज ऑल्सो 2700 अराउंड दिस एज. एंड
Yeah,
यू सॉ वट हैपेंड आफ्टर, लाइक ऑफकोर्स ही वॉज 2750, इज अ वेरी वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर. बट वो 2800 का जो गोल था वो दैट इज नॉट देयर येट. तो स्टेबलाइजिंग आई थिंक पीरियड के बाद इट विल बी मोर क्लियर. बट ही लुक्स वेरी प्रॉमिसिंग दो.
agreed. Oh, by the way, हमने zoom in कर दिया कैमरा की तरह. Can we also go full screen? Would love to check this out. The expressions on both the players' faces. Dogmas, by the way, pulling up his sleeve, still going into a deep think. He's still not made his choice. सहज भाई, 1 घंटे के नीचे हम लोग जाने वाले हैं. Love this scene actually. Maybe थोड़ा सा नीचे कर सकते हैं इसको. I don't know if it's possible. ताकि वो हाँ, वैसे अच्छा है वैसे. This looks nice, no, सहज भाई?
Looks
Chad, is this
nice
better or
actually.
was the PS on
It
better,
looks
Chad? What do
very
you
nice
think?
actually. I like it a lot actually. You can also
Basically वो
see the
नीचे,
clocks. You can see
हाँ,
like everything. Yeah.
या लव इट। एंड बाय द स्कोर शीट्स दिख रही हैं, हाँ समझ गया, स्कोर शीट्स दिख रही हैं बाय द वे, दैट्स इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। यू नो आजकल तो इतना मैटर नहीं करती सहज भाई, nowadays if you play an event do you keep your score sheets later on or do you just kind of throw them away?
No, no, I keep them. I keep them.
Hmm.
मतलब I keep them until I have entered them into एक वो routine बन
Hmm.
गया है मेरा, like whenever I come back I enter it into my laptop and then उसके बाद I throw them away.
Hmm.
And you? I mean, I wish I kept like I don't know, my games from like 2000, like early 2000s. मजा आता भाई.
I also agree. Why I wish I had my game with Parag Bhai. That was a disaster. I should have held on to it, but college ke din the, so I was also kind of chilling. But yeah, and by the way, Dog was taking off his specs. Very interesting. We also saw Gukesh, by the way, try his specs for the first time this year in at Tata Steel, and then he didn't wear them from round two. Do you think he wears them for the GCT event, Sahaj? Why? Because we did see him wearing it during that rapid event at Minorca. So maybe he is going to wear his specs.
Maybe, maybe. But he's been thinking for about 17 minutes for a move. I think that is fairly quite, logical, I would say. Okay, he plays h3 finally, 17 minutes ke baad bhai h3. But I feel like I would have played h3 much much faster because I still don't know whether Arjun wants to go h5 or d7. And like generally what
Hmm.
you want to do is in such situation you just want to play h3 and ठीक है
Hmm.
opponent just सोचेगा उसके बाद I can now all the
Oh,
time that he chose bishop h5 but all the time I think that he spent on bishop d7 is now a bit gone. So you're
wasted.
right, maybe वो time का issue है maybe थोड़ा सा.
Yeah, and I'm still not happy with the bishop h5 idea. I feel like the bishop might be a bit stranded, but okay, you do put pressure on the e4 pawn. So maybe it becomes a bit more difficult for white to kind of, move his bishop and knight. But take care, I have rook e1 at some point. I can defend that pawn comfortably. Very interesting to see how the contours of the game look like in the next 5 moves or so. बहुत interesting रहेगा सहज भाई. I would expect a Dogmas to go into a deep think again. I think time pressure build up होने वाला है very very quickly for Dogmas.
Yeah, 25 moves or 26 moves in 58 minutes. Okay, but he does have 30 seconds more,
Hmm.
a 30-second increment. But yeah, still थोड़ा तो यहाँ पे परेशान है, I think. Should we take a look at Nils versus Magnus as well? Because some
For sure.
updates have happened there. So this is the position. After f4, f5 is where we left it. And now g4 was a possibility, supposedly here. But he goes for pawn takes pawn and Magnus captures back with the pawn, which is pretty thematic, not allow knight e4. And white killed the bishop f2 and now knight c7. Looks like Magnus is more or less equalized, yeah? And
Agreed.
it's only beginning. I feel like Benoni has worked. Like at this point, हम लोग अभी बात कर रहे थे कि in 2024 when Magnus played that risky variation against Prague, at this point Prague was already winning. ठीक है,
Hmm.
एक एक डेढ़ घंटे के बाद like I remember Prague was always like pressing in that game. So I feel like now the gambit has worked more or less for Magnus. Your thoughts, Tikubai?
Agreed. I think Magnus Carlsen should be very happy. He's kind of stopped White's advance, f4 advanced. उन्होंने bishop g7 खोल दिया है. There's rook e8 incoming. The queen has a free path to f6. He can attack the white queen on e2 with rook e8 at some point, and d5 pawn could be a long-term weakness because cannot be defended by any pawn that white could use. And also a6 b5 always in the air, which is the typical plan for Benoni players as black, still possible. So I think Magnus should be quite happy with what he has, and it's a dynamic position. And pure chances ki he somehow squeezes the win here, chat. So do not discount a Magnus win, and time may be the same time difference that a Dogmas and Arjun have. So looking great for the goat of chess right now.
Yep, absolutely.
And
With this whole b5 plans, knight f6 plans looks very, very complicated and promising, I would say, so far.
Sajbhai, Sajbhai, let's go to Arjun's game. Look at this, by the way. After Bishop, Arjun के मुंह पे आ गया बोर्ड. I think वो कैमरा दोनों प्लेयर्स के थोड़ा डिफरेंट है, but we'll adjust it that. But Bishop h5 के बाद, I think he kind of over corrected for this move with rook e1. That was the move I was about to play. After rook e1, black apparently can again go knight b7 and get a similar structure. But maybe Arjun doesn't consider it. Yeah, he's like, okay, he's not going to think of that move because he avoided it earlier as well.
Actually, knight b7 works because after b4 there is still a5 and a3
Hmm.
again not possible because ये मर रहा है. But now also the bishop is on h5, so slight difference. Of course, in some ways you are kind of provoking कि आप g4 खेलो
Hmm.
at some point. So let's say if you play like rook c8 doesn't make sense to me because bishop d3 से तो white का ही bishop better हो रहा है तो मैं क्यों खेलूँ ये? So I will take away rook a8. Maybe I could consider rook fc8 or I could play knight b7. So let's go
Hmm.
knight b7. Uh, yeah, here I feel white's best move is very difficult. Yeah, you just have to play g4 instantly. And bishop g6 के बाद you must go knight f1. Is
And
I'm not so sure, Tekubai, because I feel like this is exactly the type of position where some sacrifice could happen. Like, right now we are not seeing anything, but if you are looking at this position from a distance, you will see that this bishop is putting an like a pin on this bishop and this queen is also putting pressure here. And हमेशा आपके एक तिरछी नजर रहेगी कि knight takes pawn मर रहा है. अभी
hmm.
मर नहीं रहा है इस पोजीशन में बिकॉज व्हाइट हैज क्वीन टेक्स नाइट एंड क्वीन टेक्स c2 के बाद ये नाइट b7 पे मर रहा है बट I feel like because of this reason alone, this whole g4 knight f1 business is very difficult for white to play. What do you think about that?
I think I always wanted to play g4 because that just makes this bishop stupid. But also, I'm not ready for it yet. Like, that's really what I'm saying. Like, if the bishop was on d3 or my bishop on c1 was developed, and after g4, I could instantly play knight g3. Like, I could play two moves, knight f1, knight g3 directly. I feel like I would be more comfortable, and I agree with you. I think right now playing g4 is not easy. You feel like आपकी development ही नहीं हुई, and you're kind of overextending a bit on the king's side by weakening your king. So I think not an easy choice, especially when a Dogmas played rookie one. It's like a prophylactic move. He's trying to defend against black's threats right now rather than go for his own. So I think maybe a good opportunity for Arjun to again take the initiative. G4 nikalna, I don't think he finds it.
But you mentioned that you would want g4 and knight g3 at the same time, right? So
Hmm.
for that to happen, let's say after knight b7, you would have to prepare it. You would have to play knight f1 so you could play g4 and knight g3. But that's not possible because black can just play bishop takes f3, and once again your c2
Ooh.
bishop is left hanging and you're kind of forced to take with the pawn. So the only sequence that this is working is if you play g4 first, then you bring the knight to f1. You see all of this business with knight takes d5, maybe some other sacrifices, and then you play knight g3. And okay, then maybe white has a slight edge here. I, I'm not so sure if this is simple enough to
Hmm.
see.
Agreed. Very interesting position though for both players. Both players sitting बिल्कुल straight ऐसे बैठा हुआ अर्जुन यार. He's like ऐसे hands crossed. I don't know, like for me that posture is not easy to calculate in सहज भाई. I don't know, like वो सर पकड़ के बैठने वाला posture feels a bit more natural.
Arjun has just basically one way that he just thinks about everything. Yeah, it is impossible to decode if he's happy or sad.
Yeah, he might blunder a piece and then you will see that's like minor हल्का सा वो lips move होंगे उसके हल्का सा and to express his disappointment. You can never guess what's going on in his mind. By the way, time difference still a healthy 7 minutes for Arjun, so things looking decent. Maybe it's time to have a brief look at the Andy Woodward game, Sahaj Bhai, because he's better against Nodirbek. What was the mistake that Nodirbek played, Sahaj Bhai? Can we check?
Let's find out. So he did end up playing King F2, but seems like his last moves after pawn takes pawn, for some reason which I am not so sure right now, I feel knight takes d4 was a mistake, and instead of that, bishop takes d4 was way better. But now, of course, looking at the eval, it makes sense to me more. Maybe I can justify, I can play queen d3, queen h3. But I would be lying to you if I said that knight d4 is not the first move that would, that I would think about. But it is a mistake because it allows a knight to get activity with c5. And now the difference is that after a move like b4, this knight jumps to a4.
Oh,
And that's the only move. You have some ideas with rook c3, knight c3, putting pressure on the queen. There is also an outside threat of knight takes f4. Of course, not possible right now because the queen is looking at the h7 square. But if the queen was to move, knight takes f4, queen takes d4 is a very dangerous threat as well. Um, yeah, it just feels like, okay, one move that has just gone wrong and which kind of spoiled his advantage, but he's still not, I think he's fine, still not really a big
yeah.
problem.
It's still a risky position for both players. I mean, I can even just imagine like after b4, knight a4, knight c3, just put that knight on d5, attack the bishop on e3, attack the pawn on f4, and this central structure with the king on f2 could be very, very dangerous for white. So Nodirbek now, I mean, he's not lost, of course, but he has to be very accurate. I mean, if you make a mistake here, I think it might be very, very hard to come back practically. So I'm expecting a deep thing from Nodirbek here, Sahajbhai, but nice to see Andy Woodward, not kind of, falling for the aura of Nodirbek, so to speak.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think I think and this is Andy's second big event, I would say, more or less. But first one, I think, where he's playing against, the likes of Nodirbek. Um, Grand Swiss as well, of course, being another one. I think he's showing a lot of maturity in his play for sure. To get Nodirbek to this stage where he's thinking after move 23 with the white pieces. We've seen it before, but usually when it happens is when Nodirbek does this on purpose. So you remember his game against Gukesh in Prague Masters, for
Yeah,
example, जहाँ पे after move 20, I felt like Nodirbek did that on purpose because he wanted to, have that really double-edged type of opposition. But
yeah.
this feels like something went wrong. Something is not right here.
Agreed. And if you bring the rook from h1 to d1 or some other place, then of course your h file counterplay ends. So that's not ideally what you want. So very interesting positions. And meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen की game अगर हम चलें, surprisingly it's dead equal now, 0.00s on my engine because last move जो knight f3 खेली probably not the best move. And after knight f6, simple development for Magnus, queen d7, rook a e8, b5 incoming. He's kind of taking over here, Sahej bhai.
I think yeah, I know the bar says a couple of zeros, but I think the position is anything but zeros because you
Hmm.
have black's king is unsafe, white has an isolated pawn, black has queenside play. This knight on e4 is going to be a monster. I feel this is anything but a draw. And there are scenarios here, Tikubai, where a move like bishop takes c3 is possible. And when that happens, generally you will go bishop c3 because you want to take the pawn on d5, or at least you want to put pressure on d5 or the e4 square or whichever. But imagine a scenario where black's knight is sitting on e4 or attacking d5, but the king is just completely unguarded. Yeah, so that is a very real possibility. And if
Hmm.
Magnus wants, he can make this position extremely complicated.
Yeah. But don't be fooled, Chad. Just because he likes endgames doesn't mean he cannot be very precise in these tactical, battles. So Magnus, of course, will be on point and will love to see that chess.com logo on his arm there.
Mhm.
He's wearing his strength exactly in his bicep. So hopefully, आज बढ़िया चालें निकलेंगी. Puzzle rush solve किया होगा Magnus ने hopefully. And he is considering all his options. Knight f6 here being the best move overall.
So yeah, that's the update on Magnus's board. I think Nodirbek is still thinking. Erdogmus has, I think he has made a move. No, actually, he's still thinking. This is after Rookie 1. Arjun has been thinking now for almost 11 minutes. So time kind of mm, evening out there, Tikubai. It doesn't look like um, Erdogmus will struggle here,
But what is
at
Arjun
least
thinking?
time-wise.
Because Sehwag, like if I'm playing Bishop H5, I kind of ideally would have my next two moves ready. Maybe Rookie one is what threw Arjun off a bit. Yeah, maybe that's what he didn't expect.
Yeah, could be, but I think the idea still kind of remains the same. You remember that Yagiz played that D3, D4, and he lost a tempo there. वो rookie
Hmm.
one ही था वो tempo. So still Arjun is a tempo up in the position more or
Hmm.
less. So I don't know. He should feel comfortable here more or less.
Yep.
Arjun is
Let's
so
put.
calm. I think you would be, because I think this is exactly the type of position where I because you there's not a lot of trades have happened. I think opening was more or less a success, I feel. But now it's just chess. I mean, at best you can expect to play chess and not, opening preparation.
Yeah. And by the way, Puneet is saying Arjun won back to back two bullet draws. I think Arjun has played well in these online events. चाहे वो Title Tuesday ho, which he's won, चाहे वो Bullet Brawl ho, which he's won, चाहे वो Freestyle Friday, which he's won. So he's played very, very well. I think across formats, चाहे online, OTB, Rapid, Blitz, with of course medal जीता ही था, Classical of course reached 2800. So all round player है कोई इंडिया में है, it is definitely Arjun. I wonder which is his next event though. Sahej Bhai, do you have an event in mind? Because he's not playing Norway, he's not playing the Grand Chess Tour. Um, so it's going to be very exciting, right? Because maybe, I don't know if the Chinese game is happening, but maybe that might be his next event. I don't see anything else before that, right?
But lately you are getting a lot of top chess players are now playing open events.
Hmm.
Like Nepo, I believe, is playing in Sardinia, which is
Yes.
Nepo, yeah, guy who has played two world championships is playing an open event, which is crazy. I think that's all because
Acha,
there's a yeah. Go
he's
ahead.
playing. He's playing Uzbek. Uz chess. He's playing. Yeah, yeah, he's playing Uz
US
chess
is
along with
chess,
it.
yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's in June. Yeah, so that's his next event, June 7th, I think. Yeah.
Yep, correct.
Thanks,
So
Tenjan ji बताने के लिए.
Chad is saying kind of messy position. I don't really like placement of Arjun's pieces. I think it's not really the placement of the pieces you don't like. I think it's more that this pawn on d5 because and black has this pawn on d6. It feels that white has more space in the center and just black does not. And that's why it could be a bit, unappealing. But now, yes, I do agree with you. Black has less space in the position, but it also improves some chances of a breakthrough. Like there could be f5, there could be knight takes pawn. जो हमने पहले कुछ moves पहले देखा था when the bishop is on g6, this bishop being hanging. Knight takes e4 is a common move. Rook takes it. There's a lot of sacrifices and a lot of like attacking ideas, breakthroughs that are possible for Arjun. And optically, I don't think he's worse. Like कुछ भी position even with best play, there is no way that Arjun is worse here. So let's see. In
I
particular, if I could improve like one piece, it would be like this bishop probably like but like I would put it on d8 and b6 like something like this. That's amazing. And ये हो जाए तो बस position एकदम perfect है.
By
Tikku
the
bhai,
way,
you were
कोई कह
saying?
रहा है Arjun is playing Uz chess and I hope he wins. Uz chess में कौन कौन खेल रहा है? Sindarov is playing, Nodirbek is playing,
Ooh.
Yakubov is playing, Vidit is playing, so Nepo is playing. So it's, I would say, even a stronger event, much much stronger event than this one. So it's not going to be easy for Arjun to win that one. To be honest, it's going to be exciting to watch. So वो होगा जून में. We'll follow that one of course as usual. But पहले इस इवेंट फोकस करते हैं सहज भाई. यहाँ पे I mean, if you look at the players, Magnus is there, Nodirbek is there, but apart from them, you would kind of
It's
expect
just
Arjun to,
I
win
feel
the
like
other
जहाँ
games, yeah?
पे I feel like by जहाँ पे Magnus खेलता है like it's still the strongest event, yeah. In that
ये
sense.
तो है, ये तो है, ये तो
गोट
है,
इज
ये तो
गोट
है.
भाई, वो तो है. Chat is telling us that Nils resigned and left. भाई क्या बोल रहे हो chat? It's still
कुछ भी.
ongoing. We can just to show you guys, Nils is still playing. Just gonna do a very quick switch. There he is. He has not resigned, as you can see. He is
Think is on
thinking
G1.
very deeply about his position. And I feel like he's coming up with something crazy. Nils here.
And maybe that's resigns. Search by
Eh.
exactly what. Maybe that's resigns. No, 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 I
अरे
think
नहीं
he's not
भाई,
going to
नहीं
resign
नहीं
by.
नहीं.
This is going to be a tough battle, of course. But of course, Magnus did play knight f6, so he understands कि यहाँ पे उनकी गेम में बहुत potential है. And yeah, no moves by Nodirbek. I'm checking no moves in the Van Forest. So I think we stick to Arjun's game, Sahaj, by maybe after rookie one, जहाँ पे Arjun is now 4 minutes behind Yagiz. So I want him to play quickly because otherwise time pressure will be an issue. Either way, we talked about Yagiz falling in time pressure, but Arjun का ज़्यादा stress हो रहा है.
अर्जुन का आई थिंक बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेस हो रहा है फील because I don't like, especially after first 15 moves, for Arjun to be low on the clock. But okay, he hasn't played in, you said, a month almost. It was. It could be something different that he's trying. The logical moves are of course knight b7, which we've already looked at, rook fc8, never rook ac8, and want to ask this question to the chat. We were talking about this entire thing yesterday as well. This is like an ever long question in the chess world. Which rook to put on the open file? Like, abhi c8 की file open है. So optically, chat, without thinking or looking at the consequences, which rook feels more natural to you? That's my question. Tikubai, what? Same question for you.
Love that question actually. I feel like maybe rook fc8, which is right now not really doing much. Like the rook on 8, you can argue at least is, defending the pawn, could be useful if I manage to play a5 at some point. And rook fc8 maybe feels more natural to me. चैट करिए लेफ्ट वन, एक बंदा लिख रहा है
भाई
लेफ्ट
आपका
वन कौन सा
लेफ्ट
है.
या मेरा लेफ्ट वो भी तो बताओ.
हाँ, किसका लेफ्ट भाई.
But I think rook fc8, like probably I think a lot of people would say rook ac8 here as well, which I think is because in your mind you're thinking कि आपने already castling कर लिया है. But in this scenario, after rook a8, white can play something like bishop d3, and this pawn on a6 now becomes a bit loose. जो rook बचा के बैठा था. Yes, you're not attacking it right now, but when you play something like a4, suddenly ये pawn थोड़ा soft हो जाता है. फिर धीरे धीरे करके you can put pressure here, and this is exactly why rook f8. Always, I think rook f8, because I think you would also need a place for this bishop to go to f8 or somewhere else. But yeah. By the way, speaking of, guess what Arjun played?
Rook f8 भाई played on the board. And नहीं हुआ pawn on a6 soft. So ख्याल करा अर्जुन ने. And now rook f3, bishop on c2 is now hanging. Where do we move it, chat? d3 एक square दिख रहा है, b1 एक square दिख रहा है, b3 एक square दिख रहा है. Chat, come on, your choice. Where does Erdogmus put his bishop? d3, b1, b3. Come on, chat, एक square बताओ भाई. Sej bhai, which one is the best one? I think one thing I can understand कि b3 is bad because वहीं से आए थे, bishop देना नहीं है मुझे. So d3 or b1 is the question. To me, at first glance, d3 looks more
I
natural. ताकि I can play rook c1 at some point. What's your choice?
I think d3 is what I would choose just based on instinct क्योंकि the bishop is going forward. The bishop on b3 doesn't look as good. I see someone also mentioned b3. b3 is just not good simply because I can go knight takes b3 at any point. And right now, at least, it is important to keep this bishop because this queen and the rook open file सिर्फ तभी useful है. It's only useful when your opponent can reach the 7th rank. And if you put the bishop on d3, the bishop defends the 7th rank very, very nicely. However, if you put the bishop on b3, in this scenario, I can always take and take your control, and then I can go to the 7th rank. So that's why d3 पे जाओ, b1 पे जाओ, फर्क नहीं पड़ता. It's basically the same as long as you keep control of the c2 square. Yeah, very nice question there, Tiku bhai.
And yeah, b1 or d3 में chat is definitely debating and chat both moves possible. For some region, wow. Some reason here somehow the bishop on b1 is what the engine prefers. But
कौन
maybe
सा
it's
वाला
also just
region है वो? Like
इक्वेटर के पास सहज भाई, जहाँ गर्मी
एक
बहुत
जगह
होती है.
का नाम तो आया था आपके दिमाग में, आई फील.
नहीं 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 आता भाई, नहीं आता भाई.
एक तो
गर्मी
आया
हर
था,
जगह है भाई.
रोका था भाई टिक्कू भाई ने अपने आप को
गर्मी
इतना मतलब
गर्मी
पुश
हर
बुश
जगह
के
है सहज
चैट. यू
भाई.
डिडंट सी दिस बिकॉज कैमरा हमारा दिख नहीं रहा है, बट टिक्कू वाज लाइक नो 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 नो, आई एम नॉट गोना
नहीं नहीं
से
नहीं
इट.
भाई,
थैंक यू समय
कोई
भाई,
कोई
लव इट,
कोई
लव टू
जगह
सी
नहीं आई
इट.
भाई. कोई जगह नहीं भाई, बहुत गर्मी है भाई हर जगह भाई. इंडिया में इफ यू आर लिविंग यू नो ऑलरेडी व्हाट आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट. इट्स टू हॉट टू हैंडल. बाय द वे, बिशप d3 इज द मूव. अ डॉगमस सोचते हुए, डीप सोच में, क्या करेंगे डॉगमस जी यहाँ पे? क्या वो बिशप a4 खेल सकते हैं सहज भाई? इज
रीजन
दैट अ
के बारे
मूव?
में सोच रहा है ना वो कि लाइक बिशप डी3 कौन से रीजन में अच्छी मूव होगी. व्हाट डू यू थिंक टिक्कू भाई?
आई थिंक डॉगमस को बिशप a4 खेलना चाहिए भाई. I think that would be a great region to put the bishop in, Sahaj bhai. What do you think?
Mhm. I think I would agree with it. I would agree with it as well. Bishop b1, a4, rook a3, and rook g3. Some naturally that's good vision, but okay. After bishop b1, let's say आप a4 खेलते हो, I'll go b4 and I'll stop rook a3 forever. That is a problem. But apart
Chat
from that, I
play
think we're good.
play थोड़ा slow चल रहा है, and with this zoomed in angle it even looks more like a dentist's office to me, Sahaj bhai. Somehow वो कुर्सियां, वो पीछे background, exactly what you would see with those paintings. Reminds me भाई dentist का appointment रखना चाहिए सहज भाई, करना चाहिए. I don't go yearly, which is not nice.
Yeah, I don't know for sure, for sure. But let's focus on the game, bhai. Like he is, what do you think is the one question that he's thinking about right now, Tiku bhai?
He is thinking, I
क्या
know
आपके
exactly
टूथपेस्ट पे
what he's
नमक
thinking.
है?
नहीं, he is thinking of one thing. टूथपेस्ट नमक तो है ही उसके भाई, ममिदर ऑफ कोच है. He is not going to miss on any front, चाहे टूथपेस्ट हो या फिटनेस हो. बट वो सोच रहा है कि निल्स ने पिछली चाल में हल्की सी गलती क्यों कर दी. एंड मैग्नस हैज अ वेरी नाइस मूव हियर, थीमेटिक मूव. अगर हम देखें, सो चैट योर मूव. आप मैग्नस कार्लसन की कुर्सी में बैठे हो. इमेजिन यू वर द गोट ऑफ चेस. टफ है, इमेजिन करो, थोड़ा विजुलाइज करो. What would you play as black here? Sahaj bhai, how easy is this move?
I think very unlikely because I would not even think about that move because of the second move, yeah. Which I think now is the first move for me, by the way. जो second move आपकी उस तरह आ रही है. So, but I would choose that just based on instinct, anyways. But Chad, what do you think? F5 ka pawn, by the way, is under attack, so just keep that in
Hmm.
mind. You
Knight
really need
g4.
to defend this pawn, or to find the best move. You really need to think. You really need to think. You not think about this pawn, I guess.
हाँ, हाँ, वो होता है ना, वो सूल्स का डायलॉग, when somebody puts a gun to
Just
your head,
keep the
you come up
pawn
with
in
some other.
mind, but don't think about it. That's what you have to do.
So queen d7 is natural. I think that's a good move. There's no doubt about it. आपने pawn defend किया, आपने rook connects क्या हो गया भाई, मैं connect किए. Makes a lot of sense. But there's also another beautiful move here, chat. Come on, किसी ने निकाली नहीं अब तक. Not knight g4. No, I think knight g4 basically. I mean, it's not the end of the
Knight
world,
g4
but
kind of looks interesting to me as well, but
I
it's
thought
just
bishop
that
h4. No,
like I
like.
like मैं भावनाओं को समझ गया, like you want to take the bishop on f2,
Hmm.
like that's a nice idea, but I think you should keep the knight on f6 simply because the knight can go to e4 in the near future where it is much
And
more powerful.
also do something crazy, Sahaj bhai, right? The knight wants to do something here after, if that move does happen. The move, chat, by the
What do
way,
you
जो
mean?
किसी ने निकाली नहीं, is b5. You just basically just push
Wow.
that pawn, and if you take on f5 now, there is knight f takes d5, and that's why the knight was needed on f6, and
Hmm.
basically win the central pawn, and now black is just better.
Yep. Very nice move actually. Very, very nice move. So queen d3 के बाद b5, but again, it looks unrealistic to me to play
Hmm.
b5. But actually, the more I look at Magnus's posture, the more he's looking towards the right side of the board, which I feel is exactly on the queen side. Like this region is where he's looking at, I feel. And b5 falls under that.
भाई वो खेल भी देगा. एक बंदा बोला नेवर इन अ मिलियन ईयर्स. तो संचित भाई, जस्ट स्टे इन द चैट. बाकी सब लोग चले जाए, एक बंदा स्ट्रीम में वाचिंग होना चाहिए, संचित भाई. जस्ट लेट्स वेट एंड सी कि मैग्नस भी खेलता है. बिकॉज ऐसा हुआ है मेरे साथ. आई एम नॉट अगेंस्ट यू, आई एम विद यू. आई हैव सेड दिस अ मिलियन टाइम्स कि भाई मैग्नस खेल ही नहीं सकता, नेवर गोना हैपन ब्रदर. बट वो खेलता है भाई. ही हैज दैट skill which nobody else
And I
does.
have I have personally watched Sahil Bhai get converted. Like I think we were comment it happened in freestyle which was just now against Fabi. जिसके
हाँ,
बाद
हाँ,
आपने
हाँ,
एक
अच्छा, अच्छा.
मैग्नस की एक वो पिक्चर भी आपने ली कुछ तो, right?
हाँ, हाँ,
If
वो
I'm not
पीछे, यस.
mistaken. Oh yeah, crazy,
ये बैठा हुआ है पीछे, कुर्सी पीछे बैठा हुआ है.
amazing.
देखो तो सूर्य कुमार यादव कितना मारेगा भाई, पता नहीं भाई. 2 रुपए का जितना भी आता है. बट मीन वाइल क्वीन d3 के बाद मैग्नस इज स्टिल थिंकिंग Also, we do have moves in the Nodirbek game, Sahaj bhai. B4 was played, knight A4 on the board, and now knight to E2 was chosen by Nodirbek, bringing the knight back, controlling the C3 square.
So that was one of the best moves, and now knight c3 is apparently the only move for Andy, which kind of allows takes and queen to e4, which I think is pretty elementary कि queen d5 वगैरह आपको नहीं देना है. And I'm still trying to understand why white is worse here. Because okay, I have the bad bishop, fine. I have more space, I have pressure on the h7 pawn. Why am I exactly worse here? And why is Nodirbek not playing for a win here?
Maybe the idea is just like, I double up rooks, I bring the rook to c2, your king is a bit more open, your attack on the h file is basically hopeful at best. So maybe like practically, yeah, that typical advantage when the king is weak. Maybe that's
Bhai, okay, like if we were to envision a scenario where, let's say, I get a4 and b5, okay? Any endgame you choose here is bad for you. Where I have the bishop, you have the knight, I mean. Oh, wait, some blunder happened apparently in the Magnus game or something?
नहीं नहीं अर्जुन ने एक एरर खेला है नाउ इट्स नॉट रियली एन एरर but it's an error Sahaj bhai. Does that make sense, or am I just kind of erroring in my judgment there?
मेरे दिमाग में वो गाना बज रहा है, अरे रे क्या हुआ?
But
But
क्या डॉगमस ने पहचाना is the question, Sahaj bhai.
But I think good move. मेरे लिए तो I think खराब move नहीं है ये. For me, it's still 0.2. I feel like that's exactly um, the range we were at earlier. I think it's still fine.
Like okay,
क्या चल रहा है?
like ये bishop जा कहाँ रहा है? I'm assuming the bishop is headed to b6, yeah? I'm assuming that's the plan.
Hmm. Bishop to b. Yeah, we discussed this. No, the bishop is actually very bad on e7, and queen goes to a7. Bishop goes to b6, attacking the f2 pawn. That's the idea. And now look at this. The only move for Yaz here is to play g4.
Hmm.
Bhai. Okay. Okay. Like, no. No, no,
Wait,
no.
what? भाई क्या हो गया भाई?
Bhai. Okay, Tiku bhai, like, don't look at the engine, okay?
हाँ, okay,
White
okay, हाँ.
chat question for you. Queen e2. Black to play. Best move.
Okay, chat, come on. Spidey
Do you
sense
see it?
on.
Do you see it,
I
Tiku
don't
bhai?
see it yet, bhai. No,
I
but I'm
think you
going to
see
see
it.
it.
I think you see it.
Ah,
You see it,
Lagalla
bhai.
Lori. Really?
But yes, but would he do it? Because you know what? It actually continues. Because no, not queen b8. Yash, bhai, come on, yaar. Like Arjun hai samne. Arjun, do you think
भाई
Arjun plays queen b8 here? Come on.
क्वीन को फूक मारो जितना दूर फेंक सकते
Exactly.
हो.
Is it queen sack? Sanjay, bhai, whenever that's always a rhetorical question. Whenever we ask, it's always, it has to be, yeah, queen takes c1, rook takes c1, white goes king to h2, and some crazy lines here, bishop b6, g4, black to play, Tikku bhai.
ओके एट दिस पॉइंट अब इतना सैक कर दिया तो भाई एक और दे ही देते हैं, चिप्स भी ले लेते हैं सहज भाई. लेट्स टेक ऑन जी4
Cons,
आल्सो क्या.
मतलब bishop takes g4, this is 0 0 0, hg4, knight g4, king g2, भाई मतलब पूरा queen down हुआ rook के against, but ये एकदम
भाई
बंधा
मैं
हुआ है यहाँ पे एकदम.
भाई मैं तो H4 पूरा पुश करूंगा, मतलब बिशप ऑन B1 बाय द
रुक
वे
लाओगे
लिटरली
ऐसे
आपने
लाइक कहीं.
सही बोला है. बिशप ऑन B1 कंप्लीटली बंधा हुआ है, मतलब जेपी मॉर्गन की याद आ गया, आई डोंट नो व्हाई. बट व्हाट डू वी डू सहज भाई? आई एम नॉट श्योर एग्जैक्टली क्या चल रहा है यहाँ पे. गोइंग बैक टू द लाइव पोजीशन, क्वीन सैक तो बहुत डिफिकल्ट है. But is G4 likely though? Because this all I mean, White's first preference is G4. How likely is कि G4 खेलेंगे? How likely is Queen E2 and maybe other options as well, right?
I mean, I think this g4, bishop g6, like he has to play knight f4. I mean, like if you think about it, you just made your king weaker and
Hmm.
then you decided to play like freestyle chess. First you
Hmm.
played g4, king weak हो गया, फिर उसके बाद freestyle chess. Like look at the placement of the pieces. Yeah, it's not an easy decision on the board at least to do all of this. Like in the back
Wow.
of your mind, you're also thinking by queen takes like c1 is still hanging because at the end knight takes e4 mar raha hai. H5 is a very dangerous move because like I'm sure some sack on e4 or d5
Yeah.
could be possible. I'm not sure so sure this is easy bhai for Yaz. I feel like he could be struggling here.
Bhai, the best part is he's falling behind on the clock now from Arjun's perspective. 6 minute पीछे हैं. So that's the good news for Arjun. That time pressure wise, as we expected, I think थोड़ा pressure build होता जा रहा है. And chat, yes, you are not kidding. कहाँ है वो भाई? एक भाई था चैट में, याद है, जिसने कहा था कि नॉट इन अ मिलियन years will Magnus play B5. कहाँ है भाई वो भैया? आपसे hopefully on the chat,
हाँ.
because B5 was played by Magnus. Surprise.
जब भी वो आता है भाई, whatever you think
मुझे
is not gonna happen is gonna happen. So
वो अक्षय कुमार का वो याद आया, मिरेकल मिरेकल भाई, लाइक मतलब इवन दो वी नो एग्जैक्टली व्हाट्स हैपनिंग, इट
अरे
डज फील
चैट को
लाइक अ
याद दे,
मिरेकल.
संचित भाई कहाँ हो? अरे संचित भाई को यूजर नेम चेंज करना पड़ेगा भाई.
नहीं नहीं भाई,
सो
मजाक कर रहे हैं. संजय भाई,
दैट्स द
वी ऑल
सिचुएशन.
बीन
It
देयर.
feels, what does, I mean, he cannot really take on b5 Tikku bhai. White can, the only other move, can you guess what the best move for here for white is? Take a
I
guess.
unfortunately did see it, Sahaj bhai, and not
Oof.
in a million years will Nils find it. I feel. Can you share the move?
The move is knight to h4. Like, you could take it with the queen, but no, you're saying knight say black can go b4, knight e2, and the line continues. Knight f d5 mar raha hai, bishop b2 mar raha hai. There's knight e4, which is another like nice move as well. So the line just continues, but knight h4, like, I mean, if he plays this, it's gonna be like, I mean, very impressive from Nils. इसका तो मतलब चांस भी Nils ही लग रहा है.
Wow. Yeah, wow. Wow. What a pun, Sahaj bhai. I think you are upgrading your
Crazy.
pun levels. So glad to see that.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, time difference exactly the same as the Arjun game. So Magnus in the driver's seat. We've said that before. So chat, very interesting कि आज black pieces थोड़ा drama करते हुए. So Magnus, potentially slightly better. Andy Woodward slightly better. Arjun, of course, we are hoping will be slightly better. So आज black pieces fighting back, Sahaj bhai.
Yeah, Jordan, I think, is the one player who I think is
Hmm.
doing. By the way, Jordan's game is super interesting as well. Let's take a quick look there as to what's going on. Because firstly, look at Zhu Jiner's time. Yeah, she has 35 minutes, which is
Oof.
okay. You're already worrying a little bit about your time, but look at the position. It's double bishops versus double knights, and Jordan has not one but two pawns in this position. Like he has two. If white goes knight takes d4, Jordan has two extra pawns, but it's because it's double bishop versus double knight. It's still not completely winning, but looks very promising for Jordan so far.
It does look promising, chat. And your mouth matters, it does. As commentators, we totally understand that सही शब्द बोलने चाहिए हमें, and सही moves on the board खेलने चाहिए Jordan को. So pressure building up. Knight G5 आज काफी common move लग रही है. Nodirbek ने भी खेला था, trying to build an attack. Will it backfire? Only time will tell. And meanwhile, a Dogmas का time सहज by 43 minutes now. आई थिंक धीरे धीरे करके ना मेरा मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ रहा है अर्जुन के लिए, जो कुर्सी पे भी नहीं है. शायद उनको बुला लिया रिसेप्शनिस्ट कि आपका अपॉइंटमेंट आ चुका है सहज भाई. आई फील लाइक यू नो अर्जुन के चांसेस बढ़ते हुए थोड़े बहुत.
लो आ गए वापस. Let's go. But yeah, I mean, I would say that chances are there, but I think we have seen this story before. But I think chances are there if Arjun goes queen takes c1. वो queen sack करे, like let's bring the fire on the board. I feel that can be very risky and मजा आएगा.
भाई आज ओवर टू प्ले, डिड ही प्ले G4?
Yeah, he
भाई ही
just played
फाउंड द
g4.
बेस्ट मूव.
Why like okay, like I'm just looking at a variation. Okay, he actually doesn't go for it. He just plays bishop g6 straight, but in some distant parallel reality, queen d7 is possible. Like pawn takes h5, queen h3, knight h2, and rook c1. This is possible. in some distant reality, this is working
अरे बाप रे.
for black. You're a full rook down, but it's working. So okay, knight
बाप रे.
f1 was played after bishop g6. So he did find the best sequence. So we do have chess, sort of freestyle chess on the board. Chess 960 is on the board.
Saima,
And now
I
this
have
was
a
the move.
worry. I have a
h5 and knight
worry here.
h4.
So
Yeah.
let's say black doesn't go h5. H5 I kind of like, I have to admit. Let's say black plays something else. I don't know what that is. Let's say h6. Trying to have the h7 square for my bishop. Now knight g3. And what I really want to do is not play knight f5 directly. मेरे को knight h4 खेलना है और फिर knight f5 खेलना है. And that to me feels like a very, very strong piece on f5 combination with the bishop coming from c1 coming to e3, a potential rook lift, king g2, rook h1 ideas. Like, could there be an attack building up? If you draw that rectangle, साइज में जो rectangle बनाते हैं कई बार, king side पे on those four files, like the wild queen can enter very easily, the knights, the rook, the bishops, but black के सारे piece queen side पे है. Like there could be a potential attack here, or am I just kind of, more fearful than I should be?
I don't think there will be any attack because there will
Hmm.
be some sacrifice on the queen side somehow.
Hmm.
Like because black is much आप white का भी attack build हो रहा है. You're yet to play knight g3. You're yet to play knight h4. You're yet to play knight f5. Or not sure which knight you're gonna put on f5. But let's say right now it's black's move, and then you have two more moves. So let's say तीन moves के बाद आपका attack build हो रहा है. तो मेरे पास तीन moves का एक sort of हेड
Hmm.
स्टार्ट है बिकॉज ब्लैक की क्वीन ब्लैक के रुक ऑलरेडी सी फाइल पे देख रहे हैं यू कैन स्टार्ट क्रिएटिंग समथिंग हियर प्लस यू कैन ऑल्सो क्रिएट टेंशन इन द ऑन द किंग साइड एज वेल विथ समथिंग लाइक h5 माई guess
Hmm.
is and then knight h takes g4 if you play g5 then knight h7 and suddenly this entire knight g3 3 knight f5 doesn't make any sense whatsoever and now my question is how are you putting pressure here let's say I play h5 what do knight h4, by the way, only move here again. Should we
Why
try
can't I
that?
go g5, for example? Like if I want to play g5,
Knight
kick your
h7.
knight back, and then, by the way, I wanted to play h4, but now queen d7 is very strong actually, and my king is suddenly the one which is weak.
Yep, drawback principle. Queen on g4. When you push the pawn, look at the adjacent square.
So, okay, not gonna do that. So going back, okay, h5, very interesting move. Kind of countering on the king side, on the side where you're kind of weaker.
h5 मुझे बहुत अच्छी लग रही है एक्चुअली देख के
Agreed.
बिकॉज नाइट h4 एक लौती चाल है यहाँ पे जो
Hmm.
क्वीन ऐसे पॉन को बचा रही है नाइट g6 का भी थ्रेट है आपका लेट्स से मैं खेलता हूँ समथिंग लाइक क्वीन d7 जस्ट पुट प्रेशर ऑन दिस ऑल्सो काइंड ऑफ प्रोवोकिंग g5 बिकॉज अब h3 भी मर रहा है तो नाइट f5 आता है लाइक I can totally see in a position like this, Arjun just sacking Rook C1. Like it's a beautiful, beautiful strategic sacrifice, and I believe it has written Arjun all over it. Like takes knight g4. Like let's go. मतलब
I
इस पे बुक्स लिखी जाएंगी इस मेथड पे रुक c1 पे
I have to kind of agree. I love this exchange sack because suddenly, जो आपके किंग साइड पीसेस है दैट रुक ऑन a1 बिशप ऑन b1, इससे पहले वो डेवलप हो, you kind of create the critical moment on the king side and white is not ready for it. So very interesting कि अर्जुन हैज काउंटर प्ले एज यू मेंशनड अर्लियर सहज भाई कि जब तक वाइट बिल्डअप करेगा कोई सैक्रिफाइस होता है यहाँ पे क्वीन साइड पे, दैट एग्जैक्टली वाज द सैक्रिफाइस यू टॉक्ड अबाउट बाय इंट्यूशन. अब वो कैलकुलेशन से हमें दिख गया. सो सुपर क्रूशियल मोमेंट हियर. एंड h5 एक ही मौका मिलेगा बिकॉज ओके यू विल हैव अदर ऑप्शंस बट it's the best case scenario to do it now, right? You should not wait for h5 maybe.
I mean queen d7 now is also working. But I'm just wondering, knight g3 आया, for example, भाई, actually it's working. If this is working, that's very very new to me because I don't think I've ever seen in a position like this where there is literally nothing, not even a pawn you're getting. Yeah, you're
Huh.
not even getting a single pawn. But here in this position on my screen, I see rook takes c1 as the best move. The typical, I think, idea in the position where activity of the piece is way more relevant than how many points it has. The bishop on c1 is way more valuable than the rook on c8, simply put.
Wow.
Because now f4 is, and so many problems.
Bhai,
But does he see this though?
Exactly what I was thinking. And मेरे हिसाब से chat Ruxi one is so weird, right? Chat, I don't know, like, what do you feel about that move? Like, it's crazy. Simply sacking the rook. Like, in the previous case, I understood, Sahaj bhai, because knight takes
Hmm.
g4 आ रहा था. I could understand कि king side पे थोड़ा हम breakthroughs कर रहे हैं. But just directly take, even without getting that pawn, and somehow it's the best plan. I mean, it's crazy कितनी strategic है ये game, and that ये सारा तभी possible हुआ because white weakened his king with pawn to g4. So whenever you do this stat in your own games, remember कि भाई आप risk ले रहे हो. So तभी कहते हैं pawn to g मत चलो. This g4 ideas not good at the beginner level.
In the beginner level for sure, but here I think it promises a very, very exciting game. But time is equal, I mean, more or less. Um, but yeah, if Arjun sees Rook C1, I think it's going to be a very, very exciting game. Naita, I think, okay, largely equal.
Yeah.
By the way, Nils has still not made a move after B5.
Why?
Wow.
Let's go full screen on Magnus Carlsen for 1 minute, then come back to Arjun. Magnus, by the way, smiling. Why is Magnus Carlsen smiling, Sahaj bhai? Cherishing his position, yeah? He's like, aha, क्या मजा आ गया Benoni, oh, dream
भाई
Benoni.
बढ़िया डिसीजन था ना बेनोनी खेलना अच्छा था ना मेरे को भी लगा अच्छा था
I feel like ऐसा he's think I got married like 6 months back, Sahaj bhai. So what the only reason I
हाँ
would
क्या
have this smile,
सही में
like
ये
I
कब
got,
हुआ
the only
What?
reason I would have
Why
this
was
smile
I
is
not invited? But oh wait, I
by
was. Thanks,
no, it's
bye.
like I would feel कि if I had debated with my wife कि कौन सी opening खेलूं, and then she said don't play the Benoni, it's bad. I say okay, I'm gonna take that risk and I get this, which I'm like haha, उसको घर जाके बताऊंगा देखो खेला मैंने, great opening.
Yeah.
That's the smile he had. I feel ऐसी smile लग रही थी मुझे.
I mean, he has to be happy, right? He has to be super happy with this. I mean, the outcome is, I think, you couldn't imagine a better situation, especially because of the time. 15-minute difference between Magnus and Nils.
वाइटी ग्रेटर सिंह तुझे घर की याद नहीं आई मैगी. भाई
यार अब
भाई
ऐसे मैगी की यादें मत दिलाओ यार सबके पास नहीं होती क्या 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 नाम था उसका अ, राम तो मेन कैरेक्टर था दूसरा वाला कौन था
किस मुंह है भाई?
यार वो इसमें बोलता है ना सबकी नहीं होती
सबकी क्या नहीं होती सहज भाई?
मैगी सबकी सबकी मैं हूं ना राइट थैंक यू समय
अच्छा
आई
हाँ.
फील लाइक साहिल न्यू बट ही जस्ट डिडंट
नहीं नहीं, आई कुडंट रिकॉल. आई
हाँ
रिमेंबर
हाँ यार
कहीं
श्योर
बोला
श्योर
है,
श्योर
बट मुझे याद नहीं आया. हाँ, लक्ष्मण इज द डायलॉग. यस, लक्ष्मण. यस.
लक्ष्मण
By
अमेजिंग
the way, so 35 minutes now for Nils, less than 35. So clearly, Magnus moving towards his potential first win at the tournament. That would recover the points he lost yesterday, that 1.2. But Nils, of course, deep in thought right now, thinking whether he should take f5, whether he should take b5. ऐसी choices ही हैं which make Magnus such a strong player. He gives you that choice. भाई ये खेलना है, ये खेलना है, ये खेलना है, and only one of them is a good one. Rest give you misery. So tough choice for Nils. By the way, going back to the Arjun game, um, knight g3 के बाद
oh knight
Arjun is
g3
now,
was played
yeah, and Arjun is still thinking Sahaj bhai. He's been thinking for okay, just a minute. Okay, not much time.
Why queen hटाओ d7 पे yeah actually because he played knight b7 it makes me think he's not looking at rook c1 because there were scenarios जहाँ पे rook c1 के बाद knight c4 आ रहा था so I don't think he's looking in that direction now that's a bit sad which means if he doesn't take on c1 Arjun is going to be a bit worse Tikubai
Yeah, agreed. But is it the kind of verse jahan pe he has some counterplay at least? Because as we discussed, like maybe knight c5 is the way to create counterplay. Or oh wow, why as bolte ही खेल दिया. Okay, maybe me getting $100 million is the way forward. Sahaj bhai, what do you feel?
सारी विशेस ऐसे सच नहीं होती लक्ष्मण
अच्छा, सबकी नहीं होती.
सबकी नहीं होती Yes, जी making you know saying things what I thought about when I was 9 years old, literally.
Yes, by maybe he is 9 years old, said by who knows?
Oh, yeah, exactly why. Huge of true. But knight c5, and now white has apparently king g2 is very good, and also a thematic idea at that, because you wanna maybe play rook h1 at some point to carry the rook on the king side and then launch an attack. But besides that, I'm also thinking something like h4, because correct me if I'm wrong, Tikubai, but after h4, even if you take on g4, isn't h5 just losing this? Or what am I missing? Something you have, I think. Is it h4, h5 maybe?
I'm thinking because knight g4, I agree. H5 traps the bishop, and your queen is not on d7, and also the path the queen is blocked. Also, white has an extra piece on g3, so the sack shouldn't work. Um, yeah, maybe h5. Yeah, maybe that is the move. But I just had to look at the Indian stage by h4 के बाद. The best move is queen d7.
Arey bhai, bhai, bhai. Actually, h4 is not bad, yeah.
Yeah,
It's really not a bad, really not a bad move. Because after h5, there is a pawn takes and knight e5 में pawn मर रहा है, भाई. I also missed that. So queen d7, and if I play h5, bhai, are
bhai,
you
look,
serious?
yeah,
Bishop takes e4.
exactly, exactly.
Okay, like some sack is happening for sure in this game. That's now the third instance, with knight takes d5, rook takes c1, and rook takes c1, and then now bishop takes c4. Three instances we have seen where a sacrifice is possible. I feel like it's incoming in the game. It's just begging to be played.
But
And
would you
then
like?
his time advantage would give him some benefit. No, some advantage. You remember even that's how Gukesh also defeated um Yagiz Khan, because you remember in Gukesh's game, Gukesh had some, I think 30-35 minutes on the clock or something, and then he had that, let's say, a dubious sacrifice जब यागिस
Hmm.
का time कम था.
Yeah.
So could we see something similar now, Tikko bhai?
I mean, I hope it's not dubious because I want to see Arjun
Wait,
win a flawless game today.
but रिस्क तो लेना पड़ेगा ना भाई, ऐसे उसका सामने वाला ब्लंडर थोड़ी ना करेगा ऐसे.
That's
रिस्क तो हमें
true.
लेना ही पड़ेगा ना.
That's true. That's true. I think, for example, the sack we saw, Bishop E4, definitely works. And if Arjun can navigate through the variations, I would love to see that over the board. It gives him three pawns for a piece. And Chad, if you're a beginner to chess, एक pawn की value होती है 1 point, और एक knight और bishop की value होती है 3 points. So 3 pawns is basically fair play against a piece, especially in the end game, जहाँ पे queen trade हुई थी. I saw a few variations. The queens are getting traded off, and that would be pretty decent compensation for Arjun. And of course, it could go either way still. All three results possible. But depends on how much risk Arjun wants to take. तो भाई जब ये पीस करते हैं ना, if you miss a detail, it's game over. So is Arjun in the mood to take so much risk is my question, because he's not really suffering here. Like he can just play something normal, and it would be maybe slightly worse for him. Like would he have the motivation to, for example, go through these variations, because it could be just lost if he misses something.
I'm true, but at the same time, I feel it's Arjun. Arjun हमेशा थोड़ा मतलब डायनामिक ही खेलता है. And I think that's because that's his natural style. And also, we were speaking with Vishy sir yesterday. He also said that a player cannot change his style that much, because at the end of the day, this is who he is. This is how they play essentially. So I think that's the basically the main thing. But let's see what's going to happen. Right now, I feel like in the next like two moves or three moves, Arjun is going to sacrifice something.
Bye. That will really make this game so much more interesting. Um, right now, chat, 4 games, 3 games, dead equal. Right in the middle, only I think when Forest is slightly better. So today we predicted 4 results. Sahaj bhai, फिलहाल के लिए तो दिख नहीं रहे हैं, but we do see contours of something crazy happening. Magnus, of course, playing b5 in his game. Arjun allowing g4, and now some crazy sacrifices in this game possible. And of course, Nodirbek and Andy Woodward is insane anyways. So मजा आएगा chat, कहीं नहीं जाना. I think आज की चारों games में कुछ crazy हो सकता है.
Hi, 100% actually. Looking, sharp across all boards. The only like surprise is Nodirbek was a bit worse, but now looks like Andy has made a slight inaccuracy and now Nodirbek is back. And I feel like Nodirbek can push in this game still, like very, very much so. So looks very exciting all across. By the way, look at this. Nils, after some 33-minute think, has decided to take on b5. 33 minutes. And now rook b8. 11 सेकंड में response by the way.
Still half of what Hikaru took though, 67 by. But yeah, I think
वो
that was
तो
a
भाई
deep think.
epic हो गया.
But and I still I'm not sure. Yeah, the bar says equal, but I see so many targets. Like b2 pawn is now hanging, so I have to maybe play queen e2. But then I can attack that queen with rook e8, for example. I can play knight takes d5, attack b2, and win the pawn on d5. And I have the e4 square. If I win d5, I have a passed pawn already. I can't play b3 because again, bishop attacking a1. The only thing I have is the e6 square, but I'm not able to use it as I want to, at least not yet. So लग रहा है कि like Nils जो time पीछे है, like it's going to cost him a lot, that deep 33-minute think. एंड सहज भाई हमें अलविदा कह रहे हैं वहां पे, उनका नेट हमें अलविदा कह रहा है, सॉरी. He'll be back, but meanwhile, I think Magnus Carlsen thinking he has
I
almost
think it's
doubled.
back, no?
Yeah, सहज भाई.
Yes.
सहज
Yeah,
भाई,
I actually okay, limiting, yeah. Okay. पहले से तो बेहतर है. Let's go. It took like 3 hours for my net. मैं wait कर रहा था भाई कब जाएगा. So usually 1 घंटे में एक बार होता है, but yeah.
I agree,
Um,
Seth. I'm in your boat. I think पहले मैं क्वीन ब्लेंडर करता था, आजकल मैं रुक और पीस करता हूँ. So it's
कम से
definitely
एग्जैक्टली
better.
अब नहीं अब भी क्वीन ब्लंडर तो करते हो बट उसको सैक्रिफाइस बोल देते हो आप.
हाँ, exactly.
That makes
And
sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
it happens. Meanwhile, Erdogmus now, if he jump back, Sahej Bhai has 35 minutes. What is he thinking? Because time pressure building up. 19 ही चाले हुए. Look at him, yeah, he's half panicking a bit. You can see that anxiousness in him right now कि भाई clock पे time नीचे जा रहा है. You saw him pull up his sleeves. He's about to play. Scratches his head. Still, kind of rotating that piece in his hand. भाई 35 minutes नीचे आते ही pressure build up हो गया. 10 मिनट का है अर्जुन के पास फिर से.
भाई but okay, we have seen this story before and I just do hope कि वो result same नहीं होगा भाई जो last time वाला हुआ था. But I think Arjun is in a good place overall. It's very complicated. Just one pawn has been traded. He has good time advantage more or less now. I don't think there's many other things you can change here. Let's see. I think he's thinking about king g2 or king h2. I think two possible moves. He's also looking like his body is sort of leaning towards the king side. So I feel like these two moves are possible here. Knight h4 is not working in this scenario simply because, array, this is so nice. And I feel this is exactly the trap that Arjun has set up here because look at this, Tikubai. What you have to do here is absolutely ridiculous. You have to go knight takes d5. Knight
I'm sorry,
g6,
what?
and now look at this by knight to b6.
What?
And the knight doesn't have any return squares. What a move!
Oh, oh,
Has Arjun seen
oh.
this? Is my question. And two, is he laying out a trap? Because guess what? In this position, Tikubai, knight h4 is the only move I'm looking at. Because remember, I want to put my knight on f5.
Bhai Sahab, what? Can we show it again? That was so beautiful, bhai. Knight h4, knight takes d5. By the way, the idea is bishop attacks the knight. So if you pick up the knight on d4, I can pick up the knight on h4. So you have to move the knight. You take the bishop on g6. And now simply aram se bhai sidestep karte hue. And the knight is
Like,
trapped.
exactly. What a like new concept. I don't think I've ever seen this concept
Yeah.
before. Beautiful.
Agreed, possible to miss. And let's jump back to the Magnus game because the Magnus effect is happening. Sahaj by queen d3 mistake.
Oops.
And it looks like Magnus is in the driver's seat. He plays the best move, knight e4. And lag gaye bhai.
that end of the sentence that no one of us was prepared for. But yes, this looks very very bad, I think, for Nils, because ये pawn b2 का मरने वाला है. I mean, technically, Nils is a pawn up, so it's okay. He is getting the pawn back, but black's pieces are just gonna be way too active in this position. Rook b2, like pawn d5 का इतना weak. Rook b4 पे कभी बैठेगा, queen b6 आएगी, and white का जो अटैक, जो majority थी, उस majority का क्या हुआ basically? No g4, no counter play on the king side. Must be very happy here.
Bhai, I mean, just look at this chat. Pehle f5 was a target, b5 was a target, d6 was a target, a7 was a target. Black का एक weakness नहीं है यहाँ पे, which white can attack now. कुछ भी नहीं है. And black can attack everything. b2, the bishop on f2, f4 maybe, d5, the queen on d3 was harassed a couple of times. I feel like भाई यहाँ से तो मतलब like Magnus wins this 99 out of 100 times from here. So I think Magnus Carlsen about to get his first win, a first classical win in roughly a year, because he's not played since Norway chess. So any Magnus fan in the chat, by it's a moment to be happy. I think okay, it's not over just yet. Nils is fighting, but combined with the less than half the time that he has than his opponent, combined with the worst position, combined with the momentum shifting, I feel like it's just some very very strong play from the god of chess, and Magnus Carlsen is going to take it home. भाई क्या बंदा है यार चैट, क्या बंदा है ये. सो मैग्नस इज बेटर नाउ, वैन फॉरेस्ट इज बेटर नाउ. सो चार में से दो गेम में क्लियरली वन साइड हैज टेकन ओवर. सो हमारी प्रिडिक्शन ऑफ 4 रिजल्ट्स इज ऑन पॉइंट चैट. लग रहा है होने वाले हैं भाई 4 रिजल्ट चैट. क्या डू यू थिंक विल हैव 4 रिजल्ट्स टुडे चैट? क्या लग रहा है? हाउ मेनी रिजल्ट्स टुडे विल गेट चैट? कम ऑन, टेक अ प्रेडिक्शन. एक नंबर चाहिए भाई, और 4 ही गेम है तो 6 मत बोलना भाई. आई नो कई लोग थोड़े क्रेजी होते हैं, बट 4 इज द मैक्स नंबर. By the update chat, Erdogmus has still not played. So not shifting games, because I think ये moment important as game में, but he's still thinking and has 30 minutes only remaining compared to 45 for Arjun. So Arjun also, at least on the clock, is doing much better now. 1, 4, 1, 3. I see 4 also a couple of times at least. So आज predictions काफी high हैं in the number of results. कल एक ही result था, आज बहुत हो सकते हैं. नहीं, दो थे कल, 2 थे results. Yes.
Yes, भाई कल 2 results थे, especially Andy winning at the end in that opposite colored bishop endgame, which was very 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 nice. So he's
Dahej
already
bhai,
on 1 out of 1.
let's jump to Arjun's game. Less than 30 minutes for look at the eyebrow shift from Nils there was hilarious. But yeah, less than 30 minutes now.
Yeah, this looks very very troubling for. Yes, but I feel like he's used to it by. बट मेरे को थोड़ा सैड हो गया नाइट C5 देख के, बिकॉज अब वो रुक C1 क्वीन C1 वाले जो सैक्रिफाइसेस थे बोर्ड पे, अब वो नहीं आएंगे. बट इसका बेनिफिट भी है एक चैट. द बेनिफिट इज कि व्हाइट कैन नेवर प्ले बिशप E3 in this position because black has knight takes E4 always hanging. So I think that's the one benefit. But yeah, on the other hand, you'll never have. But okay, rook C1 was a ridiculously difficult move to see, I have to say.
And chat, that's how
But
people
now the
prefer
question
this.
is, भाई वो आगे बढ़ेगा कैसे? Like, what does he do even?
Maybe that's a good question.
Like,
Because
I
knight,
see king h2, ठीक है, दे दिया आपको king g2. Okay, now what? And you're telling me you have to play 21 moves. Okay, yeah. 21 moves basically from this moment onwards with 28 minutes on the clock without a clear plan, yeah? Some problems, maybe.
I have to agree, because chat, look at this. आपकी normal moves यहाँ white से क्या होंगी? Development, right? You can't play bishop e3 because e4 is hanging now. So bishop g6 का एक फायदा तो है, so वो आप खेल नहीं सकते. Bishop अगर आप g5 खेलते हो, you're essentially stopping your own pawn from advancing, and now h6. At least h6 is a clear answer कि भाई क्या करोगे आप. So you don't have a clear answer to that. So bishop g5 doesn't make sense. Bishop d2, there's already knight a4, which is at least a repetition for black. At least. In fact, he's better. You can't develop this bishop to a good square. Bishop on b1 has no good squares. मतलब rook on a1 has no squares. So अब आधे pieces से खेल रहे हो basically. And वो भी अपने potential पे पहुंच चुके हैं. सहज भाई, I have 8 kids. 3 of them are in the US settled. और बाकी 4 PlayStation में खेल रहे हैं. What do I do as a parent now to improve my family's life? I'm not sure.
भाई उनको यू नो chess.com की मेंबरशिप दिलाओ.
Ooh, that's
I
a good
feel
point.
that's the way, because वो उस game में they can become very high rated, and then they can win prizes.
Wait, that's a good point. Sahaj, by finding a solution where I didn't expect one, so that's great. But Dogmas, by the way, looking very, very anxious now. You can see him, and we saw this at Tata
भाई
Steel as
आपके
well.
8
He was
बच्चे हैं, good luck to you भाई.
तभी भाई send me. Okay, चलो चलो सीधा भी यहाँ नहीं कर सकते. But okay, by the way, meanwhile, Dogmas still not playing. 26 minutes now, भाई. 20 minute का difference almost.
Yeah. Also, looks like Yagiz is getting a bit uncomfortable now. Chat is saying, I feel Erdogmus is overrated by he's 14 years old. Please don't forget. Like 14 साल का बच्चा किसी भी चीज में कभी भी overrated नहीं हो सकता. Like किसी भी discipline में, not
भाई
just chess. It's impossible.
अगर उसकी रेटिंग 150 पॉइंट भी कम होती ना
वो
डेढ़
तो
सौ
भी overrated ना होता. Like,
तब भी नहीं होता ओवर. साहिल क्रिएटिंग हिज ओन मिनी कैंडिडेट्स विद दोस 8 किड्स. हाँ भाई, दैट्स द ड्रीम. जैसे लोग कहते हैं ना कि 11 बच्चे करूंगा और क्रिकेट टीम बनाऊंगा, वैसे 8 बच्चे करूंगा और कैंडिडेट्स में खेलेंगे सारे के सारे. सो एटलीस्ट घर ही आएगा कैंडिडेट्स.
exactly.
दैट्स द गोल. यस.
World Championship match, Tiku versus Tiku.
Not a bad strategy, Saj bhai, because anyways,
Exactly.
coaching तो सेम पैसा लगना है. By the way, he plays
You
king
can
g2, so he.
actually say it's coming home and then it will come home.
Yeah. By the way, king g2,
Unlike,
best move played. Unlike what, Saj
un-
bhai? I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure Saj
unlike
bhai क्या
some,
कहना चाहते हैं.
unlike some things.
Okay, I have no idea अब क्या कह सकते हैं. But anyways, king g2 played the best move, but Saj bhai ने problem highlight करी थी पहले. इसके बाद क्या? ये
Hmm.
obvious solution था कि चेसकॉम की membership दे दी, but इसके बाद क्या सहज भाई? I don't see a clear move for
अब
white.
वेट करो, अब वेट करो, फल के बारे में मत सोचो. फ्रूट्स खाओ इंस्टेड. But by the way, black can also play knight a4 in this position anyways. The chat is going crazy. Why could be
चैट अपने
14
मजे ले
years
लिया.
is playing at, yeah, for sure. By the way, only two moves for black, which is h6 and knight a4. Otherwise, Arjun is like, it says he's worse, but I have no idea why.
Wait, why can't I play h5 by the way? Like the move I really want to play, right? I want to challenge you on the g4 point.
अब gh5 knight h5 knight e5 एक चीज है, ये मर रहा है, ये भी मर रहा है.
Ah,
तो कुछ
tactics, my
टैक्टिक्स
god.
हैं और कुछ तो h5 तो मत ही खेलो भी. पर अर्जुन इज ओनली लुकिंग एट द किंग साइड आई फील, सॉरी द क्वीन साइड आई फील. वो राइट साइड की तरफ देख रहा है, तो ऑन
Hmm.
somewhere on this, I feel, and maybe b4 or knight a4 could be moves that he's considering that it opens up the queen and the rook, some pressure on the b2 pawn, bishop cannot move. Of course, you explained this very well कि ये पूरे जो like let's say 1 2 3 4, like the five pieces over here in this on the queen side are just unable to move right now.
Yep. And chat stream like karo. Let's get more people in because time dekho Yagiz ka 26 minutes versus 42 for Arjun. The game is sharpening up. Though games may already one player has taken the lead. Magnus better against Nils. Van Foreest better against Zhu Jiner. Nodirbek, of course, crazy game there against Andy Woodward. And chauthi game follow kar rahe hain because it is Arjun indeed. Sej bhai, how many leaders do you expect after today?
I mean, I think just one, no? It can only be one because it's not decided here. I feel like Nodirbek and Andy के गेम में कोई जीतेगा and I think वो Nodirbek होगा. Because generally,
हाँ,
the Uzbek players like at some point they will just switch it on, and you never know when is that moment. Like you saw
agreed.
he was worse, like a lot worse before, but now Nodirbek is kind of pressing.
Wow. Nodirbek kabhi haar nahi mante. We know how ferocious he is, and if he wins, he goes to 2-8-8-5 today. So just one win away behind Caruana. Did I say Caruana? Caruana se piche Sahaj bhai. So I think he's gunning for that world number 3 spot already.
Hmm. Caruana is yeah, we won't like being world number 4, bhai.
Yeah, especially of the candidates. Yeah, I mean how Saindarov,
Candidates, you mean?
crushed him at the candidates,
Oh.
and
Who crushed him?
Saindarov.
Ah, okay. मैंने कुछ और सुना.
अच्छा आपने सैंटोस सुना क्या?
Something related to that.
अच्छा अच्छा.
Who is the strongest Indian player under 16? Good question. I think we did this yesterday, but there are quite a few, I would say, who are 2010, 2011 born, who are around 24, 2500 rating. There are quite a few. Wait a second. Okay, no, that was not a blunder. I feel like Nodirbek ka ek bar ek par left ki side gaya, but it was not a blunder. It's completely fine. I think this is the position, by the way, so if anyone's curious. After queen takes f3, king takes f3, and you're gonna play an endgame. I really don't see Nodirbek. Okay, I for sure he's gonna put pressure here, but Nodirbek losing is impossible. Yeah, I think he's gonna most likely. I feel like he's gonna win this.
Do you think Black exchanges queens? I don't think so. I feel like maybe he keeps the queens on. I don't know how is the best way to do so, but I feel like he might keep the queens on for now. But it's
Yeah,
tough, yeah.
agreed. Queen c8 maybe. But उसके बाद खराब ही है भाई. Rook c4, bc4. Apparently knight c3, rook d6 is very good. Yeah, tough
Okay.
road ahead for Andy.
भाई बिल्कुल आई थिंक एक गलती की थी नोजरबैग ने उसके बाद से ही इज नॉट लुक्ड बैक एंड इफ ही विंस ही कुड बी 2-2 बाय द वे at this event, so doing pretty well. By the way, Arjun, still thinking, so time difference कम होता हुआ 39 minutes now, and सिर्फ 19 चालें खेलनी है अर्जुन ने, so 21 चालें खेलनी है 39 minutes में. Not super easy as well.
Yeah, and by the way,
Question
only
by,
move territory for Arjun. Yeah, h6 or knight a4. Because it's
yep.
kind of hard to make moves for Arjun as well. And Arjun is only looking at the king. He's not even considering h6. Yeah, I feel. How do you consider h6 also? Because it opens up a hook.
Agreed. Basically, h6 के बाद, for example, a move like g5 comes with more pressure because you're forced to take. Um, there could be sacrifices on h6, for example, knight f5, bishop h6, knight h6 becomes an option as well. So target nahi dena hai.
Mm-hmm.
So h6 may be
Mm-hmm.
something Arjun doesn't want to play unless he's forced.
Exactly. एग्जैक्टली सहज भाई इग्नोरिंग मैच है कौन सी चैट सहज भाई चेस के अलावा और क्या पसंद है कमेंट्री वगैरह छोड़ अच्छा um lots of things. I mean, I try to do things here and there. I like to play as well, of course. Uske alawa I have some things that I watch, some things that sometimes I play games as well. I'm a huge Pokemon Go fan. That's another thing. But yeah, mostly this is what we do. Yeah, because I mean, for like in the last, I would say 3 months, Tikuba, I think we've been commentating for I think at least half of it. So it
Yeah.
takes up a lot of your time.
And it's not going to get more relaxed now. May
Yeah.
is very packed. June is packed. July kind of packed as well. I think August will be the next relaxed month. And of course, the second half of the year is just absolutely jam packed. And of course, we'll be looking forward to the Gukesh match. अभी वैशाली का पता नहीं है कब है मैच, लेकिन है ना, we still don't know because likely is it in April next year, which I would also prefer because साथ में नहीं होना चाहिए.
Hmm.
But also bids were announced, by the way, Sej by just yesterday or day before yesterday by FIDE for the World
Yes.
Championship match. And I think the total requirement was like $8.5 million or something to host the match. So I don't know how many bids we get. Do you, okay, chat question, yeah? Matlab, who do you think would bid? Like, India is an obvious choice. Sindarov is an obvious choice. Do you think anybody else would bid for the match apart from these two countries when Gukesh and Sindarov are playing?
You mean Singapore? Yeah, I thought you said Sindarov is confirmed. I thought you meant, but I think you were saying Singapore. But yeah,
Yeah,
anyways,
Uzbekistan and India would definitely make bids, right? Because they want the match to happen in their country. But any other countries you imagine bidding for this?
oh, I think Singapore is good, no? On that note, I would also love it if it was in Hungary, right? Hungary is a beautiful. I mean, I think a lot of people will agree that the Olympiad was fantastic when it was held here. That would be amazing as well. But I think it depends on the places, and yeah, I think it should also be like somewhere in Asia, basically.
Yeah. Basically, chat, जब भी कोई host करता है ना, they have to justify the money, right? They have to make the money back somehow. And because if a player is from your country, it becomes more likely sponsors come in and, like at the end, everybody wants to make money from the event. So hosting it in a random country is less um, likely because of that reason alone. So Singapore is a great one. I think they did for the Gukesh Ding Championship. Not sure if we'll do it again. Um, I don't see any other countries as possibilities, Sahaj bhai. Like India और Uzbekistan ही लग रहा है मुझे.
Yeah, I think could be one of them, or like a place like Singapore would also be amazing. Even Gukesh said that he was pretty happy with it, if I'm not mistaken, like some time ago. So I mean, we'll see. It all depends on the bids. And yeah, भाई वो बस जब कनाडा में candidates हुआ था तो for us commentators it was like from midnight until 6 a.m. Either scenario, चाहे वो सिंगापुर में हो चाहे वो इंडिया में हो, I think it's still good time wise for us. So that's the
हाँ,
great thing.
एशिया में तो होगा. I don't think it can happen in the US because दोनों players इंडिया से हैं, so it will be like kind of catastrophic, yeah, to have everybody watch it
Hmm.
from midnight. So होगा तो एशिया में. कोई कह रहा है पाकिस्तान में करवा दो न्यूट्रल वेन्यू, सहज भाई.
Yeah, of course, of course.
अच्छी बात है, वहाँ हमजा जी भी बैठे होंगे तो ही कैन हेल्प विद द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, या.
अरे
अरे
ये
रुके बी
ये
लेट प्ले.
ये कैसे, like, I'm trying to understand. It feels like Arjun thought about a bunch of moves and then in the end decided to look at, the move you look at when nothing else when you don't like anything else you've calculated, and then in the end you spend like those 2 minutes to look at this move and that's what you end up playing. I'm not really sure what is this rook b8. But also h4 ke baad, it's for the first time Yaz has a significant advantage. Like it's not even a joke. H4 के बाद I feel like he's in deep trouble. Only move territory incoming for Arjun.
भाई look at this. So h4. Now h5 is Arjun's only move, by the way. He has to find it. G5, knight h7. And what if I just play this move knight to g1 with the idea of maybe attacking
Like क्या
h5?
है 91? Okay, this is a hard move to play because I don't think you're threatening to take on h4 by you're h5 by. You think you're planning to go knight h3 and f4, which is yeah, I'm not even sure what to call this. Imagine in this position, you're trying to explain to someone, नहीं chess easy होती है, and then you want to explain to someone that in this position you want to go knight g1, knight h3, and f4.
And when you're not developed, yeah? I mean, if I play like
And
this and
सारे
I'm a
पीस
coach,
घर अभी भी वो 960 चल रहा है घर पे.
wow. By the way, that's a good point. White के 8 में से 5 पीस तो literally 960 के स्क्वायर्स पे है. And उनमें से एक डेवलप पीस
भाई
इज द
उससे
किंग.
पहले 9 8 8 में से 7 थे. 2 मूव पहले लुक एट, तभी तो मैं
या
कह रहा था आपको, देखो
या
7 पीसेस है
या
यहाँ पे.
अग्रीड. If Arjun loses to Yagiz after drawing Magnus, it would be horrible, of course, from Arjun's perspective, because from his perspective, he's the stronger player. I mean, a loss is always painful. Like it's always painful, chat. In fact, I think I think किसी ने पूछा था सिंदारो से, what's like your ऐसे कुछ होता है ना, like one thing you're really scared of in life. Like, what's that one thing? Either losing. Like, he could have said snakes. He could have said, like, I don't know, spiders, whatever. But he says losing. Like, that's like a traumatic memory. In fact, there was this guy, GM from China called Zinshi Bai. And I heard like he was playing some tournament in Delhi. I don't know. आपने बताया था किसने बताया था नहीं. I think somebody else. But anyways, he was
I
2100.
I know him because I've played him like many times. Actually, in Delhi, I've played him as well. But yeah, continue.
Yeah. So he was 2100 and he came to Delhi, played, lost the final round game. He could have gotten a great score. Cried for half an hour in the tournament hall. ऐसा मेरे को बोला किसी ने बताया. आधा घंटा रोया वो. Like he couldn't digest that loss. And then within 2 years he was a GM. Like मतलब, it's understandable. Like people don't digest losses and they kind of really make sure कि दोबारा ऐसा ना हो. So yeah,
Hmm.
kind of having that averse reaction to losses is not always so bad.
Yeah, for sure. Because I think losing like this, or it definitely shapes your thinking in the future. And by the way, look at this. Look at the way that, definitely he's feeling the nerves. 23 minutes on the clock and not a clear plan ahead. H4 is what we discussed, but that follow up with knight G1, knight H3, F4 feels almost inhuman to me. Can he play this? Can he find this? Is the question.
बाय द अर्जुन की हाइट क्या है या वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इन चेस लाइक आपकी हाइट क्या होती है लाइक इट्स अगर
No,
चेस
Arjun
में
is
कोई
tall, I
कार्ड बनते.
think. Arjun is tall, I think. I know.
बाय द वे स्टिल नो मूव्स 22 minutes now for Yagiz. So he needs to make sure कि जब वो moment आए सहज भाई usually when you're building up this initiative on the king side there could be a moment जहाँ पे you might have to sacrifice something and you might need time for that moment. So Yagiz, he messed it up against Ukesh. He had that opportunity. He ideally doesn't want to repeat it again. So तेज खेलना पड़ेगा उनको.
Yeah, 21 minutes on 20 moves is never a joke. And by the way, the way he's setting it, he's definitely not making the move in the next 30 seconds or so. I mean, I think he's going to take his time because clearly the follow up is very, very difficult to find, which I think is kind of good news for Arjun here.
It is. It
Oh,
is. I
look
think
at him.
if he
Look at him.
cannot.
Now he's kind of nodding his head, looking at the king side. Maybe he likes that idea of H4 because that's exactly where he's looking at right now. Has he spotted
Oof.
this tactic and has he looked at knight G1 and knight H3? This idea is the most important, and I think this is what Arjun missed.
Sahaj bhai, I have to be honest. Yagi's positional skills have not impressed me in this game so far. I mean, I'm nobody to talk, but in terms of positional chess, it feels like Arjun has played the better game so far. And now Yagis needs to play H4, which again has tactical and positional ideas both. I'm not sure he finds it. Like a rookie one idea, or D3, D4 idea, or D5 idea. Like I'm not sure he'll find H4 here. And if he finds it, he's taking too much time for it. So he needs to do it quickly. एक बार 20 मिनट के नीचे
I
घड़ी जाएगी ना तो भाई वो जो
feel
एंक्शसनेस है
like
वो डबल हो जाएगी उसकी.
he hasn't, I mean, I feel like he's played the game really, really well so far. Yes, but, and I also think like just because, I mean, I think the follow up for him is very, very difficult, but it's also equally difficult for Arjun as well. I think Arjun has managed his time a little bit better than Erdogmus, but I'm not so sure if, like position wise, he's still fine because this is exactly how he defeated Arjun last time they played.
Oof, this is very interesting, by the way. Every second now below the 20-minute mark for a Dogmas, who is slightly better with the white pieces against the India number one. This could be a huge win for him. And कई लोग कह रहे हैं, by the way, कि Topolov को चुना था उन्होंने because he was like not at his prime and maybe was a bit overrated because he had not played for a while. A former world champion, and the goal was to reach 27 so quickly. But if he wins this game, that's a clear statement ki bhai, that was just going. Like, I don't need Topolov to reach 27. I could have done it in this event.
Yeah, true. True. I mean, I think that's also kind of, again, not really fair to say, but let's see. Rakesh bhai, khel Yagesh kya? Chess Master Ji is just trying to remember Rakesh bhai here. Of course, that's what he would say here. For sure.
Bilkul.
By the way, look at him. He's moving so much. I feel like he's about to play H4, but let's hope it's not too late. It's
Bhai is moving
19
so
minutes
fast
only.
at this point, he's generating electricity, I feel. Um, Come on, Yagiz, you have to play now. Pawn. By the way, there are the moves, chat. It's not the only move. He could play Queen E2, for example. He could play Knight D2 as well. That's also an option, but I think H4 is the most ambitious one. Basically, forces Arjun to come up with only moves. That's why it's so strong.
Exactly, exactly. Queen e2, knight d2 और h4 and Arjun board पे ही नहीं है. Okay, question to chat. Do you guys think this match goes beyond 40 moves? And Tikubai, do you think this match goes beyond 40 moves? Because I'm not so sure anymore. I thought for sure जाएगा पहले, but I'm not so
Hmm.
sure anymore.
A good question, Sahaj. Yesterday the games did end early, like in 4 hours, which is not as common. So I'm gonna stick with your. I'm kind of with you on this one. I don't think it's gonna reach 40 moves, and even if it does, I think it's gonna be like filler moves. Yeah, people just kind of repeating moves or waiting to agree to a draw or a win, whatever it is. So I don't think so because आधी 20 moves हुई हैं and they've used up more than an hour each. I feel like a blunder is incoming. I don't know who will be the first one to blunder, but are I वो?
Yeah, 100%, 100%. And 17 minutes for Yagiz is not the best sign. Of course, this is something he has to consistently work on because his time is something that a lot of people can target in the future. And he's
By
been
the way,
getting in time pressure consistently. Yeah, like it happened almost every match in Tata Steel, and now in round two again on move 20.
yeah. And I understand your point, Krish, ki Arjun not winning many major events, but I think he's also been quite unlucky. He's finished second more times than I can imagine with for any other player. Like always, I think second, 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 second. So he's always been there, like right next to the winner. So, and he did win a few events. I don't remember the exact event, but he's always been there in the race. It's never been a case कि उसके पास chance नहीं है. If you exclude Tata Steel, for example, that's one event I think he struggled at. So Arjun always a contender in every event. And as of now, Rook B8, as I discussed, yeah, maybe not the correct move. Like I don't see how it's useful in any case. So a dog must having kind of a free hand here to play this
The thing
pawn to
is
h4 move.
at higher depth, like the computer stabilizes. So like it's a very complicated position even for the engine. So um yeah, I feel like he's on. Look at him. Look at Yagiz. I feel like he's in so much pressure right now, bhai.
Agreed.
What?
And by I mean he's really nervous, says by, but he's looking at the h pawn. He's definitely looking at the h pawn. इसमें तो कोई doubt नहीं है. Sash, by your views on Olympiad, none of the players are in great shape. Literally, no one. Krish is saying. What are your thoughts, Sash, by on that one?
I think, what do you mean none of the players? Like, okay, I mean, firstly, yeah, again, Erdogmus is 14 years old. It doesn't matter. He's 14. There's no in shape or not in shape. We don't know what Yagiz in shape looks like. We don't know what Yagiz not in shape looks like because he's
I think they
14.
mean the Indian players, charge or team में.
Indian players, I think it's something, lots of, it's a mix of many things, but I feel like this is the year when we get it back. एक वो Olympiad का win आएगा ना भाई, then I think things start to click very, very nicely. But yeah, I think with each player, I think it's separate issues at least. But yeah,
Also, Nihal is not in bad form. Like he'll be the guy playing on the fourth board. He's definitely in the form of his life. So I do agree. The top three maybe not in the peak of their form, but Nihal is doing pretty awesome right now. So I would say ki Vidit we don't know. I don't know. Vidit has not played for a while, but he does play well sometimes when he comes back after a break. But maybe the top three, of course, we need them to catch some form. Of course, especially Gukesh, who's going to play his world championship. By the way, अर्जुन आके बैठ गए बिकॉज इवन ही मस्ट बी लाइक भाई अब तो खेलेगा ही भाई अब तो टाइम ही नहीं उसके 14 मिनट सहज भाई.
why like I'm not even sure if this is savable territory now because this looks extremely scary. Like I know, okay, like Yagiz himself is now, let's say, not extremely happy. He must be extremely nervous here. Okay, let's see if he goes for h4 though. That's the key move. Ah, he doesn't go for it. He goes queen
Oh,
e2. Bhai,
I
again a decision, yeah. Like you think about h4 for like 20 minutes, and then uske baad last ke I mean, you tell yourself, okay, h4 is not looking very good. I can't justify it. I can't calculate it. Then you think for 2 minutes for something like queen e2. Okay, it doesn't change much, and I can play h4 later on.
agreed. And I told you, said, by kind of जो positional decision है ना, Yagiz has kind of played safe in today's game, I think. समय भाई भी कमेंट्री कर रहे हैं साथ में चैट, आई होप यू कैन हियर देम, बट मुझे लग रहा है कि अच्छा ओह, बट बेसिकली आई फील लाइक वो he's kind of playing it a bit safe. जहां पे उनको option है ना, I wanna hit the hammer right now. He's kind of warming the hammer first, sharpening his axe, and then he's gonna cut the wood. I think he's taking too much precaution, and that should give Arjun an opportunity here. But says, what is Arjun's best move now? Because h4 is still coming, and now it could be even stronger because now knight f5 is an option. The queen on e2 is definitely better placed than d1, for example.
No, no, for sure. And if I could, wish, if I could do a bit of wishful thinking, I would just love to, go over this knight and just take the bishop on c1. Still, I'm still looking at that move. So something like knight a4, knight d7, just to create space and try to take on c1 would be my idea. But it seems like a distant dream now. But there is another very interesting idea in this position, which I feel it's at least worth mentioning, which is again, I'm using the drawback principle. So this queen was controlling some squares on d1, which is not controlling on e2 anymore. Of course, c1 is one of them. That's why queen takes c1. But that got me thinking, okay, queen d1 पे c1 को बचा रही थी और क्या क्या बचा रही थी? It is actually the b3 square. And now I'm thinking, what if I was to go queen a5? Mera idea is knight to b3. Pawn takes b3 and queen takes a1. And this, I feel, is at least interesting.
Well, bishop d2, like, isn't that a free tempo? Like, that was my
Bishop d2,
worry.
queen a4, na?
Queen a4. Wow. Okay,
भाई
that's
नाइट b3 तो अब
very
भी आ रहा है
tough.
ना b3
But
पे तो
that's very tough, no?
you can't even attack my queen. Why is it tough?
Interesting.
I know it's weird to put the queen there, but I feel it's like if you cannot even attack the queen, then it justifies it, no?
That's a fair point.
Like
But I'm
if
also
you
scared कि attack बन रहा है king side पे. So if something goes wrong, my queen is so far away from the king. But very interesting
in the
idea though. Queen a5 and then
back of
queen
your
a4.
mind, you must have analyzed h4 previously. So after in this position, when Yagiz was thinking for 12 minutes, I'm sure h4 was one of the moves that Arjun was considering. So he's going to say, okay, if he plays h4 after queen e2 or if he plays h4 straight, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? Like they are both kind of the same. So he will say, okay, h4 तो already मैंने analyze कर लिया था. So I'll go queen a5. I'll try to play knight b3 and I'll try to take this rook. This is how you create an imbalance. And if white plays h4, maybe I'll play h5, जो मैं पहले खेलने वाला ही था. And I think that gives him some chances. Even in this position, Tikubai, the best move for Yagiz is to bring the queen back to d1.
Okay,
Like
of course, that's
that's
not going to happen. Yeah.
exactly.
So very interesting. By the way, I think chat bot demand kariye Magnus game. So let's do a 1 minute escapade to Magnus's game, Saj by. Let's cover it up from where we left it. I think that was 94. What happened after that?
So, yeah, we had these four pawns here. Very, very nice. Queen f5, only move played by Magnus. Knight g5 aata hai. He takes it. So he goes queen d2 first. And now he takes on g5, takes on b2, not taking on g5 right now. This one is also slightly weak. And this is the current position. The pawns are more or less equal right now, but white does have two, okay, let's say three pawns which are relatively quite weak, which are a2, d5, and g5. And of course, d5 being the most weak out of them because this is the central pawn. It's my biggest target. I'm attacking it. And whereas white would love to have some attack on the king side, but this pawn is kind of working in black's favor and there's no immediate attack. And I think that means Nils is gonna, yeah, I think he's struggling here for sure. He takes on b2, by the way. This is the current position, but I feel like he's struggling here.
Yeah, I think Magnus is going to take this home, chat. यहाँ पे अगर live square bishop होता, maybe some chances. Okay, even then I'm not sure. But and of course you have the e6 square. But what do you put on e6? I can just put the king on h8. and there's not much to do. Bishop e5 आके बैठ सकता है, by the way, just defending that d6 pawn as well. The only real weakness I think which white has, black has, sorry, and ब्लैक क्वीन आराम से भाई चॉप 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 करके सारे पॉन मार सकती है. A2 मारा, D5 मारा, and in a 3 to 4 moves, like black would have 3 passed pawns, Sahaj bhai. So I'm even surprised कि it's only -1. I thought even slightly और खराब हो सकता है.
मैं कुछ होगा बट देखिए 10 मिनट्स भी हैं नील्स के पास तो इट्स वेरी हार्ड टू कीप दिस पोजीशन एट -1 दैट्स फॉर श्योर generally you make a slight mistake here and then the position just becomes completely lost. I mean, that I've seen it happen many, many times. So, yeah, so Magnus looking good. I think it's going to be a win. Let's say 99% confirmed.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Arjun to see what he's doing. He's still thinking with half an hour on his clock.
And Chad
We
also
did
in the
discuss this Queen A5 move earlier, Tikubai. Do
mm,
you think it's going to happen?
I doubt it, says, but I think Queen D7, for example, to me feels more natural, brings the queen closer to the king, also keeps an eye on that G4 pawn. So now, H4 maybe becomes less likely, and also opens my rook's path towards the bishop on C1. As we discussed, rook takes C1 was always a move which we are considering in many variations. So maybe that's my choice, just keeping it safe and solid. Also, I feel like Yagiz has 14 minutes. The longer I drag this game, he's just going to give the game to me. I don't need to play. में खांसी आ रही. Can you comment it for the
कुछ
next 20 seconds?
कुछ कह रहे थे आप भाई सॉरी मेरा इंटरनेट नहीं ब्रेक हुआ सो आई हर्ड एवरीथिंग And look at this. He has played Queen A5 chat. And now Knight B3 ka threat. And Tiku bhai popcorn khate hue because now it's on.
भाई मतलब अर्जुन भाई हैज
कैसा
नो
लग रहा
चिल
है
भाई.
टिक्कू भाई -50 और लूज करके
मतलब ऐसी फीलिंग आ रही है कि मैं किसी को डेट पे पूछ रहा हूँ. आई हैव नॉट इवन कंप्लीटेड माय सेंटेंस एंड शी सेड नो. यू नो लाइक शी डजंट
नहीं
इवन
नहीं
नो
ये
फॉर
तो
श्योर.
वो था कि वो आप वेट कर रहे हो बट वो वेट ही करते रह गए वो देख के मतलब चली गई
नहीं नहीं भाई, दैट्स इवन इतना एम्बैरसिंग भी नहीं था. इतना भी नहीं था. इतना भी नहीं था भाई, बट हाँ. But still, yeah, Queen A5, a very ambitious move
funny.
by Arjun. Let's put it that way, because Chad is basically going for a counter attack. Yeah, Knight B3 is the plan, and it's very, very ambitious. And the main question is, Sahaj bhai, has Yagiz seen Queen A5? Because अगर नहीं देखा है, I would expect at least a 5 to 6 minute think, and then he could have like 6 or 7 on his clock.
भाई मैं तो कहता हूँ क्वीन D1 एंड देन ओके क्वीन D1 एक बार खेल दिया तो देन समवेयर इन द बैक ऑफ अर्जुन्स माइंड ही इज थिंकिंग आई मीन ड्रॉ मिल तो रहा है बट अपोनेंट के पास 12 मिनट भी हैं वेल आई एम गेसिंग बाय द टाइम ही हैज प्लेड क्वीन D1 इट्स गोना बी वे लेस बट आई मीन आई नो ही शुडंट टेक द ड्रॉ बट एटलीस्ट वो थॉट आएगा उसके दिमाग में
But Queen D1 बहुत unlikely, although I shouldn't speak now because clearly I don't know much about this game. But Queen D1 looks very unlikely because अगर अभी आया वहीं से, and then again वहां जाना is basically admitting कि something went wrong. So although could happen, I think definitely a possibility, more so than Queen A5 to be honest. But a tough decision for Yagiz with 11 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. सहज भाई, आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन, चैट क्वेश्चन टू यू एज वेल. आई थिंक हम लोग सब ऑनलाइन चेस ओवर द चेस खेलते हैं, बट लेट्स से अगर आप ओवर द बोर्ड यहाँ खेल रहे होते हैं अगेंस्ट समबडी हुज 50 points lower than you, he's a talented player, but maybe you are a bit stronger on paper. If you get the draw option with Queen D1, Queen whatever, would you take it in this exact situation?
I mean you are asking if Arjun should take it I mean it's really nuanced I feel really really nuanced it's
No, would you take
you
it?
know
Would you take it?
like it doesn't matter what I would do because I to be honest I don't know what I would do. It really depends on the situation. On the one hand, you want to play for a win because of course that's what you're here for. You want to regain your 2800 rating or whatever your goal is. You of course beating Yagiz is helps you accomplish those goals. But on the other hand, यागिस से अगर आप एक मैच हार गए देन पूरे टूर्नामेंट का मोमेंटम ब्रेक हो जाएगा तो दैट्स अनदर रिस्क And also by 50 point ऊपर नीचे for us is different than for Arjun because 2700 like 2700 or 2750 में maybe the difference is not as big as there is in, let's say, in lower levels.
Yeah,
So yeah, that's just
agreed.
my take.
No, agreed. I think बहुत nuance तो है ही. And कोई कह रहा है Gukesh is low on time. Yep, the world championship is approaching, so he is low on time. So let's see what happens there. But meanwhile, 10 मिनट से नीचे जाते हुए सहज भाई, I mean, हम सब ने देखा है 10 का दम. एंड आई फील लाइक जो एंशियसनेस जो वो हिल रहे थे वो बहुत बढ़ने वाला है आफ्टर दिस काउंटडाउन ड्रॉपिंग बिलो 10 मिनट मार्क.
भाई वो सोच तो रहा है क्वीन डी वन, ये मिस तो किया उसने क्वीन एफ 100%. मतलब आई नाउ इज थिंकिंग क्वीन डी वन वापस जाए या नहीं. देखो भाई देखो, लुक एट दैट पॉन दैट ही जस्ट इट काइंड ऑफ जस्ट फेल डाउन ऑन द टेबल. या एंड नाउ ही पिक्स इट अप. I'm for sure he's feeling pressure, and I think Arjun. I mean, if we can see it, Arjun could have heard it as well. I mean, I'm sure Arjun senses that that his opponent is indeed very very nervous.
Come on, let's go, Arjun.
That, like, don't think. I mean, yes, it's a like good sign for Arjun, but at the same time, like, don't forget Yagiz is at least experienced in these feelings. Like he still has tendency to perform exceptionally well even while dealing with these issues. This is something, of course, that he's working on because he's still fairly quite young. Not fairly quite young, very very young. Um, but yeah, this is a big problem for him right now.
And Chad, let's not you know forget कि अर्जुन हमेशा calm रहते हैं. Like he's known to be the guy who's very calm. So under these situations, we can trust him to hold his nerves. Maybe he has more experience as well with his age and also with the more accomplishments that he has so far. ऐसी सिचुएशन में one move could just completely derail a Dogmas's confidence. And this Queen A5 move, if you have missed it, Sahaj, if you've not seen it, can do that. By the way, knight to D2 played. So he doesn't play Queen D1. He controls the B3 square with his knight.
By Yagiz, with that move, I think has kind of given away his hand, and I feel now Arjun should think he's better. अब अर्जुन नहीं लेगा ड्रॉ भाई फॉर श्योर. दैट वाज हिम एडमिटिंग मेरी पोजीशन खराब है भाई, बिकॉज नाइट बी थ्री ही डिडंट सी भाई. इवन दो यू हैव टू सैक इट विद H4, आई टोल्ड यू दिस इज वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू प्ले ओवर द बोर्ड.
Hmm. Very interesting,
Edge
actually.
भाई, आई
And
थिंक टिकू कैन इजीली आउटप्ले इन दिस पोजीशन. यस भाई, बट लाइक वो अर्जुन कोई दूसरा अर्जुन होगा मोस्ट लाइकली, जिसने चेस देखी नहीं है कभी.
वो आउट कह रहे हैं कि वो मतलब इतना अच्छा खेलूंगा अर्जुन बाहर बाहर फेंक देंगे मुझे स्टेडियम से. आउट प्ले, बाहर जाके खेलो तुम भाई, तुम यहाँ खेलने के लायक ही नहीं हो. बट एनीवेज, रिगार्डलेस जितना भी सोचे, 9 मिनट है डॉगमस के पास. 29 मिनट है अर्जुन के पास. 20 मिनट्स मोर. एंड 92 के
But
बाद
you can
सहज
beat
भाई.
Arjun here, no? You should be able to beat Arjun Rampal at least here.
By after Dhurandhar 2, I mean, I'm not sure by. I mean, acting to masti bhai ki. But by the way, knight d7 is the only move for Arjun to kind of get back into equality. I think after knight f d7, the idea is also this move bishop h4, by the way, which is
Like
very
कैसी
interesting. And
equality? I'm playing for advantage. Look at your
हाँ,
pieces, भाई.
but this is the
तब
only
कभी
way.
फोर्थ रैंक के बारे में सुना है, मतलब देखा तो नहीं है, बट मतलब इट्स लाइक द नाइट ऑन G3 is your most active piece here.
But this is the only way, Sahaj bhai. Anything else and white is still better and still h4 is on the cards. So you have to find knight f d7 and stop h4 physically by attacking with the bishop.
Yeah, looks very promising. Yeah, this bishop H4 stuff. But let's see. 28 minutes for Arjun.
Oh,
Played.
ho,
Let's go.
ho,
Beauty.
ho! By,
Sir, let's go.
by Arjun doing Arjun things. I mean, crazy guy, man. And he took like 1 minute 57 seconds for this.
Yeah, Arjun OP. Sahaj bhai, do people treat you differently in real life when they find out you're a grandmaster? Not really. I think people just have a lot of questions about chess. Because I mean, for people, it's difficult to imagine that, a world like this exists, जहाँ पे, people are working and constantly, doing their own things. And so, yeah, that's what I normally get. By the way, Tikku bhai, Firstly, everyone in the chat saying, look at Magnus game, Magnus game. By same ही position है Magnus की. Apparently, his opponent has just made another mistake under time pressure. So Magnus is winning. Queen a2 is hanging. d5 is hanging. But it should be winning. I
I think this
feel
is
like there
easy, no?
is.
Queen
But Tiku
h5
bhai,
ka.
just coming back
Hmm.
to just Arjun's board for 1 second.
Hmm.
Do you notice that the best move is knight f3 here again? वहीं से knight वापस आया था.
I don't see that on my engine, Sahej bhai, because knight f3 is
Knight
knight
f3
b3
again
now.
is a good move here again.
No,
थोड़ा
but knight
रन
b3.
करने दो. रन करने दो
Ah,
उसको थोड़ा. हाँ, रन करने दो. So
really? Okay,
this is a
my.
sign of a very, very, very bad position because now this is what Yagiz played to not allow Arjun to play knight b3 and to capture his exchange. And computer कह रहा है कि वो knight वापस लेके जाओ. तो टेक्निकली आप 2 टेम्पो आप लूज कर रहे हो और फिर भी आप एक्सचेंज लूज कर रहे हो और आपके पास 7 मिनट भी हैं. तो इट्स लाइक नाउ इट्स प्रॉपर पैनिक.
You know, my engine is
पैनिक सीजन.
mentioning this move, which is equally hard, and that is bishop c2. With the idea ki bhai, now knight b3 is not possible. I'm going to continue on my merry way now with knight f1, knight e3, knight f5 potentially. So आप करो क्वीन साइड पे जो करना है आपको नाटक. मैंने b3 रोक दिया.
गलती भाई. Yagiz just made a huge error. Bishop h4
Oh,
and now Arjun is okay, a bit better, not like completely winning or anything, but okay, bishop h4 is automatic. By h4 is the plan. Stop it. Let's go.
भाई ये तो सिंपल है ना. तुम दिल्ली की बस में चढ़े, तुम्हें दिख रहा है अगले स्टॉप पे भीड़ चढ़ रही है, जल्दी से सीट ले लो और बैठ जाओ भाई. सिंपल, जस्ट सिट ऑन h4 विद द बिशप, सहज भाई. आई मीन दैट वाज द पॉइंट ऑफ नाइट ऑफ d7. अर्जुन शुड प्ले इट इन अ कपल ऑफ मिनट्स मैक्स.
100%. But he does have a lot of minutes, so he can, take his time, of course. But 20 minute ka difference with this position, I mean, he's got the position that he wanted. He's got the situation that he wanted. It cannot get better than this, bhai.
या या
Yagiz, I mean, look at Yagiz. He doesn't look motivated, like in the sense he looks dejected to me. Looks really, really, really upset because White से 7 मिनट 23 moves के बाद ये position किसको चाहिए?
भाई आई मीन low, as expected, by as expected, bishop h4 on the board, played by Arjun in front of us, stopping the h pawn, and also, of course, keeping an eye on the knight on g3 and the pawn on f2. And Sahaj by, I feel the tide is turning, and white ke pieces on the queen side are gonna be miserable for the rest of the game. My Arjun could totally win this now.
Now I think it's been looking very, very promising for a long time. I think for him since the opening, I felt
Hmm.
like he was having a great, great, great game. But I think it's and just the position combined with the time situation of Yagiz is a horrible combination. And now only one move for Yagiz, which is bishop c2, or else he is much, much, much worse.
भाई किडो's gonna lose his fatty queen, सहज भाई. मुझे लग रहा है, मतलब I don't see a move at all actually.
Sacrifice the पर नहीं, वो तो नहीं करेगा ना कुछ.
कर
वो
सकता है,
क्या
मतलब
करेगा
queen
वो?
d3 could be a nice move. I mean, just
वो थोड़ी ना करेगा भाई.
see queen d3 with the idea of queen
नहीं, आई
f3.
मेंट वो अपना अपना भाई वो थोड़ी ना करेगा कुछ. वो तो बोल सकता है ना, sacrifice the juicer.
But okay, so far 6 minutes for Erdogmus now. It's becoming very tense. Still 17 moves to go. This is as serious as time pressure can get, to be honest, Sahej bhai. Like इससे ज़्यादा tough तो हो नहीं सकता.
या agreed. 5 minutes. भाई यागिस ऐसा एकदम इतना टेंस लग रहा है भाई. आई फील लाइक यागिस को देख के मुझे टेंस मतलब आई फील टेंस एज वेल, या बिकॉज इट्स ऑलवेज सच हाई प्रेशर गेम्स.
Agreed. For him, of course, he's had some amazing results in the last few months. If he loses to Arjun, he would drop like 4 points or so. He would go to 2703, 2704. And that means one loss, and he's below the 2700 mark, Sahaj bhai. So, you don't
या
ideally want to go back below 2700. So the pressure, look at, oh, did you see? I think he just kind of somewhat banged the table, yeah, halka sa. If you saw that, Sahaj bhai, yes, halka sa tha.
नॉर्वे चेस की तैयारी चल रही है ना यहाँ पे, इसलिए.
भाई सही में. very nervous now. Less than
चेस
5
मैदान
minutes.
वाले भाई, क्या बोल रहे हो भाई आप? कहाँ से कौन से एंग, लाइक एवरीथिंग दैट यू सेड is I feel like I have, there is never a sentence I have read in my life which I disagree with more. Like this is absolutely not by, I don't, I mean, Sahaj bhai,
And
hypothetical question, if you and Ajay bhai both played a game together against Magnus, can you both beat him? So are we playing two separate games? I mean, I doubt it, but I think it would definitely make it harder for Magnus for sure. Give me
by
like
the
three or
way,
four, okay, then maybe.
4 minutes now. Just over 4 minutes. Arjun looking calm as a cucumber, no issues, no nerves. A Erdogmus on the left though, a complete opposite picture Sahaj by between like among the players. Yeah. Wow. Oh, look at him. Yeah, he's so nervous right now. He's scratching his arms, Sahaj bhai. He's that nervous.
Because he plays queen e3, okay. Not the best move. Golden
I mean,
opportunity for Arjun to just take over now भाई. 4.5 मिनट पड़े हैं आपके पास.
chat. Now Queen E3 pe hai. You know, Bishop G5 would be tempting, but that's right now hanging. So there are two ways. Either H6 prepares it, or the other move, Queen to D8. Vapas ghar. And both of those moves, for me at least, are the top two preferences of the engine. So it looks like suddenly black is the one playing on the king's side, Sahaj. Bhai, ulta hi ho gaya.
So now there is a way to break through, I'm guessing. So h6 आया था ना. अब बिशप g5 तो वो अलाउ नहीं करेगा यहाँ पे. White will play knight f3 most likely. You can take on g3. White can capture back with the king only move. King looks a bit exposed, but the squares around it are pretty much covered, so more or less fine. And if black goes knight f6, you have knight to d2 defending this pawn. Now, the only downside here is that you just played knight to f3 and knight to d2 twice, but you're more or less fine here. Like, it's not losing for you anymore.
But Sahaj bhai,
This is
it
the
goes
follow-up he
deeper
wants.
actually. It goes deeper.
Yeah,
After
yeah.
knight d2, black has only one move. If, for example, you waste a move with king h8, for example, f3 and white is again much better actually. So
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah,
have to
because
play
king h8
b4.
hurts black's position, I think.
Well, you
Yeah,
have to play
b4.
b4, f3 के बाद
भाई ये
b3.
यागिस उठ कैसे गया? एक 1 second. Did he just get up with 4.5 minutes on his clock?
भाई जब nature calls, you have to
Crazy
go. Yeah.
भाई.
He took off his jacket. Yeah, he feels like maybe that was kind of causing a hindrance. And then look at this. Yeah, if they get b3 खेलना है, only move for Arjun. So I would say it's still kind of not clean.
But b3, a3 के बाद भी something like queen a4 and like no plan for black as such. You're just saying कि queen side पे your pieces are not moving. That's it.
Hmm. Very interesting position, by the way. Positional squeeze, चाहिए अर्जुन से यहाँ पे.
Yeah.
Wow.
So let's go back to the live board. Queen e3, that's the move.
Yeah. And of course, queen d8 would be similar. I think knight f3 आएगा तब भी. So some similarities. Super crucial position for both players. Arjun using that time wisely, the extra time that he has. Chat, by the way, Arjun को भी 17 moves खेलने हैं. So he doesn't have all the time in the world, but he can afford to use a lot more right now. And Erdogmus देखो उसके टाइम का पूरा इस्तेमाल करते हुए. Arjun, come on, man. The golden opportunity
Krish,
to.
Krish in the chat just like trying to like get something controversial. Yeah, I feel. Um, But I don't know, bhai. I don't
By
know why for like
by
I
when
don't really
we.
think people have. I think everyone has hot takes about 2,700 players, not just 1,400 players. Everyone, and they should, just because they're 1,400 doesn't mean they shouldn't have an opinion, right? About
Yeah.
anything.
I think having an opinion about somebody's chess is pretty normal. Like if I'm watching Virat Kohli play cricket, I mean, if I'm not going to have an opinion, why would I watch? As long as the opinion is about his chess, I think that's the distinguishing factor for me. Not about the person, about his play. I think everybody is allowed an opinion. Doesn't mean you have to be like 2,700 to For example, just make a joke about a Magnus blunder, for
So,
example. I think
just now I'm reading just like this Chess Maidan's comment, and it just said if you are super safe, super careful, extremely safe in life, you cannot achieve anything like Leko, Kemer, and Karpov. So German number one world championship challenger who was one draw away from becoming a world champion, and a guy who is considered like top five, like top three in every, or like top four in everyone's GOAT conversations, is achieving nothing to you, yeah? Like think about that. You're saying कुछ नहीं
I
होगा
think
तुम्हारा, तुम कारपो बन जाओ भाई, थैंक यू दैट मैं कारपो बनूंगा. Like I would
and
love
also
it.
I think we of course forget he's 14 years old. Yeah, I think what he's achieved is so impressive. कि भाई वो nerves of playing at the top level दिखेंगे ही. That's why he's the underdog. अगर वो nerves नहीं होते तो भाई then he would be playing on equal footing. That's the difference between him and Arjun right now. It's the experience. एंड उसी का फायदा उठाना है अर्जुन को. आई थिंक इट्स प्रीटी नॉर्मल व्हाट वी आर सीइंग बिकॉज 14 के कितने टूर्नामेंट खेला हुआ है डॉगमस. ही इज नॉट प्लेड एज मेनी टूर्नामेंट्स, एज मेनी गेम्स, एज मेनी ओपनिंग्स एज समबडी लाइक अर्जुन. दैट मीन्स कि ही डजंट हैव एज मच एक्सपीरियंस. दैट मीन्स ही थिंक्स फॉर लॉन्गर टू अंडरस्टैंड दीज पोजिशंस. So I think makes a lot of sense. But of course,
Yeah.
he can work on it and try to get better with time. Meanwhile, time नहीं है अभी clock पे. 4 minutes versus 22 minutes.
Correct, bhai. Still trying to just wrap my head around someone saying कि you will you will like आप कुछ achieve नहीं कर पाओगे like Karpov. It's like that's insane to me. It's like saying आपको कुछ नहीं होगा, आप तो मतलब like what you'll be like Vishy. Like okay, thanks. Sahej bhai,
अरे
I think Nodirbek or Sindarov will reach 2800 in this year's Olympiad. I think for Nodirbek, it could actually be sooner as well because he's what, like not even 20 points away last time I checked. And Sindarov, I'm not so sure. I think he might not be playing as many events because he's, preparing for the World Championship match.
Sindarov is
And
playing set by GCT Romania, I think he might be playing. So
oh,
he
yes,
can
yes, yes.
actually pull it off there. And for Nodirbek, I think if he wins this event, okay, tough ahead of Magnus and Arjun and others. But if he does it, he could do it here by beating Magnus. Imagine that would be a crazy show of dominance, yeah, by Nodirbek.
या 100% भाई, वो जीते ही जा रहा है सब कुछ जो भी वो खेलता है. But this could be a
By
changer
the
there.
way,
So
last round
yeah.
of the event is Erdogmus versus Magnus. So pairing जो भगवान ने दी है काफी क्रेजी दी है.
चाहे कुछ भी वहां पे सिचुएशन रहे, लास्ट डे जो क्रेजी सीन्स होंगे भाई.
तो चेस 24 टर्की रिटायर हो जाएगा.
भाई दो
But okay,
घंटे के
anyways.
अंदर.
Yagisal is super careful, boring. I mean, it's an opinion, definitely possible, I think. But I think वो आज हमें ऐसा लग रहा है. If you look at his games versus Topolov, I think you will change your opinion though. Like just look at his games versus Topolov, how crazy the games were. Like it felt like he was playing like so well, like in those crazy positions. So I think um, I kind of disagree based on that match against Topolov. But as of now, I do agree he's playing it a bit safe. But I think it's also just the pressure of round one.
अरे
When you're playing a new
but
event,
it's not pressure of the match, it's more pressure like okay, it's this, the opening is like this, yeah, you can't really change much here. So I don't think he's playing solid, I don't think anything like that. It just happens sometimes.
and Gukesh ka next tournament will be GCT Poland that starts from 5th. So we'll be streaming both at the same time, ye bhi wo bhi. And I think it will start like an hour early. So maybe we'll go live at 5 p.m. or 5:30, whatever the timing is. So वो भी करेंगे भाई, and it will be Gukesh against Sindarov, Rapid and Blitz.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, we got a super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. When someone who became the youngest 2700, does that impact or just play the position on the board? I'm not sure what the question is here, but if you are asking whether someone being the youngest 2700 has any effect on your opponent, I would say in this scenario, no, because Arjun is much higher rated. Like he's 2750, he was 2800. So I feel for in this scenario, no. But okay, it's very nuanced. Everything in this sense is it's gonna matter from situation to situation, because how many times can you say, bhai, an under 20, like the youngest 2700 in the world? That doesn't happen often. And chat is letting us know Magnus game. By let's go there, because Magnus has only increased his advantage from that moment onwards, where white played queen h5, a slight inaccuracy, and black took the pawn on a2. White plays g6 to create some counter chances on the king side. Black plays h6, queen f3 to defend this pawn, and black kehta hai, okay, you can defend this pawn all you want. I'm just going to push a5 and now a4 as well. And only move territory, basically, actually, only move is maybe surviving the game for a little bit longer. Otherwise, Nils is just lost. In fact, Nils is already lost by
भाई
dead
एक मिनट
lost.
एक मिनट से कम है उसके पास. I think he's going to resign very soon. I think it's
Yep.
resignation territory. And the only thing keeping him alive is the G pawn. He's praying against something कि भाई कुछ हो जाए. But Queen F4 doesn't look like a great move, Sahaj bhai. He's hoping Bishop E5, Queen H6. Like
He's
that's
also
the
wanting
dream,
to
bhai.
take on d6 as well. Bishop e5, yeah, queen h6. That's a nice tactic, and ये तो लेने के देने हो गए. But queen f4 के बाद queen like a3 is good. Queen b2 is very good. Like after a3, and then you just focus on this pawn, promote it, and you're fine.
Yeah, this feels like it should be over. बस A pawn को promote करो, the bishop on G7 supporting that pawn on the A1 square. पूरा का पूरा रुक जाएगा उस pawn के बदले. And Magnus will win soon. By the way, Arjun has played h6. We have seen h6. Knight f3 played, by the way, by Yagiz very quickly. Just 6 seconds. Bishop takes and king takes on the board.
In fact, this is the line we were discussing earlier, right? Where black was
Yep.
supposed to go knight f6. You were going to go knight d2 and then b4 and so on and so on and so on. I feel this is good. Good development for Arjun. Still, 4 minutes is not enough time, because Yaga still has to play 14 moves. By 14 moves, he has to play in this position, and his bishops, his rooks are just really out of place. So, difficult situation for him ahead. Can he go queen b4? Maybe he can sack something, because this would be a great moment to play a move which is a sacrifice and involves लॉन्ग टर्म थिंकिंग. कुछ भी ऐसा
Hmm.
खेलो यहाँ पे जहाँ पे अपोनेंट को ज्यादा सोचना पड़े. तो मे बी लाइक आई डोंट नो व्हाट दैट मूव इज, बट जनरली जब आपके अपोनेंट के पास 3-4 मिनट पड़े होते हैं, दैट्स व्हेन यू थ्रो दिस.
Yeah, true. By the way, used by saying, hi, super guys promoting chess, used to play in school team, now picked up again and he's 33. Arey, amazing. I'm also 33, by the way. Glad to see you picking up chess again. It's an amazing game. Very hard to, stop playing it as well. So, up to lifelong फंस गए आप, Duza bhai. And meanwhile, King U3 के बाद, Arjun 18 minutes. Sehaj bhai, I mean, knight f6 is what we saw. Any other candidate moves that you might consider here? Okay, he
नो,
played it, yeah?
जरूरत ही नहीं है भाई. भाई को आता है सब. लेट्स गो. नाइट f6 played, knight d2 now played as well, immediately within 0.1 seconds from what I can see on my screen. Of course, it's not true. And now only move territory for Arjun. He has to play the move b4. Now, why is this? I'm not fully sure, but I'm guessing your idea is b4 and b3 to gain space on the queen side. He doesn't play it. Okay, but this is still a
Oh,
surprise. This is still a surprise. So I think he's planning rook bc7 and then to have some discover attack on the c1 bishop.
okay, very interesting chat. Very
क्या
interesting.
बात है टिक्कू भाई, पूछा ही नहीं आपने मेरे से रिपीट करने के लिए, या तो हमेशा पूछते हो.
नहीं नहीं भाई, like I was just
आज
surprised by.
सोचा और फिर छोड़ दिया, हाँ? तो सोच के दिमाग में तो आया था आपके 100%.
नहीं 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 भाई, कुछ नहीं भाई.
दिमाग
आई
में
थिंक
तो आया था आपके, ऐसे ऐसे अब
हम
झूठ बोल
खुश है
रहे हो.
भाई लाइफ से अभी. आई थिंक लुकिंग एट द पोजीशन की भाई, even though it's not like the best move, at least Arjun played it quickly. That also has some pressure that lands on Dogmas' shoulders. क्या करेंगे यहाँ पे वो? For example, the move that the engine recommends is f3. Again, kind of solidifying the pawn on e4. That makes a lot of sense, Sahaj bhai. I mean, but how do you
से हो
get
क्या
these
रहा है, रुक
pieces
बी
out?
सी सेवन तो फिर भी आ ही रहा है ना. वो एफ थ्री प्लेट बाय द वे. अब अर्जुन की नेक्स्ट मूव क्या है टिक्कू भाई?
Rook b c7 bhai.
हाँ ओके, सो डबलिंग अप ऑन द सी फाइव.
इकलौती चाल है, by the way. Otherwise, he's worse.
नो, एच फाइव ऑल्सो वर्क्स. बट यार सी फाइव पे थोड़ा प्रेशर, बैक रैंक पे थोड़ा प्रेशर. एक डिस्कवर अटैक इनकमिंग नाइट ई फोर से. नाइट नाइट आई डोंट नो, नाइट ए फोर पॉसिबल है कि नहीं.
भाई काफी इंटरेस्टिंग पोजीशन लग रही है मुझे एक्चुअली ये. because Erdogmus also looks a bit more confident now. If you look at his body language, he's nervous, but he's a bit more confident.
Yeah. I mean, Arjun का तो सेम ही वो आई थिंक वो posture रहता है. You can never tell whether he's happy or sad. I feel like, or like with the position, it's always the same. But
Agreed.
Rook BC7 is the move. कि Rook B7 खेल दिया तो ये तो ऑटोमेटिक होना चाहिए ना. कुछ मिस किया उसने. Yeah, what do you think?
I agree. Rook C7 though I think should come instantly because F3 should not likely be a surprise. Is my take, but he's still thinking. भाई क्या crazy चल रहा है भाई कुछ भी हो रहा है यहाँ पे and
Saj, I predict Dukesh's score in Poland by uh, he 17 out of 18.
भाई okay अभी मैं क्या ही बोलूँ
हाँ कुछ बोल रहे थे आप.
भाई 27 गेम्स है भाई
हाँ वो मेरा मतलब था वो 18
अच्छा
गेम्स में
हाफ
खत्म
पॉइंट
कर
फॉर
देगा वो.
ब्लिट्स हाफ
खत्म
पॉइंट
कर
फॉर
देगा ना.
ब्लिट्स मे बी यू मीन
हाफ पॉइंट फॉर ब्लिट्स एग्जैक्टली. ये भी नहीं पता आपको.
by the way he plays rook c7 on the board now clock again ticking for Dogmas. What does he do? Come on, Arjun. By the way, I think if a queen trade happens, I think white benefits from it, right? Maybe. It's not clear though. Black does have the c file, but also a lot of space for white on the king side. Very unclear.
या
Any inkling on 40 moves? Yes, 30 minutes for both players. अभी भी 12 move दूर हैं हम. फिलहाल के लिए dead equal position. Look at our Dogmas, by the way. He's literally stringing like pulling the strings of a guitar right now. सहज भाई ऐसा मुझे लगा.
भाई मेरे को फिर से वो धूप की याद आ रही है भाई. लाइक इट्स द परफेक्ट गाय. परफेक्ट गाय भाई. चश्मा उतारो. लेट्स गो.
मेरे को तो वो यार टेन 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 anyways. हाँ, by the way, he's still about to play. No moves. 2.5 minutes. 12 moves to
Let's
go.
go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, he has to play fast, but right now all he can do is wait around. And when you have no time on the clock, you cannot wait around, bhai. That's the last thing you want to do. Okay, Rook D1
Ooh,
played.
Rook D1. Not sure why is it better than other squares.
नीत जी बोल रहे अभी वो स्पिन डालने का.
अरे यार. Damn.
ये डिलेड रिएक्शन था थोड़ा टिक्को भाई का, बट यस.
नहीं मैं कैमरा हेड कर रहा था ना भाई तो इसलिए मैंने कमेंट लेट पड़ा थोड़ा. बट क्रेजी. चलते हैं इंडिया से
So lots of moves here for Arjun. Nothing really direct. By the way, 11 more moves have to be played. 12 for Arjun and 11 for Yagiz. And it's not clear what the follow-up is here. Of course, you want to play knight d7 and you want to take on c1, but whenever you take the knight away, white will have knight b3, which defends the bishop and also attacks your own queen.
Yep, and if a knight on c5 moves, then one by one the bishop on b1 comes out, the knight on d2 comes out, bishop on c1 comes out, and suddenly if white is fully developed सहज भाई, suddenly black pieces जो f6 or g6 पे हैं, they are completely useless, and then white becomes like a clear favorite for me. So you have to be
Hmm.
very careful as black also not to allow the white pieces into the game without getting something in return.
Yeah, correct. ये चेस मैदान जी एकदम वो लेके आ गए हैं. मतलब जो भी वो करेगा वो सेफ. भाई एक बात बताओ मुझे. What about having 2 minutes and 52 seconds screams safe to you?
By the way, knight to d7 played.
Ooh, nice move.
But
Nice
what's the
move, no? Because he's making room for f6. कभी h4 h5 का कुछ plan आए तो.
Do you think he's planning knight f8, bishop h7, knight g6, or is it knight f4, or is it like too far-fetched? सहज भाई deep plan में सोच रहे by the way. I mean, I don't think there's enough
No,
time
I
for him to.
wasn't thinking. I was just trying to count. This is the second time, bhai. Okay, improvement still, bhai. Improvement still.
अच्छा
Let's go.
अच्छा ओ
So knight of d7.
serious question. Where's the limit to shaking like that? Can't it get distracting? I mean, I do think it can affect you as an opponent. If my opponent was really nervous, it will make me get a bit of anxiety as well because it's just you just pick up on it somehow. But I think it's part of a chess player's training routine. Ideally, like you should not get distracted. If you do, then of course it's also partially on you. मेरे को याद है एक फेमस स्टोरी है जहाँ पे चेस वर्ल्ड चैंपियन और लाइक अ top player like used to get distracted by noise. So he started training under noisy circumstances. By the way, B3 looks like an error to me, Sej bhai. Like it's very risky, right? C3 square मिल गया मेरे रुक्स के लिए अब.
Yeah, but वो knight हिल नहीं रहा है, rook c3 पे आ नहीं रहा है, so still not super clear, but yes, I think I mean, I don't really think it should distract Arjun because I mean, they focus and meditate, and they have so much experience with playing chess, and something like this should not distract a professional chess player. At least that's just my take.
Agreed. And keeping yourself calm is Arjun's specialty, anyways. Yeah. By the way, he's now thinking less than 2 minutes for a dogmas to play 10 moves. Arjun, apparently f6 and h5 are the best two moves possible. Makes a lot of sense. Also, queen b6 is an idea, which the
भाई
Indian really
अगर यहाँ
loves.
पे मैं ड्रॉ पूछूंगा व्हाइट से, आप ब्लैक से ले रहे हो ड्रॉ?
Good question, actually. Very good question. Maybe yes. I mean, I think if you ask me for a draw, I'm going to just think for 10 minutes. If I find something great, if I don't find something, I accept it. Like that's logic. Because I do see कि your position has a
बट
lot of
यू विल ऑल्सो
potential.
सी 15 मिनट मेरे पास, 1 मिनट आपके पास, यू माइट हैव समथिंग, नो?
I know, but I mean, it's also like ना potential बहुत है white की position में. I'm a bit scared कल को अगर bishop b2 आ गया, the knight moves somehow from c5, then like the bishop on g6 is a problem for me. Is a big problem. So, but yeah, I mean, it's very tempting to keep playing with less time on the clock for your opponent. But now only 10 moves to go. Like earlier, it was much worse, right? With 20 moves to go. Now it's only 10. And Arjun doesn't have a breakthrough just yet. टर्की में बहुत फॉलोइंग है भाई बिल्कुल व्हेन टाटा स्टील वाज गोइंग ऑन लाइक डॉगमस के मैचेस चल रहे थे अगेंस्ट गुकेश दे हैड लाइक 38,000 35,000 वाचिंग और समथिंग लाइक एटलीस्ट 30 समथिंग आई रिमेंबर सो टर्की हैज अ लॉट ऑफ चेस फैंस
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, by the way, look at this cute trap that Arjun has set up just now. Chat, can you tell me why bishop b2 might be something that Tiku falls in?
भाई आई
This
वाज
this is a
थिंकिंग
type of move
b4
that Tiku plays in bullet. Why is that?
भाई b4 आई माइट फॉल इन बिशप b2 तो नहीं
b4 पे तो नहीं हो रहा ना भाई, b4 पे तो बच रहे हो ना?
क्यों कैसे बच रहा हूँ
94 है ना मेरे पास?
रुक c1 सहज भाई
हाँ, वो देखा आपने ना पूरा? क्रेजी! अरे अरे, सहज भाई ने ये बोल दिया, तो ये मेरे ने तो नहीं बताया था ये। अच्छा, रुक्सीवन है उसके आगे। ओ, आई जस्ट सॉ इट ऑल प्ले आउट in Tiku's head. But yes, chat, bishop e2 के बाद knight takes c4, loses the queen. And if you play b4, by the way, this is what Tiku bhai saw 94, and he was like, oh, white is winning. But इसके बाद ये bishop queen को बचा रही है, but you have this very nice move, rook takes c1, breaking the chain, and then you just win a queen after that, and it's completely winning. 50 seconds for
Oof.
Yaz.
10 मिनट 10 मूव खेलने सॉरी किंग f2 दैट लुक्स
Mistake.
रिस्की वाओ
भाई कितनी डेंजरस चाल है नहीं, बिकॉज दिस रुक इज टेकिंग ऑन C1, यू हैव टू लुक एट नाइट D3 चेक, नाइट E4 चेक, नाइट टेक्स B3 एज अ डिफॉल्ट बिफोर यू प्ले किंग F2. भाई Yaz must be terrified right now with this move, like with
Yeah,
this position. He thinks he's about to lose this for sure.
I think he's also hoping कि Arjun trades queens. Because अगर for example if you play knight A4 with the intention queen takes, knight takes
भाई
B6,
क्यों why should I do
just to
this?
show like this is just horrific, and suddenly bishop A3 आ रहा है, D6 को goodbye कह दो, and you don't have rook C2, and suddenly white is just
Hmm.
winning. So no queen trade for Arjun, very important.
Hmm. Is knight B3 good?
Knight B3,
हाँ.
knight B3 तो देखा भी नहीं मैंने.
नाइट और पॉन से ट्रेड का अच्छा है क्या, या नहीं?
You mean knight B3 in this position?
नाइट भी ट्रेड, या लाइक यू सेड क्वीन एंड क्वीन नहीं ट्रेड कर सकते, कैन वी ट्रेड दिस नाइट फॉर द पॉन?
शायद भाई कोई डीप जीएम लेवल जोक होगा भाई. ये क्या था?
नेवर माइंड.
By the way, we
क्या हुआ?
expected four results. Can we have the bird's eye view for just 10 seconds on the screen? Just 10 seconds, the bird's eye view.
यू वर
You
राइट
will
भाई.
notice चारों गेम में the bar is, I mean, तीन गेम में तो bar is just winning for one side. Nodirbek is winning, and Arjun की game में Arjun is better. भाई चार result very likely now. Let's go back to Arjun. Crazy Sayaj भाई.
Yeah, Arjun like in a much better position with black, Nodirbek winning with white, Magnus completely winning with black, and then Jordan also winning with white. It's like charo ke charo results back to
And
back.
40 moves हम पहुंच ही नहीं रहे games में भाई. That is insane. All the
जाएंगे आई
players
थिंक एक
kind.
गेम में, तो आई थिंक नॉदरबेक जाएगा शायद, but
Hmm.
I think others may maybe not. Like Magnus, I think probably already has, but okay, it's completely lost. Yeah.
Hmm. Chat, by the way, 11 minutes 50 seconds for Arjun. Sejbhai, can we have a look at the Magnus game for just 30 seconds before we come back here? Arjun is still thinking. By the way, Queen B2, the move Magnus played, was the only move in this position that was winning for him. But of course, he finds it. And now it's simple, yeah? A2, A1, and get a new queen.
I'm guessing bishop c5, a2. By the way, another only move. Check. You take. You go move the king to h8. Bishop takes f8, and now, bhai, queen d4 check. Only move to win the game. Like you might have the temptation to play a1 queen, but queen d4 only move. And Magnus saw this, yeah.
Hi, A1 queen is losing. It's mating 12 for
Ah,
white.
exactly. Exactly. So
Why?
he just took on c5, by the way. Of course, this is the last, like, kind of that desperado try. कि ठीक है, I'll give you a winning chance, but there is only one way forward. Like if you don't find all of those moves, then you could also be losing.
Yeah, and I love the same time situation here as well as a Dogmas Arjun. By the way, chat, let's stick here for a while. Arjun, jaise hi chalega, I will let you know. So we'll not miss any detail because this could be like a crazy sequence, yeah. If we get to see Magnus play quickly.
Hmm. Also, move
If
32. इस गेम में तो नहीं जा रहे हम 40 moves तक. I think Magnus will definitely find it. Still keeping a close eye on the Yagiz versus Arjun wala match, because Arjun is still thinking chat. He has not made a move yet.
Magnus arrives, let's see how much time it takes. If we can move the board slightly. Okay, we can keep it this way also. But okay, Magnus, come on. Let's finish the game. A2 should be automatic. Played on the board by.
भाई वो क्वीन डी4 चेक तक खेलेगा, उसे देख लिया होगा आपने for sure.
Wow. And
Oh, look at
luckily,
this. I think Nils maybe missed it, because you saw that reaction from Nils. I don't think he saw this move.
but I think his eyebrows have been that way. Oh, love it, bhai. Love it.
Love
Bhai,
it.
हमारे producer साहब is crazy. Getting us the perfect scene for this moment. Absolutely love it. By the way, A2 के बाद वहां लेफ्ट में मैग्नस है, And right में king f2 के बाद it's Erdogmus Arjun. Both games under time pressure, similar situation. Of course, Magnus is completely winning. Arjun is only slightly better, but both players in the driver's seat.
But 8 minutes
So,
only
right,
for Arjun.
do you think we see Queen d4 wala pura variation?
Yeah, I think so. Unless, I mean, he resigns right now because he didn't see it.
10 seconds.
I think we could, yeah. 7 seconds.
5, 4, gives the check.
Oh, we are actually gonna see it. We're gonna see it. Let's go.
We played with 2 seconds on the clock. King h8 played. Okay. Bishop f8 should be automatic.
Yep, free rook. Let's take it. And then he will probably see queen d4 check and then one move and it's gonna be over. What a move.
Yep. Increment hai. Yes, we do have a 30-second increment chat, but that doesn't mean it's easy. 30 seconds is nothing with these crazy games. You can see Nils every time he's under pressure, every single move, and 4 seconds for him. He has to play now. Take the rook, Nils. King h2 played.
Oh, yeah. I think he saw queen d4 check, and now he decided. By the way, you can play a1 queen here, and white's best move is queen e1.
But why would you play King h2? Like, at least try, no?
No, okay,
Like,
because he
this is not.
panicked. You understand why, right? Because after rook a1, there's bishop e5 check. That's the reason. Like, there's no king h3, there's queen c3 mate, and if king h1, then queen a1 check ke saath marega.
Okay, I would have just taken on f8. At least it forced Magnus to find that queen d4 idea. But now it's just a simple
Hmm.
win. If a1 queens is the best move, then I think you missed a trick. Oh, queen e5 check Magnus plays. He's not even
Easy.
interested.
सोचना ही नहीं है मुझे. Let's go.
Okay, this is designs, I think, chat. This is where you can basically put down your hat, shake hands, and Nils will be 0 out of 2 after 2 rounds. Not a great start, but okay, Magnus se harna, I mean, okay, he takes the queen. And now rook is hanging, so maybe just move the rook somewhere, yeah, before I queen.
Rook 8, rook c8, anywhere is fine, and then next move you can just promote. And chat is letting us by chat. We know chat like Arjun has to play, but let's not worry because his opponent has like not, I mean, barely a minute on the clock. Yeah, so I think he's more or less fine. He just has to think which move makes his opponent think the most. It's not as easy in such
Chad, I agree with
scenarios.
you. Thoda bahut. By the way, he has played the best move a5. Arjun finding out the best attempt in the position, and now Yagiz under huge pressure again. So time liya, de raha hai, magar durust hai. And there it is. Handshakes between Magnus and Nils. Can we go full screen just for 30 seconds? What a beautiful game by Magnus Carlsen Sehaj by calculated flawlessly till the end. Only moves थे, but उनको पता था हर मोमेंट पे क्या हो रहा है. Always under control.
Absolutely. And first win for Magnus Carlsen in Classical in 2026. First Classical win for
Oof.
Magnus, yeah, for sure.
Since Norway Chess, actually, in
Since Norway
2025.
chess, yep,
So almost a
absolutely.
year for Magnus, and congrats to Magnus. He does gain his rating back, and net, I think rating plus ही हो रही होगी. And tough game for Nils, of course. They are analyzing, but yeah, Magnus is Basically, the conclusion is it was always bad for white. But meanwhile, Sejbhai, let's jump back to the Arjun game now because the drama is only hyping up because a5 के बाद Bishop b2 खेला उन्होंने, which was not the best idea. Queen a7 played. Not sure what the concept was there, but now Rook C1 played by Erdogmus.
Yeah, and now you can see. Firstly, I'm not really sure if Yagiz has a plan or he's just shuffling the pieces around. But this does give an opening to Arjun. Maybe he can try to create something on the queen side. b4. भाई अब तो जाएगा भाई. Firstly, 40 चाल तो जा रहा है game. It's already moved
Huh.
33. And he's holding his own unless Yagiz makes a blunder, in the next couple of moves, which seems very, very unlikely. I think we're getting that extra 40 moves, but we'll see. how that plays out.
You never know though. Moves still to go for Arjun, seven for Dogmas. You've seen crazier things happen, and at least Dogmas के pieces थोड़े develop तो हो रहे हैं अब, at least better than earlier. But the dark squares are very weak on the king side still. The best move for Arjun is apparently f6. I don't know how easy that move is, Sahaj to you. The second best is queen b8, which again is somewhat of a mystery
My
because the queen
for
just
me
came.
it's for me it's queen b6, knight b6, f6, like lots of different moves, but they're kind of switching. Matlab, they're kind of the same in principle.
Hmm.
Arjun is of course looking for that one way to break through, but and Yagiz को just wait करना है भाई. Like if you look at White's moves, White की next move is king g2, then king g1, then king f2. ऐसे करके wait करना है बस White को.
I agree. It looks like he better at black, but he doesn't have that breakthrough just yet. So it's going to be interesting. By the way, time difference only 4 minutes now between the players. So it's getting tense for Arjun as well, who still has to play 8 moves in that time frame.
But still 7 minutes. Sorry, only seven more moves to be played, so not really a
Hmm.
big worry. Let's
No,
see.
I think Arjun can play around. He can, if Queen B8 is second best move, you're not under stress at all. The only question is ki, he might think he doesn't have that much time because optically you feel ki, okay, if my opponent develops, like maybe he will equalize. So you might feel ki this is the moment, right? जहाँ पे I have to do something. And वो एक कल वाला point याद रहा है सच भाई, like, do nothing वाला point, like वो
Yeah,
maybe is okay.
exactly. The art of doing nothing. Yeah, whether you're in a good position. But this is always very, very, very hard to do, I feel, in practicality. Because आपकी better होती है तो आपको उसको मतलब कोई combination के बारे में आप सोचते हो, कुछ sacrifice के बारे में सोचते हो. आपका defense होता है तो आप कुछ simplification के बारे में सोचते हो. It's like it's very hard to just practically convince yourself to continue the game to go longer. And as I say this, Arjun just played f6. Let's go.
The best move in the position, by the way. Great find by Arjun. Defending that strong center. Also very important. Potentially bringing the bishop on g6 into the game. Not right now, but long term, you can imagine bishop e8, b4, bishop b5, and suddenly the bishop has a task to do. Right now, it's not doing much. So, what does the dogmas do, Sahaj bhai? उसके लिए भी challenge दिख रही लेकिन.
H4 H5 खेल दें बिकॉज क्वीन साइड तो बंद कर ही दिया है किंग साइड भी कर ही देते हैं बिकॉज टाइम बहुत कम है एंड मैं ज़्यादा सोचना नहीं चाहता ही इज गोइंग फॉर इट ही इज गोइंग फॉर समथिंग ही प्लेज A3 आई बिलीव दैट्स नॉट द बेस्ट मूव डज
Hmm.
दैट ब्लंडर समथिंग not really blundering I guess that he's planning B4 but it also weakens B3.
Yeah. Basically, now maybe does he want to play bishop a2? Is that his plan?
भाई नाइट B6 बिशप A2 में तो भाई चैट ब्लैक टू प्ले एंड विन गो come on you see this chat let's go.
विनो है क्या?
It's a
नाइट
very
बी सिक्स.
difficult. This is a difficult one.
नाइट बी सिक्स. आई थॉट नाइट बी सिक्स में क्वीन ब्लॉक हो रही है, बट मे बी देयर समथिंग, या?
हाँ वही तो प्रॉब्लम है वो क्वीन को हटाओ वहां से. Anyone? Yep, it is knight takes d5 chat to just vacate the room for the queen and just make some space. Pawn takes d5 के बाद knight d3 check, queen pinned है, bishop से defended भी है. Next move you can win the bishop, win the rook. Of course you should take the queen and then you can do all of this. So very good move. But look at this, Arjun made a huge blunder. Is this a
What?
not really a blunder, but okay, a mistake for sure? He goes back rook a8. Why? What was rook a8? And now bishop c2, and now Yagiz is back.
भाई बी फोर क्वीन ट्रेड फोर्स्ड.
बिशप c2 खेला वो. आई थिंक टाइम प्रेशर की वजह से दोनों थोड़ा मिस्टेक्स कर रहे हैं.
Okay, now queen b8, queen b7 makes sense to me.
Queen b7 also makes, yeah. b4, anything that doesn't allow b4 भाई b4 हटाओ यहाँ से बस. But let's see. By the way, oh, what? Another blunder. Wait. Arjun just blundered. Did he just miss b4? Oh my, wait. That was one and that's a second mistake. That's a big blunder. B4 ke baad, Yagiz is completely winning, but he only has 41 seconds to play this. Can he say this in 41 seconds? Arjun, I think, is sacrificing the quality just to put his opponent in time pressure.
Bhai, but why would you allow
What?
b4? That's the first move you consider, right?
Bhai, if he plays b4, I think Arjun is. Oh, he plays b4. Wait, what just happened?
भाई
How
ये
did the
क्या था
position
भाई?
get? एकदम से कैसे? What?
भाई how? Like
Everything
I
was
don't
completely
even.
fine. एक दिन के एक दो moves के अंदर भाई. What is this? Like this is 0.6 and 1. Literally 30 seconds के अंदर position
But
-1 से +1 हो गई भाई.
Sejway, I'm confused because I mean we talked about this. Like queen trade nahi karna hai. So b4 is always on the cards, right? I mean that's the move. When he played rook a8, why did he think white cannot play b4? I'm not sure on that. Like what was
भाई
this
उसने मिस
plan?
कर दिया भाई. उसने simply मिस कर दिया है. I mean, he just completely didn't remember. I think this is very similar to that, when we talk about when you lose the sense of danger. Because Arjun इतने टाइम से प्रेस कर रहा है, उसी के पास प्ले है पिछले मतलब 5 घंटे से, and then he doesn't think okay, his opponent can also try to play for a win, yeah, and you just don't see moves like before.
Man, for me, like this is unfathomable actually. Looks very weird. Like because that was the only idea white had. Like that was the only pawn break he had. So I'm not sure what was Arjun's plan. And I think the longer he thinks, the okay, he's played AB4 and knight A6. But now you're struggling, yeah? Bishop pair for white, more space in the center, more space on the king side. I mean, B5 pawn is a huge target, bishop D3 incoming. At some point, after I defend B4, I mean, aren't you just close to lost here, Sahaj? Look at
By
the bishop on
knight
F7.
b3, knight a5, knight c6, like this is very, very, very bad.
And by the way, 3 moves to go to the 40th move. Now look at Erdogmus, by the way. He's pumped
This
up.
such this is so heartbreaking to see actually from Arjun. I'm guessing he saw like his opponent had like 20 seconds or whatever on the clock and he just started to play fast. कि ठीक है भाई थोड़ा
Bye.
pressure आएगा, he'll play moves a
So,
bit quicker.
Sahaj bhai, I mean, it's obvious, yeah, the nervousness got to him also. Like, ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है, like, clearly he wasn't prepared. By the way, Bishop D3 played the second best move in the position. This is a golden opportunity by Queen B7. Don't trade queens. Okay, it's not
I
golden
mean, but
opportunity,
why
but
is
it's the
that? You understand this is like a dream position for white. Like dream
yeah.
से भी मतलब ये inception वाला dream से भी better dream है ये. ये मतलब मैं कंस्ट्रक्ट भी करूंगा ना वाइट की ऐसी पोजीशन तो भी मैं इतनी अच्छी पोजीशन नहीं क्रिएट कर सकता वाइट के लिए लाइक आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट रॉयल ओपेज ओपनिंग में जो एकदम ड्रीम पोजीशन आती है वाइट की उससे बेटर
Okay, he
पोजीशन है ये.
plays. He avoids the queen trade. I think that was a miss by Dogma's chat. He should have traded queens because look at the white king on f2, by the way. Like, there could be some counterplay against that king. So Dogma's missing a slight trick. Still much better for him. Let's not discount his position. But at least Arjun found queen b8. But now, how do you say the b4 pawn side? Bishop c3 only move, yeah?
Yeah, only move.
16
I
seconds.
mean, but okay, your pawn on b4 is hanging, so you have to. But it's crazy actually how just one bad move can change the position so much. By it's ridiculous.
Oh, mistake! Mistake by a dogmas. He took the rook. That was I was
बच गए
feeling
क्या?
sad. Like he rook trade karega. But okay, still better. But at least now you're fighting
टाइम
back a
की
bit.
वजह से भाई टाइम की वजह से he just can doesn't have the time to think all of this over and I'm not sure if this is a silver lining because I still see that pawn on b5 is a bit loose. Like I can technically put the knight on c3 like knight b1 knight c3 and then I can put the queen on e2 so I have 1 2 3 pieces attacking b5 and you'll
By the way,
maybe if you have bishop e8 that will
five
be the
seconds,
third piece.
4 seconds, 3 seconds. He played. Oh, that's another mistake. Golden opportunity for Arjun Sehaj Bhai. I think that's another mistake by Dogmas.
Yeah, rook takes a1 is the move, and if he finds this, that's just gonna be a draw. Just go for it. Take on a1, play queen b6, just take the draw. It's fine.
There's also this move rook a4, which I rather like, Sahaj bhai. Like, you know, take my rook. Oh no. Like, I like that move rook a4 really a lot because it attacks the b4 pawn, by the way.
But I can also play bishop c3 ना. आपने accomplish क्या किया?
I would keep it there. Like, I would just keep
मैं
it
तो
there.
सोच
Maybe
रहा था
next.
रुके वन, आप किसी से भी कैप्चर बैक करो, then queen b6. Like I don't know why this is bad. It should be equal, no? क्या ही कर लोगे इधर आप? दो घोड़े तो मेरे पास है.
Maybe I can read out the bishop somehow, but no, there is no way to attack the
ये तो
knight on
ड्रॉ ही होना
c7
चाहिए ना,
actually.
इसमें तो कुछ नहीं होगा आपके
Hmm.
पास.
Yep, also a draw. But Arjun, by the way, has 3 minutes. So I think Erdogmus missed a win. And to be honest, if he had 10 more minutes on the clock, like he could have won this edge by like very likely. So he again misses a potential win because of the clock there.
Wow. But
Hey! Let's go,
let's
right?
go. Oh, you must be happy with this.
Why I'm just unhappy कि ये अब 40th move नहीं थी. Like this is where maybe there could have been a slight error, but अब तो 40 moves हो चुके हैं, so I don't expect a mistake now. And Saja, what you meant to say was like आज खुश तो बहुत हो गए तुम. हैं? Like that's what you meant to say, I think.
Exactly.
Yep. There you see the time adding to both players. So we have passed the time trouble phase, but that doesn't mean the position isn't exciting. And now, after both players had a better position, now white is slightly better. Sage bhai, bishop c3 ke baad, what is Arjun's plan? Let's say I just save the pawn.
I mean, I don't think the plan is necessarily just to attack anything, but it's more to just defend the b5 pawn somehow. So I'm only thinking about queen b6 or knight b6 type के ideas. Just a bishop e8 say I can defend this pawn. And if I can accomplish this, then I'm happy.
Hmm. Very interesting, chat. Very interesting on how both the players are playing. Loving how calm Arjun is. I mean, yeah. But वो दो मूव के लिए ना सहज भाई हार्ट मूव में आ गया था भाई. So I think maybe Arjun would have preferred to keep it even more crazy than it was. Yeah. I don't know like कैसे वो blender हो गया, but yeah.
होता है भाई, होता है. I think it's normal. But at least now it's I mean, you can very safely say that, okay, it's Yagiz who's pressing right now against Arjun, but at least Arjun is not. I mean, there was a moment where I feel it was strategically lost for Arjun, but at least that's not the case anymore.
And chat, you will not believe this. We were like guaranteed on 4 results. बाकी Magnus तो won, but बाकी तीनों गेम में the losing side has fought back, and now only move for Andy Woodward, only move was Zhu Jiner, and it feels like the players are fighting back.
Wow. Even Nodirbek, yeah, Nodirbek. I mean, let's actually jump to Nodirbek because this seems a bit calm. But look at this position, bhai. For move 41, and it looks like Nodirbek is just, just about to checkmate because look at this pawn on g7, g5, this rook on h1 covering the open file. Knight can jump from somewhere, the queen is, of course, so close to the king, but somehow it's not losing. एंड
Sahaj
पता
bhai,
है फॉलो अप क्या भाई, नाइट d5, क्वीन e4, नाइट c3. तो क्वीन f4 वापस जाओगे तो नाइट d5 ड्रॉ है, ठीक है. तो क्वीन e3 जाते हो, आप कहते हो नहीं नहीं नाइट d5. यू गो क्वीन e4, नाइट c3, फिर से रिपीट हो गया. वापस आते हो नाइट d5. यू से ओके मैं यहाँ नहीं जा सकता क्योंकि यू विल प्ले दिस, तो आई गो टू d3 एंड देन यू से नाइट f4. भाई कभी ऐसे नाइट को ऐसे क्वीन को अनॉय करते नहीं देखा था पहले मैंने.
भाई ये तो already at this point white starts thinking कि draw ले लूं मैं, to be honest, because the white king is also very weak. And if you go to move number 39, move 38 maybe, that's where he missed it. Black ne khela h6 and he had to find g6 as the winning move by.
Okay,
Wow.
but very hard, no? Very, very hard.
Very hard. Very hard. But what a
He took.
position, yeah?
Yeah, but okay, still the fall because the follow up is so difficult. I feel with this 95 and 90, and if you don't play 95, it is +6, so it's kind of forced. for
Hmm.
black to find only moves here.
Crazy white chess is insane.
Yep.
Going
Well,
back
I'll
to
just be
maybe
right
Arjun
back in a
now.
minute. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's
I'm
just
just
put
gonna
the Arjun
put
board
Arjun.
maybe. Yeah, and
BRB.
Arjun not in the seat right now. A Dogma's thinking. I think he also senses that he missed an opportunity somewhere, but maybe he's content because he was worse. Only Magnus knows how to win winning position. I think, of course, because he's the strongest player by far, so he's likely to, convert winning positions. That's literally his skill. For others, sometimes the players fight back, and it's not easy to handle that counterplay. Olympiad is gone. Best year not in form. भाई वो rhyme हो गया but poetry लग रही है. But I would still say there's a lot of time till the Olympiad यार. I think that's in September. So अभी क्या चल रहा है? मई पूरा महीना बाकी है. May, June, July, August. So 4.5 months till the Olympiad. That's a lot of time. Uh, I would say कि anything can happen in that time period. And of course, for Gukesh's World Championship, even further, I think 3 months. 2 more months. So that's like 6.5 months. But Arjun not at the seat now. I mean, and let's keep in mind, ये time pressure दोबारा आएगा. Unless they quickly exchange pieces, which is a possibility. But knowing कि दोनों sides are winning at some point, maybe they keep playing on. And already a Dogmas, you can see he's already of that extra time. So it won't take long for the time pressure to hit again. So both players need to be careful about that factor. And time is literally the reason why Arjun made those blunders, and then Dogmas botched up his advantage as well. So the first to fall under time pressure could just lose the game. Young guy converted game. I am glad. Which young guy converted the game? I don't think he's converting actually. Um, Pragya, I think in fact the game is now dead equal. I don't see any side better. I know bar says +0.3 hai, but I feel like this is just a draw right now, unless somebody makes a mistake, of course. I hate to say it, but no current in GM has potential to be a Magnus. I think potential to submit. I think at least 20 people in the world have the potential to become the next Magnus. Maybe not 20, but at least 10. But potential alone does not mean you will do that. I think it requires effort, of course, dedication, a bit of luck to go your way, the right guidance to come along. So many factors go into it. Jordan missed. Yep. So Zhu Jiner is back. So clearly भाई तीनों गेम में 95 ही खेल दिया Andy Woodward ने. So तीनों गेम में the losing side has kind of come back, as you can see. The bar is very close to equal in all three games now. Only Magnus winning. So and time pressure is real. So let's go back to the Arjun game. Dogmas का time कम होता हुआ धीरे धीरे सहज भाई welcome back. मतलब Dogmas has been thinking for 7-8 minutes now.
Yeah, I think for Erdogmus, I mean, it kind of makes sense because it's the only time he can think, yeah. Because for the last like 20 moves, he has had like 3-4 minutes or something like this. So now he can take in the time, create a plan, and then start blitzing out those moves.
Yeah, makes sense. It's like, an athlete who's not had like something sweet for a long time because he's preparing for a tournament. Now tournament is over. So he's like, "चलो, एक bite तो खा लूं यार chocolate की."
Melody
Very
how?
similar. भाई नोवाक जोकोविच ने बताई थी एक स्टोरी लाइक ही मेंशनड दिस पब्लिकली कि for years like he was on such a diet because he wanted to be number 1. He did not have anything sweet, like anything, and he had this 5-hour marathon match against Nadal, defeated him, won the tour whatever was going on at that point. And then uski, he'd been so like I said deprived. He begged his coach for like something sweet, and उसने फिर एक वो होता ना कैसे डेयरी मिल्क का एक ब्लॉक लाइक एक ब्लॉक उसने एक चॉकलेट का लिया एंड ही टेस्टेड इट एंड दैट वाज इट. That's the kind of
Wow.
dedication top sports persons need. Yeah. So coming back to the question of who could be the next Magnus, maybe somebody who has that sort of dedication.
Yeah, for sure. Good point. Good point. Takes a lot of, I think, pieces to connect.
Sacrifice. डॉगमस तो मस्त चिल कर रहा है. He's enjoying his extra time right now.
हाँ
कह रहे भाई.
भाई. People were questioning Arjun's rise. I think people will question by सबकी rise to an extent. I think अभी Sindarov is also, on the rise, and people are also questioning that. I mean, people will always question, I think. But Arjun is, I think, very different from all the other players, I think, at the top. So that's what makes him special. And रहेगा, I think, भाई वो मतलब he will, I think he will hit 2800 again. टिकू भाई, अगर एक प्लेयर तीनों में से होगा जो 2800 डेफिनेटली हिट करेगा between these. Okay,
Hmm.
let's say four now, because I think Nihal is very much in the conversation as well.
Hmm.
Do you think if एक प्लेयर 2800 वापस हिट करेगा तो वो कौन होगा?
I'm always backing Nihal. Because I
Mm-hmm.
think he's one of the most talented players in the world. I think Nihal could potentially do it, but among the top three, if we focus, like let's say, it's a tough one. I do think कि इन चारों में से चारों तो टच नहीं करेंगे. It's just mathematically almost
भाई चार क्या,
impossible
आई थिंक तीन
probability.
भी नहीं करेंगे. तीन इज ऑल्सो वेरी डिफिकल्ट, आई
हाँ.
थिंक, मैथमेटिकली.
So I feel like a Taiso rating, two is likely. Two would be very
Two could
likely at
happen, yeah,
some
but
point.
like 50% or maybe less than 50% chance. Like very, भाई
Maybe
अभी also
maybe three
deflation
is
भी है ना.
maybe three is possible given enough time. Like let's say next 5 years, maybe three can do it, or 8 years three can do it. But two, I think, is the number where I'm comfortable. So in Charo mein se maybe two can do it. Now Nihal, I expect him to do it, but of course still he first has to cross 2750, so it's still far far away from 2800. Arjun has done it once, so he's definitely somebody you would back to do it again, right? Because he's accomplished it once. So uska naam to aayega hi. And then one out of Mukesh or Arjun. Sahaj bhai, what's your take? Who are your two players?
Yeah, I think two for sure, I think, could happen as well. 100% certain on. I think Arjun is one of them though. I think जो 2800 कर सकता है वापस. But
अगर
also
आप
it's, you're also thinking कि Arjun की already 2800 हो गए, तो maybe that drive to reach there again, I'm not sure if it's there.
I I partially disagree. I feel like if I've done something once, like I feel like I can pull it off again. Like in general, about anything in life. So I'm much more confident going into it because I've done it before.
Hmm.
So, and it might not be about the ties, right? It might just be about playing good chess and winning a certain tournament, winning the candidates, winning the world championship, and it happens as a consequence of that. So, um,
Correct.
got to back Arjun there. I think he can definitely pull it off. And Gukesh Prag were close, but the odds कि तीनों चारों क्रॉस करेंगे इज वेरी वेरी लो. सो एक या दो प्लेयर के फैंस के तो हार्ट ब्रेक होने ही है सहज भाई इन टर्म्स ऑफ रीचिंग 2800. इनफैक्ट आई एम गोना आस्क यू क्वेश्चन चैट एंड सहज भाई. सो राइट नाउ 20 and 50 के ऊपर सिर्फ अर्जुन है. ठीक है. He's
Yes.
not going to lose this game, but let's assume for the time being he had lost this game. He had no, Douglas found all the winning moves and he won. And we had four situations जहाँ पे चारों प्लेयर 27 के नीचे हैं इंडिया के, राइट? सो गुकेश, प्रग, अर्जुन एंड निहाल. How many would cross 2750 in the next 2 years?
All of
All
them.
four? All of them,
All
yeah?
four. All four, yeah.
Hmm. Cool.
2750, I think all four, but at one, मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा like collectively they'll do it, but like at some point in the next 2 years, I think don't like everyone will. But it's also just, I think, that effect. Yeah, I think one player starts doing well, I think everyone will start doing well as well.
Hmm.
क्योंकि then वो competition factor आ जाएगा. And
And I
Nihal
also
could
feel,
be the catalyst of that, because Nihal is the one who's doing
uh,
relatively quite well. He's growing a lot. And I think he could have the, क्योंकि अब नॉदरबेक और सिंडारोव को देखो, why does it work well? Because नॉदरबेक हमेशा वो, he's driving it, and Sindarov has like more and more and more ambition, and because of Sindarov now Nodrbek is even more hungry. It's
yeah,
like a cycle.
yeah. Tiger 2 is crazy. Tiger 2 zinda hai, and meanwhile, Dogmas now, he looks a lot more relaxed in his calculations. And I think that's something maybe he can work on still, because देखो ना 13 मिनट 14 मिनट सोच चुके हैं वो. I don't know why the timer shows 7 minutes, because I can clearly see he has less than 17 minutes remaining on his clock. He could follow time pressure very quickly again, and there's no extra time incoming this time.
Yeah, for sure. 15 minutes thinking on the move itself is probably not the best approach. But yeah, chat में some people were saying as well कि कि कुछ blunders होने के chance हो सकते हैं. It would be very funny, but like in all reality, I feel it's very very difficult to mess this up as white. Like because the position is too close, too many trades are happening. Yeah, I feel like it feels unlikely that there's going to be a blunder. Knight a5, I think it's a nice tactic because you want to go knight c6, black can maybe go queen b6 or something, and just always to evaluate कि queen trade होने के बाद either you're winning or it's a draw. Yeah, there is no in between. So just have to be a bit careful. What is the best move? The best move is just bishop c3. I'm guessing it's nuanced as well. Like you have to decide whether you should trade because if you play bishop c3, you're also saying to your opponent कि queen b6 में जो queen trade हो रहा है वो मैं अलाउ कर रहा हूँ. But if you play queen e1 or queen d2 for example, maybe it's slightly worse in comparison to bishop c3, but at least you keep your queens, which when with that you keep your practical chances as well. So yeah, जो दिखता है वही नहीं है. It's more nuanced, I guess.
बेसिक जो दिखता है वो होता नहीं है, और जो होता नहीं है वो दिखता है सहज भाई, मे बी
Hmm.
दैट वाज द प्रेमिस ऑफ कॉन्जरिंग 4, बाय द वे.
Hmm. Exactly.
बाय द वे 15
राजन
मिनट रह गए.
दामोदरन कक्षा में प्रथम आता है.
वाओ सहज भाई, वाओ.
Let's go.
क्रेजी,
Bye,
क्रेजी
bye,
भाई.
bye.
भाई डॉगमस को एंजाइटी होगी सुन के यार. He's again again jumping a bit. By the way, he's taken 15 minutes, so he's utilized half his time for this move. I feel like this is too much.
अब
Now
अभी
he
से ही
better
एकदम
trade to,
स्ट्रेस लग रहा है मुझे फिर से.
and Arjun now becomes more confident, right? Like the Queen B6 idea tha to go into a drawn endgame. Like Arjun might not do it because he might feel, okay, this time there's no extra timing coming for a dogmas. Let me test him. He does look nervous. He might not trade pieces, and the game goes on then.
Yeah, could be possible. But he looks stressed though,
Wow.
for sure. And bishop c3 is not a difficult. I think the only reason he's thinking is because he just is deciding queen b6 पे draw हो रहा है कि नहीं. Because maybe Arjun goes for it next time. But there is also another
Hmm.
plan I see with this knight going to f8 and then g6 and then knight f4. It is an outpost. Looks a bit attractive to me, honestly.
So will you swipe right on that outpost side? Why?
I would quit the app by.
Nice. Yes, quit that app, download chess.com and play Bullet. Oh, but he's
Exactly.
shaking his head. He's shaking his head. I'm not sure if he thought this was
वो
better.
swipe
Like,
नहीं करता मतलब, that is for sure.
maybe he thought this was still better for him, but now he's realizing it's not. It's close to equality.
Tough, tough, tough.
Oof, a dogmas already crunches kar raha hai at this point, Sahaj, why I feel like if you rotate him a bit, it literally looks like he's doing crunches.
Okay, let's go. But also Arjun not on the board is a bit surprising, no?
I think maybe that affected him a bit. Yeah, like the nerves that a dogma shows. Like maybe it's a conscious decision to kind of let him play and then show up at the board. And also, like the longer a dogma thinks, the better for Arjun. So जैसा चल रहा है वैसे चलने दें. Yeah?
Of course. Also not sure if Erdogmus plays on here. Like of course he's better, but time decay, I'm just not feeling comfortable here at all.
No, if Arjun offer a draw, he will take it. I think now. I think 12 minutes is not that much. And his head shake also, I mean, it might be like a bluff, but I think it just feels more like him realizing the position is actually close to equal. So,
Hmm.
I mean, draw would be not so bad for him, actually. I mean, he did have one moment when he was winning or close to winning. And he was never really lost, right? There was not a single moment he was completely lost. He was worse, but never lost. Queen Ivan,
Oh, look at this. He has played
play.
Queen. Let's go. So he chooses to not trade the queens, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, you could play queen b6 check, and then I can't play queen e3 because pawn is hanging. My bad. Um, then do you play king g2 after queen b6?
After
Because I
queen
feel
b6, yeah, king j2,
because
yeah, just
but I feel like that's walking into my plan. जो मैं starting plan था, knight f8, knight g6, knight f4. Like I'm kind of happy with that now.
तो क्वीन कभी g1 पे आ सकती है कभी. किंग g3 गया तो किंग g2 पे जा रहा था तो f4 चेक है फॉर श्योर. Yeah, but he's fine. I think Arjun is not in trouble here anymore, right?
Agreed. Like I like this plan. Knight f8. अगर knight f4 पे बैठ गया अर्जुन का, I'm gonna do one thing. I'm gonna take this position and I'm gonna tell you the direction the knight was on f4. Like okay, I'll make sure
I'm
it's
pretty
not like
sure
some.
black is better there.
हाँ.
For sure, black is better there.
Yep. Winning. So I just put the knight on g6 by the way, not even f4. So this is very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. 32
In
minutes.
fact, I put it on f8 Sahaj bhai. Just one move ahead and it's 0-0. 0.00 already. So a
तो
Erdogmus is
कुछ
playing on board.
tactical रहेगा ना. हाँ, knight f8 में bishop c1 like he has to. I mean, hey, I'm not sure if knight g6 like you have to play king. What? You have to play king f1 here. Like not in a million years do you play king f1 here. What is king
King
f1? Knight f4.
f1.
Yeah, it's some ridiculous move. Maybe to get away from the check, like that will happen after bishop f4, e4. I mean, यहाँ पे check नहीं है आपके पास. I mean, okay, this is very difficult, yeah.
Impossible, bhai. I mean, he has 12 minutes now. He's not finding this. There's no chance.
Exactly.
अरे इंजीनियर मैजिशियन ने सही बात क्रेजी बात बोली है सहज भाई. क्वीन
Mm-hmm.
g1 पे नहीं, क्वीन g1 में चाहिए. क्या बात
वाह,
कह दी आपने भाई.
क्या
क्या ही
बात
बात कह
कर
दी
दी.
आपने भाई. मतलब
ज्यादा ही रियल हो गया भाई.
I'm shocked and I'm impressed. और डॉगमस डिप्रेस हो गया वो डायलॉग सुन के भाई.
मैं ही डिप्रेस हो गया भाई.
You guys don't take questions that are critical on the players. Why we take all questions by? If they're critical of their play, yes. If they're critical of the players, then no. Like उनके chess play के ऊपर critical होने चाहिए, not the players directly. If you understand the difference, you understand.
Our
Our
Indian
Indian,
players of
हाँ
go
continue
ahead.
Sajid. Overplaying despite poor form, leading to rating drops, and should they focus on finding a good balance between professional and fewer chosen tournaments? I think Arjun has done that, just that. Mehul, either due to lack of choice because he was not invited to Norway and GCT, I'm guessing, or because of him just consciously choosing not to play events. He did get that break, which was Arjun's last event, Sahaj. I think he played Tata Steel, then he played the Freestyle World Championship, right? That was in the
Yes.
second first week of Feb. So तब
Yeah.
से he's not played anything. So Feb आधा महीना, March पूरा, April पूरा. So 2.5 months of rest, I think that's enough.
Yeah, for sure. For a professional player, that's more than you ever get combined by.
Agreed.
So
He did play Chess.com
also, I
Open, but
don't
okay.
think like I really don't think that at this age, like overplaying can be that big of a problem, to be honest. I cannot imagine it being that big of a problem. Yes, I mean, but also the breaks cannot be like 2.5 months long. Yeah, it should be. Usually, it's not. I mean, maybe if you haven't taken a break for a very long time, then yes, it makes sense. But otherwise, maybe not so much. Yeah.
True, and also like every time you play, you make tens of lakhs. I mean, I know it's a very base way to look at it, very weird to look at it, but you're always making money. You always playing the game you love every single time. You get to test out new ideas. So even if your form is not great, there are so many things that can go well. Even if you finish of course you don't want to finish last, but if you finish in the middle, it might worth be still kind of keep pushing. So I think बहुत सारी चीजें हैं. Minaka, Arjun was not there, right? I don't think Arjun was there. Nihal was there.
Yeah. तो अर्जुन थिंकिंग नाइट b6 is another move, knight f8 is another. अर्जुन की बॉडी लैंग्वेज है तो नाइट b6 ज़्यादा लाइकली लग रहा है, बिकॉज इज लुकिंग ऑन द क्वीन साइड स्टिल. आई एम नॉट सीइंग द विजन गो फ्रॉम हियर. I feel like it's going here and here, like knight b6, knight c4, something like this.
That would
इस
also
नाइट
be
का
cool.
क्या होगा फिर?
That would also be cool, Saj. Why if I get the knight to c4, I'm kind of happy as black because then the e3 square is soft. The bishop on b2 is attacked. I'll take either. Give me the knight on c4. Give me the knight on f4. Like जहां अच्छा
Give
स्क्वायर
me
दे रहे हो वहां
both,
दे
yeah?
दो भाई.
Give me both.
हाँ, then तो I mean, give me pizza and give me dal chawal both भाई. I need both.
Mhm.
Came back 15 minutes. How the other two games equalize? Did I say exactly? फिर मैं क्या हो गया आज मुझे मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा है कुछ तो गड़बड़ है.
दरवाजा तोड़ दो.
एग्जैक्टली भाई. तीनों गेम में कुछ ना कुछ चल रहा है. क्रेजी.
क्रेजी.
क्रेजी इंडीड.
27 minutes.
Is Mahindra Chess League happening? I would just go to see Magnus, Sagar and Sej. By बिल्कुल it is happening in September, I think. At least FIDE की साइड पर तो यही डेट्स देखी थी मैंने. मैग्नस खेलेंगे नहीं खेलेंगे आई डोंट नो. लास्ट टाइम ही डिडंट प्ले बट वी डिड हैव द वर्ल्ड के 10 में से 9 प्लेयर्स थे अपार्ट फ्रॉम मैग्नस. सो स्टिल अ ह्यूज इवेंट. So this time it's going to happen in September instead of December. Just before the Olympiad, I think, were the dates. I'm not exactly remembering the exact dates, but yeah, first half of September, I think, dates the. So it's going to be exciting, of course. Let's see if Magnus plays. I don't know. Magnus usually, of course, got married a few years back, also had a baby last year. So whenever he travels, it's going to be always a difficult decision, right? मतलब वो भी एक चीज है. So let's see.
But Saj by analyze knight b6 bishop c3 bishop g6 why bishop e2 only move, क्योंकि knight d5 मर रहा है भाई. बाय द वे ही प्लेज नाइट f8, लेट्स गो. नाइट g6 नाइट f4 का प्लान. बट उस वेरिएशन में बिशप g6 पे था, नाइट टेक्स d5 मर रहा है एंड पॉन से मारते तो बिशप d3 को दिख रहा था. दैट्स व्हाई बिशप e2 इज द ओनली मूव देयर भाई.
भाई यहाँ पे एक मूव इंजन को पसंद आ रही है. दैट इज नाइट टू a5 with the idea of knight to c6. But you know what I feel like? ये knight c6 पे तो आ रहा है but अकेला it's not doing much actually. So maybe I can continue with my plan knight g6 and just hope कि कुछ crazy हो जाए. Like
मेरे
knight
लिए नाइट
a5.
f5 इज नॉट इवन लाइक द बेस्ट मूव.
Really?
मेरे लिए बिशप c1 इज द बेस्ट मूव.
सहज भाई आपका इंजन स्लो हो गया लगता है. वो भी
खेलो
क्लॉड
बिशप c1 चाल देना.
4 पॉइंट. वो भी क्लॉड 4.7 की तरह नॉट प्लेइंग एट इज फुल पोटेंशियल.
4.8 ना हो भाई, बट चाल चाल दो.
हाँ दी मैंने तब भी नाइट a5 इज बेटर आई थिंक फॉर मी.
बिशप c1 ओके प्ले.
बिशप c1 हाँ. इट्स प्लस 0.44 फॉर मी राइट नाउ.
एग्जैक्टली, सो नाइट d5 कितना है?
Knight a5 for me is plus point played just now 50
रुको अभी थोड़ा.
plus 0.56.
बहुत ही
Yeah,
स्लो है. आ
slightly
गया
better
नीचे.
I think.
आ गया नीचे.
नहीं नहीं 0.56 ही है भाई.
Knight a5, knight g6. What is it? Mine is saying 0.1 now.
मैंने saying plus 0.6 आया था
Mine
बीच में.
really doesn't believe it. Yeah, it feels like knight f4 and you have a good, very, very good compensation here for black.
Oh wow, now mine is coming down. ऐसा धोखा दिया मेरे इंजन ने भाई. ऐसा कभी भूलूंगा नहीं मैं भाई. ऊपर आ जा. This is like heartbreak.
उसको थोड़ी धूप चाहिए,
You promised me the world and then you broke my heart engine. ऐसा नहीं चलेगा भाई. By the way, Dogmas
By the way,
again.
some
You tell.
hesitation.
भाई 10 minutes he has by the way now.
भाई अभी 10 मिनट पहले तो एक, अभी तो उसके बाद 1 मिनट भी नहीं था. इट्स अ मेजर डब्ल्यू.
No, but what I'm saying is like he really spoiled the extra time he has, I feel like. And now suddenly he's going to face the same situation. Like Arjun winning would not be a surprise from here. Knight is coming to f4.
Yeah, true. But Yagiz just he's showing a lot of hesitation here, which is a big, big, big problem.
Agreed.
Arjun is more likely to win this, 100%, yes. I think because once the knight sits on f4, he's gonna be forced to capture on f4, and I think very difficult to play that on forward. And
By
I
the way,
think Arjun is
Nodirbek,
trying to play for a win though. That's the good sign.
yeah, and Nodirbek is completely winning, by the way. So it feels like the winners are again taking over. Come on, Arjun.
भाई रोको भाई उसको 2 out of 2 भाई वो 2800 करके ही मानेगा भाई इस टूर्नामेंट के एंड तक डू यू थिंक ही कैन बी 2800 नॉदरवेक
Well, he does play Magnus tomorrow, so कल सब दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाना है. If he wins or draws tomorrow, then totally, yeah. He did defeat Magnus at Tata Steel 2023, I think it was. So it's
और
not.
दैट क्वीन पॉन वर्सेस क्वीन या वो जो क्वीन एंड गेम थी वही ना
ये मुझे याद नहीं है पोजीशन क्या थी, but
I remember it was like one of the first times I saw Magnus lose in a like let's say a drawn end game. Like practically
hmm,
किसी ने मैग्नस किसको मैग्नस की तरीके से हराया हो तो वो नॉदरबैक था पहले आई थिंक फॉर
hmm,
मी लाइक द फर्स्ट प्रैक्टिकल एग्जांपल आई सो आई रिमेंबर go check it out chart it was from Tata Steel 2022 or 2023 and it was queen pawn versus queen Magnus having king and queen and Nodirbek
yeah.
having king queen and pawn what a conversion
खतर
and knight a5
खतरनाक
played
आंख में चोली कर रहे थे वो. इतनी खतरनाक स्टेयर्स दी थी मुझे. वो फोटो याद है जो टाटा स्टील के उन्होंने खींची थी एक फोटोग्राफर ने. Like the crazy stair. By the way, he does play knight a5. So knight coming to c6. I think knight g6 should be an automatic move for Arjun now. Continue your plan.
and now knight g6 yeah as you mentioned it's a good move uh, I feel like you're already reaching the territory where it's very, very, very risky. Like, look at this, Tikubai. After knight c6, black can just play knight f4. It's just cute.
Oh,
You
nice.
take my queen, I give a check, and then I take this queen as well.
Oh, that's nice.
Bishop e8, Arjun plays. That's a big mistake,
What?
by the way, because bishop a3, bishop c2 के पास किसी का रुख मर रहा है और वो यागिज नहीं है.
Why not knight g6 directly? Like he's so
बट
you
वो
scared of
जान
knight
के कर रहा
c6,
है
yeah?
भाई आई एम टेलिंग यू अर्जुन को देखा बिशप ए3 बिशप सी टू वो जान के सैक्रिफाइस कर रहा है ताकि और बड़ा इम्बैलेंस हो ताकि वो और उसके टाइम को एक्सप्लॉइट कर पाए दैट्स व्हाट आई थिंक अर्जुन कभी भी
By,
ड्रॉ कर सकता है यहाँ पे भाई वो कभी भी रुके हुए मार सकता था यहाँ पे पर उसने नहीं किया जान के नहीं कर रहा वो
by the way, a great point. Maybe you're right. Can we look at these moves? Bishop a3, jaldi se. Knight g6, bishop c2 trapping the rook. But now knight f4, the only
Yeah.
move for white is king g3.
Of course, because h3 is hanging otherwise. And if you played king
Yeah.
g3, like whatever you play, of course you will take on a4. Black will take back with the pawn. The knight can get some activity via knight b5, knight d4. Bishop can go to b5 as well and give some checks on e2. Like so there is some play for sure. And remember that this is a surprise move for Yagiz, and he has only 7.5 minutes remaining.
Hmm.
So and अब नहीं आ रहा भाई कोई increment आपके पास. अब कोई additional time नहीं है आपके पास.
Basically, उसने white का plan stop कर दिया and now he's ready to launch his plan. But of course, it comes at a cost. कि भाई rook is now trapped. So not sure how he handles this very, very important moment here in the game. Yagi is having 7 minutes to figure out bishop a3, bishop c2. But it's not easy to play this because आपके bishops king side में support कर रहे थे. You both move both of them to the queen side. Get the rook for the bishop for sure. But then the knight sits on f4. The h pawn could come in. The queen could come in, and it's not easy to take that decision.
Yep, queen is in particular looking very scary. The knight on f4 is looking very scary.
And he's
And
shaking his
and the
head.
thing is that if he doesn't play it, he doesn't have many moves. Like bishop c2 is possible, but then you are kind of forcing your opponent to like play for a draw, which I'm sure is not something Yagiz wants here. He's also trying to play for a win here.
Come on, Arjun. Hopefully, you pull this off somehow. Although the the game was near perfect till a certain moment, then Arjun made that both couple of moves. Said by क्या ही मतलब suddenly the game twisted. Then he came back. Yagis kind of made those mistakes as well. Then Yagi started thinking for a long time, and now he's under time pressure. Then Arjun plays this bishop e8 move. Objectively, maybe even a mistake, but practically maybe offers him some, both players some chances. Quick just wants to see, why would you trap your rook? That's common sense. I mean, how can he win tournaments like that? I'm still not convinced if it's a conscious decision. It might just be that he missed bishop a3,
No, no,
but
no, no chance. What are you saying, bhai? No chance.
no chance, yeah.
No chance Arjun misses that. If I miss that, I'm gonna be so upset with myself. Like there is no chance someone like Arjun will miss that.
It's possible, सहज भाई, वो कई बार ना रुक पे ध्यान जाता नहीं है, like
तो कैसे दो मूव पहले रुके फोर पे रखा आपने, कैसे ध्यान नहीं जाएगा आपका?
true. I also agree. Like Arjun के लिए miss करना is tough, but it's a move which, like, it's not like a move ki which, like, if he played 100 games, he would miss like 4 to 5 times. Like, I think it's possible. Like, it's
Yeah.
so, but yeah, I mean, also possible
By the way,
ki
look at Yagiz. Look at his body. Like he looks so nervous right now. He's moving around. He's shaking around so much.
why. I would literally, like, if I was his opponent, I would be so influenced by his nervousness. Maybe shake kar raha tha by now. I would literally just wear some glasses or something. Yeah, I don't know, like, not to get myself distracted. But Arjun, of course, is very calm. What a crucial moment in this game, chat. If it was Snaro Abdu, he will be trouble. But yeah, I think if it was Magnus playing, I think Magnus would have already won the game after what Arjun played. Like those two mistakes, like Magnus would have likely won. By the way, he doesn't
See,
play Bishop A3.
by I like yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. Like what I was saying, because he's panicking and he just wants to play for it. He doesn't even want to think about any other result. And look at this. This move is so like I mean it's solid, it's very solid, but at the same time, rook a1 like queen a1 तो आप मार नहीं सकते because there is queen b6 check and you cannot play queen e3 anymore. And if you play bishop a1, there is also another concession here क्योंकि अब मैं knight g6 खेलता हूँ तो आपका bishop ये c1 पे नहीं आ रहा है. If I played
Hmm.
knight f4, you cannot capture on f4. And Arjun could
Very
have a
important.
golden opportunity to strike here, by the way.
Agreed.
This
And
is the moment, this golden moment for Arjun.
yeah. And देखते हैं क्या करेंगे. Still looks like it's equal, but अगर knight f4 पे आ जाए, तो भाई anything is possible.
तो
Of
बात बन
course,
जाए.
हाँ, अब बात बनेगी जब क्वीन आएगी सहज भाई, आई थिंक गेम में. दैट्स व्हेन द रियल बात फिनिशेस. बट नाइट इज अ गुड शुरुआत भाई. नाइट कमिंग टू f4.
Hmm.
गुड बिगिनिंग्स. Mamidarov, I think of course the game is crazy. Mamidarov, his coach, must be anxiously watching. Um, Meanwhile, I think मेरे हिसाब से Arjun should be happy. I think his gamble worked, and now just take on a1. I mean, is he considering like some queen b6 check here, or like is that an option? Like, what is he thinking right now?
I mean,
I would
Bishop
just take
C2,
a3.
he is probably like inside, he's very, very happy. And
Hmm.
I know Arjun is very happy right now because this is the first time in Yagiz has said,
Hmm.
okay, let's go for the draw. I know he would be very happy right now, but let's see how it continues. Um, how was it? Sahaj bhai, if he can still go bishop b2, knight f4, king g3, and then he can go bishop c1. अच्छा इस पोजीशन में आप कह रहे हो कि वापस ऐसे वो आ सकता है एंड ही कैन टेक ट्रू बट आई थिंक टाइमिंग इज ऑफ द एसेंस जितना नाइट यहाँ पे जितना टाइम बैठेगा ना उतना बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है आपके लिए उतनी मूव्स के लिए आपको बहुत बहुत केयरफुल रहना पड़ेगा h5 आ रहा है f5 आ रहा है मे बी tactically it's sound but like you would really prefer just like imagine yeah in this position bishop already b2 पे imagine you could just trade the rooks and you could just put the bishop on c1 you have nothing to worry about but this is a problem and because Yagiz accepted this because like he provoked this it means that he's saying कि ठीक है let's go for the draw like मैं थोड़ा बचा लूंगा
मैं थोड़ा क्या. अच्छा, ओके, बचा लूंगा. ओके, सॉरी.
बचा लूंगा भाई
And meanwhile, let's see what happens. Arjun, by the way, is zoned in
इको
now.
भाई थोड़ा खतरों के खिलाड़ी
नहीं, मैं सुना ही नहीं एक्चुअली क्या बोला आपने. मैं एक्चुअली आई वाज रीडिंग
हाँ
समथिंग.
crazy
नहीं नहीं, आई
crazy
वाज रीडिंग समथिंग
too
एक्चुअली.
many things to do भाई too many things to do
नहीं नहीं भाई, कुछ और पढ़ रहा था. बट ओके, Yagiz, by the way, 4 minutes. आपको एक टाइम एक्स्ट्रा तो मिलेगा नहीं. So it's in Arjun's interest to make the game as complicated as possible. Um, Surprised Yagiz, especially because he's playing defensive chess a bit, like he's shown that tendency. So if there's any chance of confusing him, this he should take it. Come on, let's go, Arjun.
Yep, 22 minutes. I'm sure. I mean, I know people are saying in the Turkish chat. I'm sure they must be upset, yeah, with this bishop c2 move. Because, I mean, for them, imagine, guys. I mean, you were playing against such a player like Arjun. You had a +1 position, and then you play bishop c2, basically saying कि ठीक है, मैं draw से खुश हूँ, मेरा time कम है. I mean, people are gonna be upset about that. I mean, that's very very human.
Trading rooks is not a bad option. It's the best option. Rook आपका, you don't have many squares actually. You have to trade rooks. The only question is, do you give a check first? I think that's what he's thinking. And of course, he's there are two checks: Queen A7, Queen B6, but both I'm guessing lead to Queen E3. So not sure that helps. So if he wants a draw, Queen A7 is an instant draw, right? Because Queen A7, Queen E3 takes. That's a draw, right? I mean,
हाँ, but
I can't
rook
imagine.
a1 bishop a1 के बाद भी तो draw ही है ना भाई. knight g6 black ही तो खेल रहा है इधर.
हाँ, वही मैं कह रहा हूँ. Like basically, he can draw instantly by trading queens, trading rooks. So Queen A7 check, for example, is an instant draw. Or he
Yes.
can trade rooks and just play with knight g6. So maybe that's why he's thinking. He's trying to go very deep after knight g6 and figure out, do I actually have chances? If not, then I'm going to trade the pieces and take a draw right now.
Also, he is trying to maybe do the calculations right now, ताकि maybe Erdogmus doesn't have enough time to think afterwards.
Hmm.
That's also possible. So that's why they do this all the time. First time में when he was playing against Gukesh, they were saying some racist things around India. अरे भाई होता है वो तो.
Bye. Chill
It's
karo,
fine
bhai.
भाई.
I mean,
Chill करो.
by the way, Zhu Jiner has completely equalized now against Van Foreest, and Nodirbek is still winning. So 4 results के chances बहुत कम हो गए suddenly out of the blue. एक time पे तो confirm लग रहा था. And Arjun also having his first deep thing after the time control. 6 minutes already.
Yeah, but still 20 minutes is a lot of
Hmm.
time. So let's see what happens. Nodirbek, by the way, completely winning. Jordan is now equal against Zhu Jiner, bhai. Crazy.
High, big hold for Zujina, yeah, after that result. By the way, he's played something, yeah? He took on
He's
A1.
taken on A1. So he goes for the, let's say, the more ambitious approach, does not take the draw. And now knight g6. And there it is
Oof.
on the board.
So he's playing for a win, essentially. That's basically him saying, let's just play the game and see what happens. No draws.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And now I'm thinking maybe queen e3. But that's actually pretty bad because then the knight on f4 just sits and then you can never take it with the bishop. क्योंकि bishop भी तो e3 पे ही आना था उसको.
Hmm. Good point, actually.
Why I think Yagiz is in deep trouble here. Like you can see, I'm just kind of envisioning this knight f4. Let's say आप कुछ भी खेलते हो, bishop c3, whatever, knight f4, h4 or something. Like ideas like h5 or f5 and bringing the queen to d8, like looks very very scary for the king, no?
Agreed. And even if, let's say, you chop off the knight, right, at some point with the bishop, and maybe I don't know what you do, but that does mean you lose the bishop pair and will leave a lot of weak dark squares in white's camp. So if the black queen infiltrates, it's basically game over. So बहुत ध्यान से खेलना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे Erdogmus को. He has to be very pragmatic, and with 4 minutes on the clock and going down every second, it's not easy.
Yeah.
अभिषेक करेगा ब्लंडर. भाई ब्लंडर could happen both ways. We already saw कितना मुश्किल है चेस खेलना भाई यहाँ पे. I think Arjun का ब्लंडर आया था when he fell under the 10-minute mark. So let's just make sure we don't go there. Ideally, let's keep more time on than our opponent. And then I think that will not be a problem. I think क्लॉक पे जितनी देर तक हम टाइम पे आगे रह सकते रहते हैं. Come on. By the way, knight g6, a beautiful move. Cannot appreciate it enough. And look at that bishop on e8, by the way. लग रहा था कुछ नहीं कर रहा है. Now it's defending the pawn on b5. It's stopping the knight from coming to c6. Like it's one of the best pieces on the board, Sahaj, by certainly doing, solving so many problems for black here.
Exactly. Exactly. And he only has 3 minutes to solve all of them, which is way too little.
Oof.
चैट में क्या चल रहा है भाई ये?
I have
व्हाट
no
इज व्हाट
idea,
इज
by the way.
गोइंग ऑन भाई चैट में भाई? क्रेजी क्रेजी चीज, मतलब चीजें चल रही है भाई चैट में भाई। वो जो वहां चल रहा है भाई उसके वो तो।
नहीं ऐसा मैंने देखा भी नहीं कुछ, to be honest. But okay, anyways, let's stick to the game. I think अपना काम है गेम
या
फर्स्ट करना भाई.
रिलैक्स
And
गाइस, इट्स फाइन।
meanwhile,
चेस को चेस तक ही रखो चैट, उसके आगे मत बढ़ने
चेस
दो।
को चेस तक ही रखो. साइड में क्या सिंगर हो आप यार,
नहीं नहीं
मतलब
भाई
इम्प्रेसिव.
प्लीज गाने मत गाओ भाई, मैं ऑलरेडी बहुत डिप्रेस्ड हूँ।
क्या यार, कौन सुनेगा फिर
ऑलरेडी
मेरे
वो
गाने, सहज
पिछली
भाई.
पोजीशन देख के ऑलरेडी मैं बहुत डिप्रेस्ड हूँ भाई। अभी अभी और सुनूंगा तो मतलब सब खत्म हो जाएगा।
Hmm. Come on. I feel like Arjun has the better chances. Ooh, less than 2 minutes for the youngster now. So Ejba, I think this looks tough now. I think Arjun's gamble might just work of not trading queens. This is very tough.
Yeah, very hard because this whole f5 queen d8 stuff is just coming in very quickly by 1.5 minute. 1.5 minute
भाई
only
भाई
remaining.
चक
That's
दे चक दे इंडिया में 70 मिनट चाहिए थे भाई. 1.5 मिनट में तो शाहरुख खान भी क्या कर लेता भाई. ये तो मुश्किल लग रहा है. Come on. No, I don't think Arjun is winning, by the way. It's just कि when you are look at
भाई अब
Yagiz right
मेरे दिमाग में
now.
चल रहा है उसकी उसकी नज़र लेफ्ट की तरफ है तो लेफ्ट पे चाल चलेगा वो। नहीं नहीं उसकी तरफ राइट की
क्वीन,
तरफ है, और
वो
राइट से
क्वीन
चल
प्रिंट
देगा।
करेगा.
अरे अरे ये तो सीधा, अरे ये तो सीधा मूव चलेगा। वो बिशप c3 प्लेड है क्वीन साइड पे। लेट्स गो।
Let's go. And played knight f4. Let's go, bhai. Arjun playing quickly, putting the pressure back on Erdogmus.
बढ़िया, अटैकिंग द h3 पॉन एंड h4 खेलते हो तो h5, ये थोड़ा लूज हो गया। एंड आपके पास कैलकुलेट करने का टाइम नहीं है तो आई विल जस्ट सैक समथिंग। आई नाउ दिस हाई टाइम यू सैक समथिंग। या बिशप g6 कुछ सैक करो भाई, नाइट d5 कुछ मारो इधर बस।
Bhai, best move for white is already bishop d2. Just sacking h3 temporarily and then hoping कि वापस मिल जाए वो pawn. But that would... Can we play bishop d2 यहाँ पे एक बार? Bishop d2 quickly. Knight h3, king g3, knight f4. Take it and take it with the king. But even this looks tough for white, to be
हम्म।
honest. Because e5
यू
square है
नो
मेरे
इन
पास,
दिस
king के पास.
पोजिशन एक्चुअली, इन
Hmm.
दिस पोजिशन किंग g2 इज बेटर। कि नाइट f4 के बाद आई एम जस्ट गोना
Bhai,
यू कीप द पॉन।
he played
ओ प्लेड
h4. He
h4,
played your move.
h5 नाउ कम ऑन अर्जुन, जल्दी जल्दी फटाफट। नो टाइम, वी हैव नो टाइम, लेट्स गो।
I also like this move queen c8. ये इंजन की पैदाइश है, but queen c8 very like it because with the h5 का idea next maybe, yeah.
हाँ
Also
क्या,
c5 ले pressure.
इंजन ने निकाला क्वीन सेट, क्रेजी।
हाँ, I love this move.
सरप्राइज सरप्राइज सरप्राइज। बिशप g6 में क्या हो रहा है? हाँ बिशप g6 में नाइट, अच्छा हाँ। यू हैव टू कीप एन आई आउट फॉर द नाइट दैट इट डजंट जंप
Yeah,
टू c6।
exactly.
Now is a
And
good time to
bishop
check with the queen. Maybe queen b6 check possible, but I can play king g3 and then ये queen यहाँ पे क्या कर रही है? No access points.
also queen e3 is also possible. It's apparently a repetition, and if Arjun wanted it, I think he could have played this check earlier.
By no chance
So
के he goes for queen e3. Why would he
yeah,
take? Okay, first of all, why
no
are we
chance.
evaluating this? Ah, because knight h4 में क्या? I still don't know क्या हो रहा है. Knight b7 yeah. Okay, some like
No, but
crazy calculation.
कभी नहीं होगा ये. I think Arjun is
Yeah,
not trading queens. If he wanted
एक
this, would have done
मिनट
this earlier.
ही है उसके
Let's
पास।
go.
h5 खेलो I think Arjun. Only move. 19 minutes left now.
By the way, there's this move knight a6, which the Indian really loves in multiple variations. What's this move? Because it doesn't come to mind at first glance, right?
don't
It
really
looks
know
like,
what this
it's like
move
putting pressure
is.
on b4, yeah, basically tying down the bishop. So if you
Yeah,
now try to
but
capture on f4,
I'm
it
already
will be elegant.
defending that.
Hmm.
I mean,
Very
I would
interesting move.
rather keep the knight on c7 because कभी ना कभी future में मैं knight d5 मारना चाहता हूँ. Like queen c8.
Hmm.
That looks by queen c8 के बाद you have only one move which is bishop d2. Otherwise you're lost. And bishop d2 में knight c takes d5. You're joking me.
What?
Queen c1 is what he has to
What?
find. Right? He has to play queen c1 in this position as well. No
By
way.
by zero
अर्जुन जीत
chance
रहा है
of that
भाई.
happening. Come on,
क्या
Arjun. Queen c8.
क्वीन से दिख गया अर्जुन को. अर्जुन इज विनिंग भाई. कंफर्म्ड.
Come on, chat. Queen c8. That is a huge move, chat. C5 पे pressure, king side पे pressure, tactics in the air. जब भी अटैक करना हो गेम में किसको लाओ? अपनी रानी को भाई. Saibhai, do you think these prodigies who start very early and studying chess accelerators will face burnout in their 20s? I know a few examples who face that, but it really depends. If they, I think if you have 10 prodigies who reach 2600 at the age of, I don't know, 15, let's say, maybe five of them will face burnout, five of them will kind of move forward and become top players or whatever it is. So it's just a numbers game at the end. Some will face burnout, some won't. And it depends on how much success you see, right? I think if you keep winning, of course, you're not going to see burnout. Burnout comes from not succeeding also partially. And of course, there'll be that one kid or two kid who doesn't really love the game and got there somehow. Maybe not 26 or 2500 because their parents wanted him to play. And he will, of course, face burnout as well. But mostly, I think it's just a numbers game. By the way, still, Erdogmus has 1 minute 21 seconds. And Arjun, 17 minutes 20 seconds. सहज भाई क्वीन
टफ
C8 खिलवाओ यार अर्जुन से.
होता है भाई. आई थिंक बर्नआउट सबको होता है. आई थिंक टू एन एक्सटेंट. हाउ आई मीन it's just about how long the burnout actually lasts for you. Because I mean, like there's many examples of people who are very good at chess, but then they don't pursue it afterwards for like many different various different reasons. But yeah, it's tough, right? It's tough to consistently play well. I guess in chess, it's very very difficult.
Very tough, actually. And by the way, chat, still we are waiting for the move by Arjun.
और परिमार्जन नहीं की मत बोलो भाई. उसको बर्नआउट तो नहीं था कुछ भी हो वो. वो बंदा उसके बाद स्टैनफोर्ड गया, फिर एमआईटी गया, फिर उसके और उसने पीएचडी करी एआई में. आई डोंट थिंक यू डू दैट. यू डू ऑल ऑफ एंड दैट टू आफ्टर बिकमिंग अ ग्रैंड मास्टर एट 13 years of age. या सो आई डोंट थिंक द मैन नोज द वर्ड बर्नआउट.
No, maybe what they mean is like chess में burnout लगा उसको. Like maybe that's what they mean. Like he was ambitious as a person, but maybe chess में he faced this thing कि okay, it's not worth my time. Which I think is very hard to know unless you know the person very, very well closely.
Apparently, chat is letting us know that 8-year-old Tamiz Amudham beat Vincent Keimer in freestyle just now. Isn't that great? With no elect भाई फिर लैपटॉप कैसे ऑन था उसका अगर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं थी तो. ये कैसा है? ये कैसा पॉइंट है भाई?
Good question. By the way, Arjun is still thinking Queen C8, Arjun, come on. Sayed Sarwal, do you know where Ali Reza is nowadays? I think Ali Reza is playing the Grand Chess Tour, so he'll be in action very soon. Um,
ओ
he
बैटरी क्रेजी भाई. हम हमारे लिए दिस इज अ न्यू कॉन्सेप्ट है. हमारी बैटरी सो बैड कि लैपटॉप इज सो बैड कि वी कांट इवन पुट आवर लैपटॉप्स ऑन विदाउट द बैटरी. सो बैड नो.
yeah,
No, I'm just joking. But that's great actually. I will definitely check out the games once this match is over, and will definitely be a lot to talk about tomorrow.
लैपटॉप में बैटरी होती है हाँ भाई बट
हाँ क्या होता है क्या?
once the laptop gets old enough, I'm sure we've had a laptop in our life जो चलता नहीं था चार्ज के बिना.
अरे
Reminds me
हाँ
of
हाँ
my
मेरा
old one.
लास्ट वाला लैपटॉप ही वैसे ही था भाई.
मेरा भी लास्ट वाला भाई. And played. Let's
Bhai,
go!
like,
The best
I,
move played by Arjun by. This should be a game killer by. Like if a Dogma survives this move, I'll be shocked and really impressed. He deserves that draw then.
yeah, I think this is very, very impressive from Arjun because now he is asking the real questions to Erdogmus because what does he play? Does he go? Does he move the king? For first, he has to understand also what is black's threat because there's multiple threats. There's knight takes d5 hanging, h5 hanging, maybe some bishop d7, bishop takes pawn. I don't know. Not
By
clear what he's
Bishop.
gonna play. Do you think the blunder happens now for Yagiz? I think it's gonna be now.
Um, I mean, Queen E3 does look tempting to
It's
me
happening
because
now.
Nae, he plays the best move by. He
Why?
finds Bishop D2.
But you see the problem, right? Knight c takes d5 is hanging. It's a free pawn.
Has he seen Queen C1, Sahaj bhai? Has he
Bhai,
seen Queen
that's
C1?
ridiculous if he has seen it.
And chat, let's keep in mind, once you take on D5, you are opening that diagonal towards your own king. So, um,
अभी बोल रहे हो 17 hours of battery backup of MacBook. भाई अगर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं था तो फिर MacBook कैसे आया? वो भी तो है ना क्वेश्चन.
Tiku is fully charged. Take out the plug, please. Why Tiku is not fully charged by? I am on medication. अभी थोड़ा तबीयत खराब थी पिछले हफ्ते तो full charge तो नहीं है definitely. He might have seen Queen C1 because of the fork. No, I mean he will see कि bishop hanging है. But to see ki bhai the C1 square, that's the last square you consider, Sahaj bhai. You might consider Queen B1, Queen D1 first.
Hmm. But maybe he
Tough.
can just go h5 straight by. That's also interesting, no?
But takes on F4.
ef4.
Okay, apparently the engine says knight C6 is the move, which does make sense. But
हाँ हाँ, of course,
H,
makes so much like only
HG4.
move that makes sense. भाई क्या? What great sense this move is making to me right now.
Why?
Can't imagine like how can a make move make so much sense, right?
सहज भाई मजे ले रहे हैं भाई बताओ यार भाई हमें भाई हम तो
It's the
सिर्फ
move that makes most sense, no? To me, knight is of course pawn attack. भाई कैसा pawn attack? लो मेरा pawn. Pawn takes, pawn takes, pawn takes. Sense ढूंढो यहाँ पे.
भाई we take on G4, we give a check, we have a pass pawn, we put the bishop on D5, we can't lose that game. Is my logic.
भाई ये बहुत ज्यादा बोल्ड हो गया. ये बहुत ज्यादा बोल्ड
After
हो गया
looking
भाई.
at the move, I can justify it. But yeah, pehle to there's no chance. But okay, I mean, a Dogmas has exactly a minute on the clock. अर्जुन का टाइम कम होता जा रहा है 12 मिनट है व्हाट्स ही थिंकिंग आई मीन नाइट d5 हैज टू बी द फर्स्ट मूव ही इज थिंकिंग अबाउट
Hmm.
समाजवादी पार्टी ने मैं व्हाट
I am also
व्हाट इज
thinking electricity is not related to poverty in India. भाई मुझे ये भी नहीं पता था कि वो बच्चा इंडियन है. Like I wasn't even thinking about
ओह
that.
by the way can we for once go to the Nodirbek game just 30 seconds look at that position by look at that rook on g7 और क्या हो रहा है ब्लैक क्वीन के साथ
कहाँ
एंड किंग
पे
के
कौन
साथ
सी मूव?
नोदरबेक गेम
अरे भाई 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 ये
भाई
क्वीन के साथ क्या हो रहा है भाई?
किंग के साथ भी होगा नेक्स्ट भाई ये क्या चल रहा है वाओ ओके दिस इज बेसिकली ओवर या क्रशिंग अटैक सर्वर काफी शांत लग रहे हैं ऐसे क्या हो
वो
गया
ना
सर्वर
आई थिंक नॉदरबैग सोच रहा होगा कैंडिडेट्स तो खेल नहीं पाया तो एंडी को ही हरा देता हूँ.
व्हाट
नेवर माइंड.
ये क्या लॉजिक है भाई
यू डिडंट गेट इट. Oh, by the way, look at this. Is this a draw? So it's a dead draw now.
हाँ
How it,
ओके आई मीन
how
या
did this happen? Because wasn't Jordan like completely winning? Okay, he was at this point, and he took rook h. He had to take rook h5, but he played knight c4.
हाँ but okay,
हाँ
let's
देखो,
see for
चैट
just the
को
people.
समझ आ गया मेरा जोक, आपको नहीं आया भाई। डिसअपॉइंटिंग टिक्कू भाई।
Hikaru played with that. अच्छा ओ अरे यार ओ शिट वर्ड प्ले माय बिगेस्ट वीकनेस माय क्रिप्टोनाइट डैम सैड सैड लाइफ जो अभी एडॉगस की हो सकती है if we jump to that game Saj by quickly.
Bishop d2 he played, yeah? No, no, that was already here. h5 was what we were discussing. h5, knight d5 and knight a6. Three moves. अर्जुन की नज़र क्वीन साइड पे है, तो नाइट a6 और नाइट d5 आर पॉसिबल।
भाई नोदरबेक ने गेम दे दी भाई गेम दे दी भाई उसने गिफ्ट
क्या
हाँ
भाई,
ड्रॉ
यू आर
भाई
किडिंग मी, यू आर
भाई
जोकिंग मी, यू आर जोकिंग मी फ्रॉम, वाओ,
I'm a
विद 10 minutes,
joking Saj भाई
भाई with 10 minutes on the clock.
भाई and I think what he missed was rook g8 queen g5 queen e3 check खत्म ड्रॉ
Oh, but no, no, there must be something more he missed. No, rook j queen g5 क्यों नहीं आ रहा है? हाँ, तब भी queen e3 check.
वही
But takes rook f7. How do you evaluate this as draw? King h1 rook. Okay, wow. Bhai, he plays it, and he plays it.
and he plays it bhai and he plays it
Yeah.
for
Oh,
wordplay
nice, nice,
fans.
nice, 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 nice. So Tikku bhai getting on the same page. Let's go.
Yep. Nodirbek को अभी शॉक लगने वाला है. If you want to wait for that shock, I am in, but we can then switch to Arjun. But
Hmm.
एक वो हल्का सा से आंखें भी ऐसे हो जाएगी क्योंकि I think he'll be shocked. भाई क्या ही गेम है भाई चेस. जापान इज टर्निंग फुटस्टेप्स इनटू इलेक्ट्रिसिटी. ये क्या तुमने इंस्टाग्राम कैप्शन
हाँ
डाला है भाई किसी रैंडम
भाई, आई
पोस्ट
नो।
का.
वो अभिनव जी पूछ रहे हैं हाउ कम एर्दोमस ऑलवेज इन टाइम ट्रोल, बिकॉज आई थिंक चेस में ना टाइम लिमिटेड होता है। तो अगर आप 4 घंटे, 4.5 घंटे, 5 घंटे गेम चले तो, और आप 1.5 घंटे से स्टार्ट करते हो
भाई
तो
Arjun
मैथ्स आई थिंक।
did not play knight d5. He went for
Oops.
h5, as you mentioned. After like a long
बट आई
think,
लाइक दिस
relatively.
मूव भाई, आई लव दिस मूव। उसको देखो, अब अभी आप आगे इसको की आप शक्ल देखो भाई, ही लुक सो स्ट्रेस राइट नाउ। Sahaj
Can
bhai,
we go full
actually
screen?
he had an electricity generator which he was constantly running by his legs under the table to power his laptop. Arey, 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 arey. That's
भाई
terrible, no?
स्विंग मशीन नहीं है भाई. I mean,
Yeah, yeah,
can we go full
crazy,
screen please?
crazy.
भाई मार दिया नाइट उसने. f4 नाइट तो गयो बट बिशप पेयर भी गयो अब एंड देयर आर लॉट ऑफ डार्क स्क्वायर वीकनेसेस.
So,
क्रूशियल
matlab
पोजीशन.
India is turning footsteps into electricity now.
अरे यार.
That's what it would be, right? If it was doing that.
Come on. Sahil, how do you feel with 20-year-olds fearless chess? 20-year-olds? I thought you mean 10-year-olds. I mean, I'm not scared of 20-year-olds. I'm scared of 10-year-olds. By the way, Knight 6 played, Sahaj bhai, on the board.
तो ये प्यादा जो फ्री का मिल रहा है, व्हाट अबाउट दैट? तो आई कैन आई फर्स्टली लेट्स जस्ट टेक ऑन c6। एक पॉन तो आए पहले, फिर देखते हैं। टेल मी, भाई भाई भाई, लाइटनिंग भाई क्या जोक मारा है भाई 2021 का, क्रेजी। एर्दोगस इज टर्निंग इनटू स्विंगिंग। अच्छा, वाओ।
भाई अगर कोई 2021 में जाके टाइम ट्रैवल करके भी कोई जोक मारे ना तो लोग उसको भी चैट से बैन कर देंगे आई थिंक.
नहीं नहीं नहीं, तब तो फंसे थे लोग, तब तो कॉम्पिटिशन भी बना था उसका हिंदी में।
नहीं भाई इट्स इट्स
जो टिक्कू भाई की
एम्बैरसिंग.
फेवरेट वीडियो है, चैट डू यू नो आपको टिक्कू भाई की फेवरेट वीडियो कौन सी है यूट्यूब
वो
पे?
अलग है भाई. दैट डिडंट हैपन इन
नहीं नहीं, अरे
2021.
अरे
दैट
अरे,
हैपेंड इन
चैट से पूछते रहे, चैट कुछ याद रहता है, चैट
हाँ
आई एम
हाँ.
प्रीटी श्योर यू हैव सीन दैट वीडियो, लाइक सम ऑफ यू मस्ट हैव। Because उसके बाद I remember once Tikku mentioned that video, like people started commenting on the video
भाई
itself with, I'm here
उस
because of Tikku.
वीडियो के 50-40 व्यू थे जब मैं पहली बार देखी थी. Then I kept watching it multiple times, like roughly once a month. It went to 150. Like purely 100 व्यू तो मेरे ही थे. And then इतना मैंने नाम लिया उसका कि भाई now it has lakhs of views. Like मतलब at some point algorithm picked it up, yeah, कि भाई इसके
तो
लोग
भाई
जो भी
डालो
देखा है
ना,
वो एंजॉय
लिंक
कर रहा है।
डालो यूट्यूब के पे,
मुझे याद भी
चैट
नहीं
पे
है भाई,
लिंक
सर्च
डालो।
कर लेना भाई, निखिलेश जैन समय रहना भाई, मतलब सुपर चैट गेम।
अपने ऑल्ट अकाउंट से डाल दो।
नहीं है भाई ऑल्ट अकाउंट, नहीं, आई हैव 20 ऑल्ट
अरे
अकाउंट्स बट आई
बीस
डोंट यूज
बीस
देम।
तक होंगे आपके तो।
बट सब में नाम साहिल ही है भाई, सो
ये सोच किंग थोड़े नोटी हो रहे हैं भाई, क्रेजी।
ये क्या है भाई, मुझे पता है राघव क्या है। ओके, बाय द वे नाइट सिक्स प्लेड, Arjun is now did he miss knight c6 by the way, do you think he missed it? And kudos to Erdogmus भाई, time pressure भी हो, 50 सेकंड भी हो, he finds these only moves, yeah.
Yeah, but he can definitely find the best moves, but can he find a way to just, be a bit calmer, bhai? Because I feel like he's in such stress right now.
भाई maybe stress gives him the power, maybe that's his secret, Sahaj bhai,
Stress should
of
never be
playing
a
such
power,
good
bhai.
chess.
It should never ever be a power, bhai. That is so bad.
कुछ बोलने का मन था, बोलूंगा नहीं अभी।
देखो भाई, पिछले 2 घंटे से जो मैं रोक के बैठा हूँ, आई विल टेल यू ऑल ऑफ इट राइट आफ्टर द गेम फिनिशेस। सहज भाई, आप पे भी आया था अलर्ट? कौन सा अलर्ट भाई? नॉट रियली, बट आई एम नॉट इन इंडिया, या आई एम इन बुडापेस्ट।
ओलंपियाड कब है? सितंबर सेकेंड हाफ में है
क्यों
ओलंपियाड।
लिख रहा है टर्निंग, टर्की टर्निंग स्ट्रेस इनटू इलेक्ट्रिसिटी?
अरे यार, क्या
अरे
रे
अरे
चैट,
अरे भाई,
क्या
चेस को
क्रेजी
इंडिया
हो
को
रहे
डालना
तुम।
चाहिए भाई, एज अ रूल, जस्ट टर्की टर्निंग चेस इनटू
बाय द वे
इलेक्ट्रिसिटी ऐसे
he takes
करके।
it।
मजा आएगा भाई, इट विल बी सो फनी।
Bhai, crucial moment now. H G4 is the move set. Can we have a look? What's the idea after H G4? How does White equalize the game? Because as of now, it's a free pawn,
It's
right?
very highly technical and highly like nuanced, I feel. But the main thing is don't take the pawn. Queen g4 आने के बाद that will be difficult because white is a pawn down. You don't want to allow the black's queen to get active. So white should play something along the lines of queen d2. Just don't take the pawn on g4. Queen d2, put pressure here, here, and it's good. By the way, h4 is played. So 1 minute remaining for Yagiz, but it's not really a minute because he has been thinking about this exact position for quite some time while Arjun was thinking. So he should be fine. And prediction chat, I feel okay. Now I think it might be a draw. What do you think, chat? What do you think is going to happen? Why am I in Budapest? Bhai, it's good. It's very good for chess. It's very well connected with chess as well. So it's a beautiful city.
By the way, chat, look at this. After DC6, H G4, Queen D2 was a Dogmas's choice, allowing G3 check, but of course the F4 pawn will fall. So what does Arjun do now, Sahaj Bhai? Because 6 minute hai unke paas bhi. He's also feeling the pressure now, uh, of the clock. So
हम्म।
I'm not
वो
sure
जो वो
who's
जो
better
वही
because
वही वाला प्रेशर जो स्वदेश में वो शाहरुख खान को हुआ था जब वो पहली बार गया था, एंड ही वाज लाइक बिजली।
बिजली गिराने कोई नहीं हारा सहज भाई, एंड आई फील लाइक
बिजली तो गिर रही है पिछले 2 घंटे से भाई।
सहज भाई, क्वीन D6 क्वीन D7 भी आ रहा है भाई, थोड़ा डर लग रहा है मुझे।
मैं मत दो फिर d6, क्वीन e6 खेल दो। I mean, as long as you have the knight, how can we be afraid?
बट आई एम अफ्रेड सहज भाई। By the Queen 6 played and Nodirbek is still again winning भाई। बाजी पलटना कोई नोदरबेक से सीखे। आई थिंक इट्स गोना एंड इन अ ड्रॉ चैट, काफी हाई पॉइंट्स
Hungary
बिटवीन
is
नाउ।
turning Sage into electricity. Sage is turning Hungary into. क्या चल रहा है भाई? What is going on today, भाई?
Wow. Who do you think will be top three in this event? Magnus, Nodirbek, Arjun bhai, in some order.
Hello, Sage. I actually don't know. I don't know. I do know what happened. I mean, I know that it happened, and yeah, someone told me a bit like some time ago, but I don't have any info. No, I would love to know what happened. And of course, he is a, I mean, an amazing person and such a core like member of CBI. But
By the way, look at this.
let's see.
Why Queen F4 slide error, Queen C4, best move played instantly by Arjun. The bishop is now hanging. Okay, let's go full screen Arjun, I think.
Mhm.
Nodirbek to I think, of course, up and down chalega. And 20 seconds for a Dogmas by. This could be a big move by Arjun, Queen C4. Attacking the pawn as well, जो pride and joy है white की position की.
Yeah, for sure. And bad bishop becoming worse and worse, and with every
7,
second,
5,
मतलब I feel like
4,
ये 2 kilowatt
3.
electricity और generate हुई अभी. Queen
भाई
D2 played.
क्वीन अभी D2 पे ही थी, वापस आ गई घर आके.
Pawn takes pawn.
Yeah, looks
एक बात बताओ,
very
pawn takes
logical.
pawn और queen takes pawn के बाद एक सूखा pawn नहीं है क्या?
है भाई, बिशप B3 चेक है, विद दिस काउंटर प्ले विद द वीक लाइट स्क्वायर्स, बट पॉन तो है भाई.
या किंग F3 क्वीन C6, ये तो ब्लैक खेलेगा ना भाई. और 30 सेकंड
Hmm.
में कैसे बचाओगे भाई ये?
And also question to chat, yeah, crazy game, but what do you think is getting turned into Sahaj? AC electricity DC होता है ना, AC DC करंट होता है कुछ, like कौन सी वाली करंट है
हाँ,
सहज भाई?
हम अभी करंट ही होगी है ना भाई. एक्स तो आपकी है.
ये क्या लॉजिक है, कोई सेंस ही नहीं, कोई सेंस इस बात की.
Wow, Tiku is looking for logic in like conversations. Wow, this is also
ऑफ
new to me.
कोर्स
Of course,
भाई,
yeah, sure.
लॉजिक इज
अभी
इंपॉर्टेंट.
एनालॉजी सारे टाइम स्टैम्प जो थप्पे मैंने बनाए हुए ना पिछले पिछले 5 महीने से सब पड़े हैं मेरे पास. आई कैन शो यू ऑल ऑफ देम इन वन वीडियो एंड देन यू टेल मी.
बाय द वे, मार दिया F3, लेट्स जस्ट पिक अप द पॉन ऑन C6, गुड बाय कहते हैं उस प्यादे को.
थैंक यू भाई. गुड गुड. With that, I think now for sure, I think he's playing for a win, and I think difficult for Yagiz to hold on. Yeah,
ओके,
Queen
टेक्स.
C6 played. Check.
वो
King
ही.
H8 पे जाए, King F8 पे जाए दोनों. Oh, King F8 is looking
बाय द वे, लुक
juicy.
एट
King to E7 now, no checks.
Yagis's reaction. Did you see? Like he literally like did that expression of what am I
Why?
doing? That was his
Yeah,
expression there.
exactly, Tikubai. Because you know what? In this position, what's the one move you will never play
As white or black?
as white? Imagine this is the
um,
position. You are white. Don't look because उससे आपका thinking
Bishop
corrupt
D5
होता
I
है.
won't play. I think I won't play Bishop D5.
Bishop D5. Why?
I mean, it feels like कि queen trade हो जाएगी तो I'm a pawn down and bishop is the strongest piece, right? I want to keep it
तो
there.
क्वीन ट्रेड हो गई तो क्वीन
I
ट्रेड
mean,
करो ना. बिशप क्यों ट्रेड कर रहे हो भाई? क्वीन ट्रेड करो ना. क्वीन C2.
अच्छा, queen C2. Queen
Bhai, it's
C2
the
I might.
it you will consider queen c2 here, bhai. You are a
No,
pawn
I mean,
down in an end game and you trade the queens. No
no.
ways.
Last move I will consider is Bishop D5 because you said the move you will never consider. That is Bishop D5.
Ah, okay.
So queen,
But
so
queen
queen
c2 is
C2.
also one of them, no? Like, okay, you will never think it, trading the
True.
queens while being pawned down in an end game can never be good, but it's the best move in the position.
Okay, queen C2
Exceptions pay exceptions.
is tough, not unimaginable maybe, but H5 is looks like a mistake to me. Looks like a mistake maybe. अब अगर end game आ गई, maybe that's not working anymore. Yeah, जो queen
Yeah,
C2 वाला
true.
option था. Because now
True,
the
true,
king
true.
can walk up to G5, maybe the black king in the end game. But okay, okay, maybe not actually. But let's see.
अमन भाई कह
Um,
रहे क्वीन D5. या भाई क्वीन D5 वर्स तो है बट ये कंपटीशन नहीं है ना. लाइक इट्स मोर अबाउट के लाइक व्हाट डू यू नॉट चूज लाइक इन दिस पोजीशन. लाइक इफ आई एम डिफेंडिंग दिस एज वाइट एंड आई थिंक दिस अप्लाइज टू लाइक 99% ऑफ द लाइक द केसेस कि पॉन अप हो तो पीसेस ट्रेड करो. पॉन डाउन हो तो पीसेस रखो जितने ज्यादा. यहाँ पे पॉन डाउन होने के बाद आपको सबसे बड़ा पीस ट्रेड करना है वो भी एंड गेम में. विच इज वेरी 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 डिफिकल्ट, नियरली इम्पॉसिबल आई फील.
hmm, what a crazy game भाई overall. मतलब ups and downs. आज का दिन में ही बहुत सारे ups and downs थे. I think Magnus was the only game जहाँ पे smooth था. बाकी एवरी गेम लाइक देवर अप्स एंड डाउन्स, कमबैक्स. नोदिरबेक कम से कम 700 बार तो गेम टर्न अराउंड कर चुका है आज. Arjun is taking this home, right? I hope so. I checked the Turkish chat for a second. किसी ने लिखा था उसमें कि ये गेम अपनी है, at least a draw. Not sure. Let's see. Taj is living the second life of Nikola Tesla. Oof.
Saj, if Sendarov approached you as a second, would you accept? I would probably say it's not the best idea for him. So I would tell him that it's not a good idea for him to not to because of course his second I think is the guy he should never ever replace in his life.
Maybe as an
Like
additional
उस
second
बंदे
slot,
को
right?
तो मैं
Maybe,
पूरा अपना रखूंगा भाई, पूरी लाइफ रखूंगा उसको अपने पास में.
but maybe like a second, yeah, like to add to the team.
नहीं नहीं, फिर तो मतलब फिर मैं बोल लेता, आपको ही बुला लेते.
By the way, King E7 is the move.
यो टिको भाई, नो रिस्पॉन्स यार, कम ऑन.
Bhai, come on, yeah. Some things are just not possible. Bhai, I mean,
क्रेजी.
मैं भाई वैसे भी किस सेकंड बनना है. I mean, maybe I am helping the Indian players by joining his team, but by the way, 15 seconds again. Bhai, every move he's facing pressure now. It's very hard to come up with the best moves every time.
Yeah.
5 seconds, by the way. Bhai, 2 seconds. Oof, 3 seconds. King F4. Okay. Okay, 96. Oh, ooh, that's a mistake, yeah?
Not a very major one. I'm guessing he played king f4 because उसको f5 नहीं allow करना था. I'm
Bhai,
guessing. Also queen c3 check वगैरह looks stupid, no?
question, why can't I play 96 here? Because I feel like the trade is in my favor, no? If you take.
Queen end game भाई सबसे मुश्किल रहेगा ना pawn up जीतना. Like if we think
Hmm.
about it in like okay rook ending में अगर आप pawn up हो तो it's like okay maybe 50-50. Queen ending में pawn up हो तो भाई
But
50 साले minimum खेलना पड़ता है.
but I feel like
क्योंकि
it's
कितनी
tough, no?
checks रहती हैं.
You don't have a check here, no? Like, because somehow I am threatening a lot of stuff and you don't have any clear checks. Like I don't see the checks.
As black, I would try to keep the knight for as long as possible. Like I like queen
Hmm.
b6 with the idea of queen g1 maybe some
Hmm.
queen g5 check ideas are there. But I will keep the knight for as long as possible because that bishop should be the reason why I win this. If
Hmm.
the queens are if it's just one pawn and sort king queen hai, then you always run the risk that there will be a lot of checks on the board, perpetual and stuff like that.
I
Oh, I never mind. Never
why I
mind. That
told you
was
it
not
feels
a
like
good move. But that's not
because
a good move though. भाई ये गेम अभी अब पांच अभी और चलेगा भाई, आधा घंटा और पोस्टपोन हो गया गेम 100 easily
no,
because
but I
it's
feel
queen end
like
game now.
because if you move the king, then knight g5 wins on the spot, I think. So you have to take. He takes. And now basically queen a2 पे I have queen c4 winning, right? Because queen
But
f1
queen
आ
takes
रहा है.
c4 is a draw.
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई?
Of course, bhai. Based on just instinct, I can tell you queen takes c4 should be a draw. I don't. I mean, I'm not calculating it, but I have an outside pawn, and सारे pawns बंधे हुए हैं king side पे.
Oh, okay. I was
Is
assuming that's
it?
winning.
Okay, queen c4, bc4, b5 ये तो निकाल लेगा. c3, king e3 is just a draw, yeah? Simple draw
By
actually.
10 seconds for Erdogmus again. He plays. Bhai, we're gonna see this. We're gonna see this actually.
Yeah, I don't like this decision from Arjun bhai.
अरे यार. Apparently, King E7 is still possible. Um, but
भाई I'll go queen
by
d5 then.
Nodirbek,
भाई क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई?
by Nodirbek game is again equal. By why? At this point, I'm not even gonna check the game. Last में result बता देना भाई मुझे. Oh, Queen C4 is so tricky, by the way. Like this is so tricky. Pawn endgame
I
में
don't think
जाना.
it happens. It doesn't happen. And okay, in this time that okay, I'm guessing if you play a move like knight e6 check na, then takes queen e2 के बाद यहाँ मत सोचो कम से कम because then your opponent is thinking also on your time. And now if I play, imagine now अर्जुन ने कोई ट्रैप लगाया होता क्वीन c4 करके, ठीक है? इमीडिएटली
Hmm.
अगर अर्जुन खेलता ना क्वीन c4 तो मे बी इट्स पॉसिबल कि यागिस वुड नॉट हैव टेकन ऑन c4 क्योंकि उसको लगता है कि मेरे
Hmm.
पास तो 8 सेकंड ही पड़े हैं तो मैं मे बी
हाँ.
अर्जुन सॉ समथिंग दैट आई डिडंट. But now if you recalculate this now after making the trade, it gives your opponent unnecessary time. So I feel this
And
match is over now.
also very interesting. Let's say queen c4 takes b5. Um, if you play king d7, it's winning for white. So we have
Oh
to be
wow.
careful. So d5 and
Wow.
c3, only two moves for
Yeah, I think
black.
it's a draw now, bhai. No.
But king e7 maybe is the move he will play. Yeah? If he senses he missed something, he'll play
Bhai,
king
but
e7
after
then.
king e7, there is queen d5.
Ha! That is a draw. That is indeed a draw. But maybe it's not easy. Yeah, like queen a7 also feels
Queen
tempting to
d5.
give the
Actually, this
check.
is crazy. Yeah? Queen takes, pawn takes. You are a pawn up in an endgame. And typical example of what do you call it? Corresponding squares, where f7 and f5 corresponding square, e7, f4, f4, f8. Basically, जब भी king यहाँ आएगा आपको king यहाँ पे रखना है. That's it. He plays queen c4. Oh, अरे 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 अरे.
Bye.
Queen takes c4 is winning now. Queen takes
Really?
c4. Has he seen it? Does he believe in it?
भाई वो
Yeah,
खेलने
you
वाला
see,
है.
he's shaking his head. Yeah, yeah, as in he's nodding his head because he calculated, I think, all of this.
भाई
Are
draw
you
हो
gonna
गया
go?
शायद यार.
Either he takes it or like
He
it's a
takes it.
complete mistake. Oh, he takes it, yeah. अर्जुन
Okay, now
शुड इतना नहीं
d5.
सोचना चाहिए था भाई. थोड़ा जल्दी खेलता ना क्वीन सी फोर
d5.
तो शायद वो ना खेलता क्वीन सी फोर.
d5 is the move, Sahaj bhai. That's the only move now.
भाई
He
but
needs to play
that's
it.
a draw. That's a draw.
It's gonna be a queen pawn up endgame, Sahaj bhai, I think, after that.
I
Maybe queen
saw,
c1
but
check.
that's these two pawns versus this. But okay, that's
Uh,
nothing, yeah.
true, true.
Because आपका pawn advance भी नहीं है, and in many cases the king pawn ending should also be a draw.
भाई king is d7 मत खेलना बस please. बाकी d5 he has to play apparently. Come on, Arjun. d5. Arjun has time. Imagine if he didn't have time here. Oh my god, this could have been tragic. Come on, d5.
By the way,
It's
दोनों players are gonna be in under time pressure now. Both of them are having a minute
yeah.
on the clock.
Plays it.
D5 move.
Wow. Nice move. And
Likely
now
result still a
beats.
draw, yeah? Not really
Yeah.
changing it.
Yeah. Yeah. But at least I think Arjun will be the one a pawn up. Yeah. Chahe kuch bhi ho, at least optically ho, but he's the one, right? Who's gonna optically be better. And now b6, of course, the obvious only move in the position. No surprises there.
That's why do you think h5 was a good move now? I mean, anything is justified, I think, because it's a very good move now because we are in the king pawn ending. Now, had Arjun not went for the this endgame, maybe I'm not so sure anymore. Why?
By c3 only move, yeah.
Pawn
Played
takes
great.
pawn.
Now pawn takes pawn only move. Why? He could potentially play b7, no? He
But then
could do
c2,
b7.
c1. Sorry?
He could play.
Oh,
अच्छा नहीं why would he?
but c1 queen check है ना भाई तो pawn takes pawn के बाद ही
Yeah,
खेलूंगा ना वो तो मैं.
of course he would give that check. True. But okay, ed5 king d7 maybe he has to calculate, yeah? नहीं, but oh, that's lost
भाई ये
confidence.
बहुत सारे लोग
Arj-
चैट में कुछ लिख रहे हैं.
Arjun 1, अरे मजे दे रहे हैं chat.
चैट सही में मतलब like it's impossible that you guys know it before us.
कहाँ से देखा भाई तुमने? हाँ. Oh, bhai, is he gonna play b7? I think he could do it, Saj bhai. He might not take on d5 and it might be the move.
King
Wait,
e3
what?
played. Blunder. Wait, that's a blunder, not d4.
Why, what? Why did he not play b7?
Oh, maybe they were right.
Chat, तुमने कहाँ देख? What?
What?
Wait, what's happening here?
Okay, but queen d2 check and h5. अच्छा अब h5 का pawn मर जाएगा instead of the e2 pawn.
Wait,
That's the
wait,
difference, I
wait,
guess.
chat. How do you know? How do you know? अंतर्यामी हो क्या भाई तुम? भाई, it is winning apparently. Chat always cooks somehow. But however, तो अपने secrets बताओ भाई.
This is not delayed, bhai chat.
नहीं, it's live. सारे स्वीडन में थोड़ी है भाई. हम क्या चेस 24 स्वीडन थोड़ी बैठे हैं हम लोग. चेस 24 एनआरआई स्वीडन.
Maybe he has finished, we never know.
नहीं भाई, नो चांस. हाउ कैन
इतने सारे लोग एक साथ लिख दे, दैट्स अ बिट अनलाइकली. ओह, लुक एट दिस, किंग ई3, क्वीन एच5 मर रहा
ओके.
है क्या अभी? आई एम नॉट सो श्योर इफ ही इज विनिंग दिस. आई मीन,
नहीं भाई.
यागिस वुड बी वेरी 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 अनहैप्पी इफ ही लूजेस दिस, या? He
नहीं,
would be
बेसिकली देयर इज
so
नोबडी.
unhappy.
देयर इज नोबडी हु इज अहेड, बाय द वे. आई डोंट नो कहाँ से देखा है. नॉट चेस दिस इंडिया, नॉट द देयर ओन ब्रॉडकास्ट, कोई भी आगे नहीं है. सो आई डोंट नो व्हाट दिस. चैट, तुम्हारा सीक्रेट तुम्हारे साथ ही चला जाएगा भाई. और कुछ नहीं कर सकते भाई इसमें. बाय द
भाई
वे, टेक्स
डेड
द पॉन
ड्रॉन
सहज
पोजीशन
भाई.
है, क्वीन जेट क्वीन, कुछ सबको,
वेट,
दुनिया की
व्हाट?
कोई भी चेक दे सकता है, वो भी
भाई
ड्रॉ है.
व्हाई डिड ही टेक द पॉन?
भाई उसमें भी नहीं भी मारता तो भी ड्रॉ ही था भाई. वो गलत दिखाया था इंजन ने.
बट क्वीन D1 नहीं, क्वीन D2 चेक वाज विनिंग सहज भाई. On move number 66, I think. Not winning, but
नहीं नहीं,
had more
बट वो
chances
विनिंग नहीं है भाई,
apparently.
अभी भी विनिंग कहाँ है? -1 ही है ना.
Ah, so basically he could have taken on H5 with the king on D4. And somehow that is better. But king on E3 के साथ it's draw. No idea why, by the way.
या, तो चेक चेक चेक, अब तो खत्म है.
अब लोग कह रहे हैं डॉगमस वन द मैच. भाई, भाई, अगर डॉगमस से जीत, गुकेश भी जीत चुका है भाई. भाई गुकेश जीत रहा है जिंदगी में भाई, जीत ही रहा है, वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है भाई. 420 डेप्थ पे शोइंग अर्जुन वन. वाओ. ये मॉड हमने बड़े चुन चुन के चूज किए भाई. टीकू भाई बधाई हो. किस बात की भाई? कहाँ, कहाँ जीत रहा है अर्जुन?
भाई कुछ भी कर देना, अभी ड्रॉ ऑफर किंग ई 5 खेलने के बाद मत पूछना बस. बिकॉज देन वो बोलेगा नो, क्वीन D5 मेट.
विन कह रहा है, अरे थैंक्स फॉर कवरेज, ग्रेट गेम्स टुडे मैगी, व्हाट अ गेम, थैंक्स अ लॉट फॉर दैट भाई, एब्सोल्युटली एग्री, क्रेजी गेम्स टुडे. And so many ups and downs. By the way, Nodirbek is dead equal now. Don't ask me about that game at all ever in my life again. But what a match today, man.
डन
And
भाई, डन भाई, डन.
done, yeah? Draw गया, you're saying.
नो नो, आई मीन आई विल नेवर आस्क यू अबाउट द
अच्छा,
नॉर्दरबैक गेम.
I thought draw हो गया भाई.
आपने एक बार बोल दिया, बहुत है भाई, अगर ये था क्या.
By the way, Queen G8 check, only move. Queen C4 is a mistake. So you have to give the right checks. समझ रहे हो तुम? सही वाले चेक देने हैं भाई. Come on.
कुकेश वन अगेंस्ट इंडारोव, फ्रग वन कैंडिडेट. भाई टिक्कू भाई अभी सपने से उठने वाले हैं भाई.
Arjun played it passive. I kind of disagree actually. I don't think. In fact, Dogmas is the one who played it passive. Arjun, in fact, played that crazy Queen A5 idea. He played a bunch of things which were not, which were challenging actually. He also rejected the draw
हम्म.
when he had the draw. Okay, King walks
अरे
up.
भाई ये
Said,
तो
but
ड्रॉ
this
ही है.
is, but this reminds me of Divya against wo jo game thi, like Anna Muzichuk. Yeah, technically it might be okay. It's not as bad
नो नो नो,
as that game.
वेरी डिफरेंट, बिकॉज किंग कैनॉट फाइंड शेल्टर. तो अभी चेक 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 चेक, अभी ये किंग जो खुले में घूम रहा है, क्वीन से अभी ना, यू
Hmm.
यू कैनॉट स्टॉप द चेक्स एवर. क्वीन F8,
Hmm.
if I give you the right checks, you cannot avoid the checks. You have to bring the king back to, on this side somewhere where it can find some shelter, but it's not happening because मैं F8 G8 से check दे रहा हूँ. तो I feel like just checks and game is over.
So वैशाली से became women's world champion. भाई आपके मुंह में घी शक्कर और जो भी आपको चाहिए. Okay, king E5. Would I even dare? No, not really. So queen E7, but again queen C8 check then. So don't really see a way to even continue the game, Saj bhai. Mm, not easy.
Yep. Check, and that is it. सहज भाई, किसी ने, थैंक यू भाई, थैंक यू सुनील भाई, किसी ने एक डिस्टेंट सपने में ये तो सोचा. बट
क्या
आई एम
सोचा?
जस्ट किडिंग, बट या. किंग C6 प्लेड बाय द वे.
क्या सोच लिया भाई सपने में उन्होंने?
अच्छी अच्छी बातें.
टिकू वन केबीसी। भाई टेक्निकली तो जो पहला सवाल का जवाब देता है वो भी केबीसी जीतता है भाई। ही ओनली विंस लाइक $1,000 दो। उससे ज्यादा कैब के लग गए भाई। Arjun is gutted. He feels he missed a winning chance, but he was never really completely winning. I think when it really hurts is when you have a winning position, not a better position. Um, so of course he'll feel bad. He had more opportunities than a Dogmas had, but he was never really completely winning. So yeah.
भाई यहाँ पे बहुत ही एक बड़ी कूल सी चाल है which is just e5 because the queen is okay,
E5.
it can only give one check here and it's not really, I mean, of course it's impossible to play queen h3 check here, but it is working.
Okay, there's no way E5, I think. Arjun won tomorrow. Wow. भाई ये सारी चैट ने साथ में लिखा था भाई एट फॉर लाइक एट फर्स्ट ग्लांस लुक लाइक मतलब कुछ तो हम डिले में चल रहे हैं बट नॉट रियली
Okay, 52 seconds. Now I think he's thinking because वो immediate checks maybe are not as possible. I was thinking queen f5 check. Ah, it works. Yeah, queen f5 check actually works. Crazy. No,
अरे
he
भाई
actually plays it also.
क्रेजी की कल हम 10 बजे शुरू
Crazy.
किए थे आज 12 बजने वाले हैं सो लॉन्ग गेम टुडे फॉर अर्जुन एंड डॉगमस होपिंग somehow अर्जुन कैन create some chances सहज भाई लाइक एक एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले लाइक -0.6 ले जाने की पोजीशन लाइक एटलीस्ट चेक्स तो अवॉइड करे फॉर नाउ
Hmm. King I at d6. By the way, only move now. Wait, what? That's a chance for Arjun.
wait how is
That's a
E5 the
chance.
only
Now, on
move
e5 check is the only move here for Arjun.
I think he'll go queen a3 check. There's no
I
way
think
he
he'll
plays
go queen
e5.
d5 check is what I would play and queen g8. But e5 check is hard, no?
Oh, but then it's queen g4 sash by. That is close to lost. Like at least clear chances for Arjun then. So, I mean, what is even e5 check? Why can't I take with the pawn?
Then queen b4 check, queen g4 check and queen g7. ये rank खोलने के
Ah,
लिए you have to play this. Very hard.
मैदान खोलने के लिए हाँ Interesting.
Oh, bhai, ridiculous that he played
What?
e5 check here. What? Yeah, okay.
No way.
What? Bhai, with for like less, wow, 25 seconds he had on the clock and he finds e5 check. Ridiculous. भाई guts चाहिए खेलने के लिए.
Wow. Okay, I'm so impressed by the way. There is no way I expected him to find this move and 100% Arjun के लिए shocker है ये. Okay,
Yeah,
Sahaj
he's
bhai,
not
next
happy.
question. Do you continue the game with like king e6 and just kind of play this pawn up? No, no. You have to play, just take
नहीं
the
नहीं
pawn,
नहीं.
I guess.
अब तो भाई खत्म करो भाई. हो गया भाई.
Wow. By the way, only one result at the end likely today. So Van Foreest, Zhu Jiner, already a dead draw. Could be handshakes any moment. Nodirbek, Andy Woodward also like okay, still some chances, but dead draw 0.00. So एक ही रिजल्ट आया भाई कहाँ हम चार सोच रहे थे यार.
वाह. वो एक भी रिजल्ट मैग्नस का आया भाई.
Hmm. So Magnus will join Nodirbek and Andy Woodward in the lead with 1.5. Arjun will be on 1 point, although he's faced Magnus already. So that's a very good score, actually. He takes the pawn. Wow. So impressed, Sahaj bhai. How did he find this?
Yeah. Check, check, check. And this is now a draw.
Hmm. He's trying, but queen c4 check, I guess. King b7. Oh, queen a4 check. He
Yeah,
outsmarted me.
diagonal checks is the key.
दो pawn
And
अब
now
blow करना
queen
is
f5
crazy.
check again.
Oh, queen
Sorry.
a7 check doesn't work. Queen a7 check doesn't work. Yeah, queen a5 check and
हाँ,
queen
देन किंग
c4
डी
check.
सिक्स रहेगा ना, डायगोनल चेक से ही है।
हाँ.
बेसिकली जब किंग डी सिक्स पे जाएगा तो क्वीन बी फोर, एंड किंग ई सिक्स पे जाएगा तो क्वीन ये बी फोर से जी फोर जाने जरूरी है, ताकि इफ यू
Hmm.
प्ले किंग ई सेवन देन आई हैव क्वीन जी सेवन, एंड ये पॉन चेक के साथ मरेगा।
Queen b4 only move played. Erdogmus knows it's a draw. Arjun likely as well. So big save, I think, at the end by Erdogmus. But what a game, Sej bhai. Yeah? I mean, like इधर उधर कुछ भी चल रहा था मतलब दोनों games में.
Yeah, for sure. But I think good fight from Arjun. Yeah, he kept the
Hmm.
pressure. I think from very early on, and yeah, it was a good game, I would say overall.
Yeah. Yep, he offers a draw, and there it is. That is a draw between both the players. A tough draw, I think. Arjun, I think, was kind of in control for majority of the game, but in the middle somewhere, Dogmas had a golden opportunity. Both of them bossed it up, and at the end, maybe draw is not a bad result at all. And with the black pieces, maybe a good result for Arjun. And yeah, Saj, I mean, a crazy game overall, I think.
Ah, I think that's an understatement. 78 moves this, this game was. And I think out of the 78 moves, like half of them Erdogmus played with like less than a minute on the clock. So, I mean, the fact that he, not only just survived, but he survived like very comfortably is really impressive here, yeah, from his side.
Agreed. And I think कल अर्जुन का मैच लोएस्ट रैंक प्लेयर निल्स के साथ है, so कल हम विन के लिए पूरी कोशिश करेंगे, and that's going to be his way to join the leaders. And of course we're going to have Magnus versus Nodirbek tomorrow. भाई उसमें बड़ा मजा आएगा देखने में भी कि क्या चल रहा है सहज भाई. एंड भाई काफी लंबी स्ट्रीम थी आज यार, एज कंपेयर टू yesterday.
Ah, bhai, I was thinking about it actually. It was much, last time it was just 4 hours. Yeah, now it's like six or something like this.
6 hours, yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. So, chat, thanks a lot for joining. It was a lot of fun. I think it was amazing to have you all, apart from that one racist उसको बैन करते हैं 100 साल के लिए. So glad to have
Mm-hmm.
you all, chat. बहुत मजा आया. I think a tough game overall for both players. I think both had chances. Arjun maybe was more in control, but I think not for even one moment was either of them completely winning. And simultaneously, Nodirbek has also drawn. So another result, and Jan Forest, of course, like that's just a draw for the last 2 hours. So what a crazy game, Sej bhai, yeah? मतलब मजा ही आ गया.
Yeah. I think I somehow thought round two promises to be a very like khatarnak then, but today just the goat has won, and that means one. By the way, Magnus is now one of the leaders. Big surprise, everyone. It's Magnus, Andy, and Nodirbek who are leading the event right now. But yeah, Magnus with the win. But otherwise, pretty calm day.
Yep, indeed. So, chat, we'll see you tomorrow for day number 3 of this event. That's going to be exciting. Will Arjun take the lead? I think he definitely can. Still tough challenges ahead. Nodirbek being one of them. So, it's going to be exciting. Arjun, will he enter the world top 10? Will he strive for more? Can he win a classical event ahead of Magnus Carlsen? That will be news to look forward to. And for a change, graphic में किसी और का शक्ल होगा सहज भाई. So thank you, Saj bhai. Thank you, Saj bhai. Thank you, chat. We're going to see you tomorrow. Will be exciting. And fifth, of course, legislativity as well. Take care and good night.